Welcome to home of Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. It's time to see what you got in this cage.
We are live, beautiful Southern California, once again inside Thunder Studios. We are rocking, and this place is gonna get packed because it's Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. And you know we always bring the passion, we always bring the energy, and we always bring the perfect combo. I am Pablo Alcina, he's Blake Bulletproof True. Blake, how you feeling, baby?
I am ready to watch some more heads get dropped on foreheads, Pablo.
His catchphrase, he's also a professional wrestler, but he's also fought inside the Lights Out cage. But tonight we have a fighter who's fought more times than anybody. He brings tons of fans and always brings tons of heart. Gilbert Nakatani back inside the cage, and he wants a title shot, Blake.
Yeah, if he gets another highlight reel finish, it's hard to argue him not getting a title shot.
Nakatani fighting tonight. In our co-main, we have a fighter, comes in with an undefeated record, first time in the cage. Talk to me about that one.
Lazaro Valdez, this guy has all of the tools, but he's going up against a very tough and dangerous opponent in Arnold Burton.
And in the main event, Danny Ramirez taking on Richie Palomino. Dos Mexicanos, papa. That Mexican blood that brings the heart and passion. They're going to face off, and it's almost like looking at a mirror. They're both Mexican-American. They're both 5'9". They're both 35 years old, and they both want to win inside that cage. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, you are definitely going to see some leather fly, Pablo, and I think somebody's going lights out.
We're also going to have Shawne Merriman with us in a few minutes because, you know, this is lights out, baby. Shawne Merriman is building a monster. So let's get this show rolling. Blake Bulletproof Troop, I am Pablo Alcina. Glory to Jesus Christ. Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15 begins now. Take it away, cage announcer Tyson Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Welcome to Thunder Studios. I'm your host, the Iron Man, Tyson Johnson. This is Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's event is being streamed live on Fubo Sports. Your promoter, Shawne Lights Out Merriman. Your matchmakers, Antonio Jimenez. This event is sanctioned by Camo, the leader in amateur mixed martial arts. And of course, the California State Athletic Commission. Your executive director, Jesus Villarreal. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's timekeeper will be Keenan Wright. Your doctors at ringside, Dr. Khan and Dr. Hicks. Ladies and gentlemen, judging tonight's event will be Jackie Duncan, Chris Crail, and Felicia O. Your referees in charge of the battles tonight, ladies and gentlemen, will be Mike Beltran, Jonathan Romero, and Carlos Eduardo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 13 exciting mixed martial arts fights coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Please welcome Alan Miller.
And here comes Alan Miller, looking like he is ready to start the televised card off.
Oh, I like how he's walking in, kind of calm and cool. I love that. There's always different schools of thought. We see some smiling, some poker facing. How do you see Alan Miller? I saw confidence in that slow strut.
Definitely confidence. This kid looks like he is ready to get in here and get after it. And you can see in his corner the Mexicutioner, who is a former Bellator champion and Bare Knuckle FC champion. So you know he has been getting a ton of great coaching in, as well as having some great sparring partners down at the compound in Oceanside. I actually trained there at the beginning of my career under Sean Loeffler, and there are a bunch of monsters down there, particularly Marines. It's right next to Camp Pendleton, so that place was a powerhouse for me to get my career started at.
Shout out to the Marines, to everybody in the Army, in the Air Force, and all the military in the past, in the present, and in the future that do their role for this beautiful, amazing country. I am Pablo Alcina alongside Blake Bulletproof Troop. We are live on Fubo Sports. By the way, if you missed Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 14 or 13, you can see all those on Fubo as well. And if you see us, follow us on social media. Tell us, man, we like Pablo and Blake on Lights Out. Drop us a message. We will always respond.
Welcome, Ruben Nieto.
Entering second is Ruben Nieto. Nieto from Coachella Valley, California. 5'10". Long reach, I like him. And in his corner, he's got Steve Swanson. Talk to me a little bit about Ruben.
You know, like we said, Ruben coming out slightly different energy, a little bit more intensity, still calm, but if you look in this dude's eyes, he knows he is making the walk out to the battlefield. And we have already had some very exciting fights inside the Lights Out Xtreme Fighting during our preliminary bouts. And these two look like they are ready to kick off the pro card. And it wouldn't surprise me if somebody goes, lights out.
And imagine being these fighters and seeing Mike Beltran and that long mustache, that famous face who's been in so many huge fights, and he's calling, I mean, he's refereeing your fight. It must mean a lot to these fighters.
So being in a position to fight on a card like Lights Out Xtreme Fighting absolutely gives you big fight feels. You're in a huge production, potentially on television with a bunch of other potentially big-name stars. We had Cain Velasquez in the locker room last time. So being able to come here and get experience, particularly at the amateur level, it's a priceless experience. And that's one of the amazing things about Lights Out Xtreme Fighting and everything Shawne is building here.
Like I said he's building a monster, baby. And we're turning the lights out on everybody because Lights Out's going to keep on growing. But I really love what he does with the amateurs. We're going to see the amateur title holder, a fighter that I love seeing, Michael Burke. I mean, every time he goes in there, not only does he fight with heart, he brings passion, he brings flair. And you know he's going to go pro one day.
Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. Very evenly matched throughout. Even in experience, 2-2 records. A 5-pound difference in weight. Nothing too drastically different. So a very even matchup based upon the tail of the tape.
Identical records. One inch taller. Oh, I think it's going to be a good one. And there were already some amazing fights you guys didn't see that weren't on air, but Blake, I feel the energy. I think all of you saw it in the open. We are pumped for Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15. Yep. Tyson Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout will be three-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in at 150 pounds. He represents the compound with a mixed martial arts record of 2 wins and 2 defeats. He hails from Oceanside, California. Please welcome Alan Miller. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 145 pounds. He represents Swanson MMA with a mixed martial arts record of 2 wins and 2 defeats. He hails from Coachella Valley, California. Please welcome Ruben Nieto. Your referee for this bout will be Carlos Eduardo.
Ring announcer Tyson Johnson. Amazing voice. Shout out, Tyson Johnson. Let's get this fight going. Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15. Alongside Blake Bulletproof Troop, I am Pablo Alcina. Shawne Merriman will be joining us after this fight.
Nieto's bouncing around there. Looks a little bit more ready to come out of the corner, but that is not a tell-all. But we see Alan now already back into fight mode.
And the fight is underway. Nieto versus Miller. Red corner, blue corner. Is the way you're going to tell them apart, because besides that, they're very similar. But I'm going to go with a beard also. How do you like the start of this one, Blake?
Both guys are feeling each other out. They've thrown a couple of kicks. I'd like to see them start throwing more hands to set up these kicks. When you throw a kick by itself, we call it a naked kick, and it leaves you vulnerable to be countered by punches.
Ooh, nice strong kick to the thigh. First one landed cleanly by Miller, and again he responds, but he almost eats that left hook. I like the speed on the punches by Nieto.
Yeah, Nieto capitalized on a naked kick like I was just talking about, and Alan ate a few punches, nothing drastic, but that's exactly why he needs to set up those kicks using his hands.
And nothing drastic, but they still add up, Blake. Boom, boom, boom. Nice little jab, solid by Miller.
Nieto's doing a good job of closing out combinations with kicks. They're not really hard. Another naked kick that Nieto's able to take advantage of.
This is a featherweight fight at 145. Explain to the people that may not be pros what a naked kick means, Blake.
So a naked kick, like I said, it's when you throw the kick without any offense before it or after it, which leaves you extremely vulnerable to be countered, particularly with punches.
Different than when you're naked and you get kicked.
Definitely different.
Oh, nice punch by Nieto. Nieto closing in. Nieto wants to finish it right here. Nieto with fury with that right punch. Response, Alan Miller. Swing and a miss. What a good fight early on. Still minute 30 in this round 1.
Nieto's definitely starting to find his openings and land some leather. And those big kicks, that was 2 leg kicks in a row landed on Alan's legs. I'd like to see him hype some of those. Oh, beautiful punch and another chopping kick.
Oh, an overhand right by Nieto. Another strong kick by Nieto, showing his whole arsenal.
Alan's doing a good job there of trying to clinch things up and slow down the pace. But Nieto's having none of it. He's pressuring his opponent against the cage right in his corner. You can hear his coaches right behind, right behind Miller, cheering him on, cheering Nieto on.
50 seconds to go in this round 1. For me, I have Nieto, but one quick punch and kick and everything can change. How do you have it so far with 40 seconds to go?
I agree with that. I'd like to see Miller be a little bit more trigger happy. He seems to be a little more gun shy after eating a handful of those strikes, particularly after being caught.
Oh! Clean Nieto with the overhand right. And the referee didn't stop it. I think Nieto thought he might have, and then he let up. But clean punch down went Alan Miller.
Yeah, Nieto's able to kind of pick his shots from range, and I think he's going to be able to do more of that. You see he's just standing back and starting to find his openings now. Not extremely concerned about the offense that Miller's been throwing at him. This is why I'd like to see Miller be a little bit less gun shy and start letting his hands go. But those naked kicks, those put him in a very dangerous position.
Also, Nieto had that big takedown. He said, what? Why go to the ground? I'm controlling the fight. He stayed on his feet after delivering that blow, where sometimes you see fighters, they're like, oh, let's finish it here. Maybe fall into a jiu-jitsu hold and lose. But very good round for, without a doubt, the winner in my mind of that round, Ruben Nieto. Helped Alan Miller. Coach, Bulletproof Troop in the corner. What are you telling him?
You know, I would tell Brendan Allen, let's take a look at some of these replays first. Here's where we had Nieto, had him against the cage and started landing some shots.
Oh, that kick also.
You know, but Miller's not out of it. He just threw back there and landed as well. But you can see the exchange rate is significantly in the favor of Nieto. He's the aggressor, and he's the one pressuring his opponent. But Allen's not out of the fight. You see him throw back there. This is the big punch that dropped him towards the end of the round. And Nieto very smartly doesn't just dive in and spend everything searching for the kill like I've done in the past. If I were Nieto, I would keep doing the same thing. Very cerebral and composed striking, picking his engagements and landing when he wants. Brendan Allen needs to start firing. Alan Miller, excuse me, needs to start firing shots.
Ruben Nieto looking for his 3rd win, 27 years old. See what Alan Miller can do. Round 2 underway. Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15. Clash of hands.
Alan Miller's definitely starting to try and be a little bit more of the aggressor. You see him moving forward, but I'd like to see him throw his hands out. Again, being, in my opinion, a little gun shy here.
Ooh, strong kicks by Nieto.
And Nieto's able to throw those naked kicks like that because Alan Miller is being gun shy. Nieto does not look concerned about getting cracked by one of his punches.
And even though Ruben Nieto is throwing lots of punches, Blake, he's kind of conserving his energy. They're not like wild, crazy haymakers where you're expending all this energy. I really like his strategy, his speed, his attacks so far in this fight.
It's very composed and, like I said, cerebral. You can see him in there playing the game, trying to find advantageous angles, feinting a little bit, looking for his openings, and landing. I'm not sure what his landing rate is in terms of percentage, but he has been landing the majority of the attacks that he's been throwing, and significantly more big strikes.
What I would give Alan Miller is on his shorts, he has just heart. And the longer he can stay alive, the more he thinks he's got a chance. And he just caught him with a right. Exactly what I was saying. Miller just needed one chance, one punch. And now he says, hey, why not me? Just heart, and here he comes landing punches. Nieto now has to respond.
Whoa.
Good kick by Alan Miller.
And sometimes it just takes landing something to get you a little bit of motivation or momentum moving in your favor. Alan has hands. He trains at the compound. And Shawne Loeffler, whoa! Beautiful train.
Oh, nearly thought Nieto fell into a big takedown.
But still, he may be getting the takedown here. We got an overzealous Nieto, got caught by Alan Miller and got the takedown. Now he's against the cage. Let's see if Miller's able to get the left hook in.
Did we tell the people it was going to be a fun night? Look at this fight going back and forth already.
So one thing worth noting here, Alan Miller's right next to his corner. You can see his coaches right behind him on the other side of the cage coaching him, which is a beautiful place to be when you have a set of eyes that are outside of the storm.
Oh, Oh, no, got his chin underneath. Good escape by Nieto, but he's still in harm's way. There's still a minute to go in this round.
Nieto's doing a great job of kind of keeping his back against the cage, which is preventing Alan Miller from securing. So he can get one hook in, but he can't get all the way behind Nieto. You can see him. Whoa, he's got two hooks in. Let's see if he's able to capitalize on this position.
Was Alan Miller playing possum all along in that first round? Because here he goes, landing punches, conserved energy, and now Nieto's in trouble. Help out Ruben Nieto now.
You know, it seemed like Nieto was in the driver's seat at the majority of the beginning of the fight. And after that punch that Alan Miller landed towards the beginning of the second round, it really seemed, whoa, he's got a Gabe. I can't see the choke from here.
Oh, tap. Alan Miller.
Just hard.
Wow.
That was hard right there. Came out, not doing incredible at the beginning of the fight, and finishes with a submission win to kick the night off here at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15.
Let's go, bearded warrior. Alan Miller responding. The shorts say just hard, but I'm going to add punching, kicking, and a little jiu-jitsu. He's got it all, and he showed it. Man, we thought the fight was almost over in the first round. Love what I saw. And Ruben Nieto, don't hang your head, boy. You look good, too. Learning experience for him. Alan Miller, what a win.
Yeah, what a win. And things really turned around after that punch. And then when he dropped to get the takedown, stayed relentless on top and continued to try and get on his opponent's back. Eventually secured the back, got hooks in. Let's see if we can take a look at the replay here. I think that might have been the punch that kind of wobbled Nieto and really started changing the momentum of this fight, where now we start seeing Miller throwing more bombs.
Boom, then he's the kick to the head. That one landed clean also.
This is right about where he dropped for the takedown here. He's both hooks secured, wrenching in there for a gable grip choke. This might even have been more of a face crank than an actual choke, but it doesn't matter. Whatever you got to do to get the tap, and you can see Alan Miller's face. He is wrenching that thing, looking for the finish, and sure enough, he got it.
What a fun fight. Great heart by Alan Miller. Shawne Merriman joining us right now. Shawne, let's go to the official decision first. Let's wait for that. Tyson Johnson.
After 2 minutes, 44 seconds into round number 2, your winner, by way of tap out, Alan Miller.
Alan Miller with the victory. And again, we're here with Shawne Merriman. The next fight is going to be a thriller, and there's a whole story to go with it. Shawne, first of all, what do you think about that fight? That was
Man, that's the way to open up the night. Yesterday I was talking about the weigh-ins, and you cut air yesterday. You can feel it in the weigh-ins. Few people had to get separated, which was, as you hope nothing physical goes down, right? Because commission's there, everybody's there. But I'll tell you, it was so much tension in the room yesterday that I'm not surprised it opened up the night. We got a bunch of great fights tonight.
Watch a little replay again here. Alan Miller, who was in trouble in the first round, landed a good punch. And while we have you here, Shawne, talk to us a little bit about the next fight. Why is the next fight going to be so special? But
yeah.
Well, while we got this replay, look at some of these punches that these boys were exchanging here in our opening bout. Alan Miller, in my opinion, was not getting the best one. A little gun shy in the first round. Let his hands start going in round 2, and eventually, whoa!
This is the first round. Yeah. Shawne, he got clocked. Did you think the fight was over there?
I thought it was over. I thought there was no way he was getting up from that. He got hit right on the button. But you know what, though? He's going to be a guy that returns for us. He's tough. He's tough as nails. He got back up, took a bunch of brutal punches, took a front kick right to the face, right to the chin, and started returning fire, man. But these guys got after it.
Yeah, we love what you do with Lights Out, with amateur fighters, with pro fighters, with veterans that want to have that last hurrah. There's so much storyline, so much heart and passion in what you're building with Lights Out. And we saw it right here in this fight. You think one guy's going to win easy, and he didn't. And then the next fight is also going to be a thriller. Let's go now to this promo for Street Beefs joining forces with Lights Out. Street Beefs, tell us about this.
Man, we just formed an amazing partnership with my guys over at Street Beef. And everybody knows it, man. They are so raw, so edgy. And the winner of those tournaments, those cities, get an opportunity to come to Lights Out Xtreme Fighting and be a part of what we're doing, sign a contract, and grow with our brand, man. But big shout out to these guys over at Street Beef and what they built. What better way to give an opportunity to some of these guys come here and sign a contract with Lights Out Xtreme Fighting?
I want anybody else. I want that belt.
Love that. We saw the promo right there. Shawne, talk to us again about street beef.
Yeah, I think, guys.
But by the way, the best part of the promo was that shaved-headed guy who kicked it off. You know what I'm saying? Palomino with Blake Troop. Here's Shawne Merriman. Talk to us about this partnership.
Yeah, guys. You know, for me, I grew up boxing. I grew up in PG County, Maryland. Washington, D.C. was all the great boxing, but we boxed and fought in the backyard, in the neighborhoods. At the cookouts, my grandmother, we used to go get the gloves out. If we had a problem at the cookout, my grandmother would get us gloves to go fight. This partnership we have with Street Beef, Davon Taylor coming up. I can't watch this guy, and more fighters are coming from Street Beef. One of the best organizations out there. We're just glad to partner with them, man, and create something special over here at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting.
Yeah, there's always a certain amount of cavemanness to fighting, and the thing about these backyard fighters is they bring the fight. I can't wait.
Yeah, no doubt about that, guys. Look, this guy, Davon Taylor, has won that tournament out there. He may be up and coming superstar for us.
Yeah, let's be straight. These aren't street fights that aren't, like, well organized. Street Beefs organizes this. It's all under control. It's not guys fighting in parking lots. Let's make that clear. And Davon Taylor won that tournament. It's not like he just won't beat one guy. He beat lots of people. You're going to see the champion of that tournament, Street Beefs, fighting next in Lights Out. Blake, Shawne, Pablo, quick break, and we'll be back. This is Lights Out, baby.
Yeah.
Good.
Taylor.
The biggest difference I see is this 10-pound weight difference, which at this size could make a difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout will be 3 2-minute rounds in a catchweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in at 156 pounds. He represents the Sleeping Forest Fight Club, making his fight debut out of Richmond, Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Lights Out cage, Devon Taylor.
Look at that smile by Taylor, loving life.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in at 165 pounds. He represents MMA personal training with a mixed martial arts record of 1 win and 0 defeats. He hails from Riverside, California. Please welcome Mustafa Bell.
Mustafa Bell, arms spread to
Your
the
referee
side.
for this bout is Mike Beltran.
Getting ready for fight number 2 of the night. We have a stacked card. Nakatani fighting later on. Do not change the channel and tell all your friends, put on Fubo Sports. It's Pablo and Blake. The perfect combo. They bring that fury on the microphone. Waiting for the ding. Mike Beltran.
All right, gentlemen, first round. You gotta fight. You gotta fight. Let's go.
Love that energy. Fight underway. Touching gloves. Bell and Taylor. Almost like looking into a mirror with Bell being a little bit taller and heavier. Devon Taylor ate that kick and responded nicely.
Yeah, both guys threw kicks, but we saw Mustafa get a significantly better land on his kick, but it did nothing to slow Devon down with his aggression.
Ooh, nice little spin move by Devon, showing, hey, I belong in this cage. Shout out Street Beefs. He won that tournament. That's why he's here.
I'd like to see a little bit more aggression out of Devon Taylor. He scraps when he's at Street Beefs, and I'd like to see him start really letting his hands go and turning this into more of a scrap than a competition.
I'm going to say the opposite. I'm going to say enjoy the moment here, work on your game, and he ducked beautifully. If maybe he goes into a hurry, might eat that kick. Different schools of thought, but I like what Taylor's doing so far.
Yeah, he's got to get his back off the cage. He's able to escape his hips to his right side here.
I understand the getting into a scrap, but the other guy weighs 10 pounds more. Do you think that would be the good strategy? Jump in there?
You know, yes and no. Boom. 10 pounds makes a significantly bigger difference when you are on the ground as opposed to when you are striking. And now Mustafa Bell is on top of his opponent in an open guard type position. One of the things about having shin pads, it's much harder to implement your legs during jiu-jitsu things, particularly from the guard.
For those of you wondering, wait, why do they have shin guards? Explain that. Blake Bulletproof, true professional MMA fighter with more than 17 pro fights.
Yeah, so these are amateurs, and at certain levels of amateur fights, particularly in your first few, you wear shin pads, gloves, and even potentially headgear. This is Devon Taylor's debut as an amateur fighter here in California, so he has to wear shin pads. Mustafa Bell has 1 fight already, so he also has to wear shin pads. Ooh, beautiful aggression out of Mustafa Bell. Able to capitalize on the aggression there and then get to a very dominant position with a minute left on the clock to work. Oh, excuse me, this must be 2-minute rounds.
Yeah, I think the clock was off. It's an amateur fight.
So another thing about amateur fights, they can range from 2 to 3 minutes, which is why we had the clock there incorrect. And it can be a little bit confusing sometimes. And I think Devon Taylor is lucky that there was not another minute left on the clock, because Mount is a potentially fight-ending position, and being under a guy for a minute, well, this is that opening kick. But Devon Taylor just starts throwing back, and I love it.
Yeah, Devon Taylor saying, you know, he belongs in this amateur ring. And meanwhile, Mustafa Bell, he's looking good. Also, the 10-pound difference when he's on top of him, how much energy did Devon waste there with that mass on top of him? I'd like to see how he bounces back.
You know, I wouldn't say he necessarily wasted a ton because he didn't do so much to try and get out, but having a guy 10 pounds heavier than you on top is a big difference.
Going with round numero dos, round number 2. Again, these are 2-minute rounds. We are live, Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15.
I expect to see a little bit more urgency out of Devon Taylor now that he lost, in my opinion, that first round. I'd like to see him come out and start slinging some leather at his opponent.
Touching gloves, boom.
Both guys come in and exchange kicks again, this time at the same time.
It's almost a repeat of round one. This time, Taylor didn't get hit as hard.
Mustafa Bel's being smart about his engagements. You can see him backing up so that he chooses when these engagements happen. One of the things worth noting, one guy's southpaw and one guy's orthodox, which really, whoa, and let's see if he gets his body lock takedown. Has Devon Taylor now against the cage where he ended round one.
Oh, great takedown again. I think the biggest difference being the weight and the force of Bell. Taylor putting up a decent fight, but Bell just in the same position. Now he's got a lot more time.
You know, something else worth noting is Street Beefs happens in a wooden-like box-type cage, and this is an actual cage that bounces. So it's easier to take a guy down, and it's different being taken down or fighting against the cage. Mustafa Bell has his neck here, and he's right in his corner. You can see his coaches right behind him. Something else worth noting, you see how position. At amateur level, you're not allowed to knee or elbow your opponent's head, even though it's in this perfect position. Mustafa Bell's doing the right thing by not doing that. It looks like he's chasing a little bit for this choke.
Well done by Bell. It's only his second amateur fight. Many people might throw a knee in that situation, get DQ'd.
So I think this is very good for Devon Taylor to be back up and in the middle of the ring. I want to see him try and get closer to his opponent and start throwing some hands instead of standing so far away and throwing kicks. Whoa, another beautiful kick there by Mustafa Bell. He has been planting those kicks on his opponent, and now we see Devon Taylor has switched stances into orthodox.
Final 10 seconds of round number 2.
And now both guys are, it's open and orthodox again, which means the rear attack by each guy, just like that kick, is far more devastating.
And that's the end of round number 2. Ooh.
Yeah, and these dudes are scrapping. I think they believe the fight's over, but they still got one more.
Mike Beltran, I mean, he confused me. Mike Beltran's like, hey, wait, you still have another round.
You know, I'm not mad at that, though, because these two dudes are getting in there and scrapping. They earn each other's respect. Let's take another look at some of the replays. Here's those exchanges of kicks that, in my opinion, was not too one-sided. But Mustafa Bell closes it out with some strikes, gets double underhooks, and takes his opponent down, spending nearly a minute on top of Devon Taylor, and in my opinion, again, winning the round.
Yeah, I have the first 2 rounds going to Bell. Devon Taylor, I think he was even hugging him, congratulating him. But no, Devon, there's still another round to go. Round number 3. So what could Taylor do? Go out guns blazing, right? I mean, I think he's down 2 rounds. Now go all out.
Guns blazing, get in, get closer, and throw some hands. Punches and bunches with bad intentions. He's standing a little bit too far away for my liking. As I said earlier in the matchup, I'd like to see him turn more into a scrap than a competitive striking bout. The uglier the fight, I think the more it favors Devon Taylor.
And now is a must because he's down 0-2 in our book, the judge's eyes. Final 2 minutes of this amateur fight. Devon Taylor won the Street Beefs tournament, won the right to be inside the lights out cage.
Well, when he lands something there, Mustafa Bell does a good job of pressuring in. Now it looks like he has double underhooks.
This fight is sponsored by Lights Out Sports, a free ad-supported multi-sports platform, just sports.
Man, they have everything on there. I was talking to Shawne. I don't know what I'm allowed to say or not allowed to say, so I'm not going to go into details, but Lights Out Sports is going to have a ton of incredible content.
Giving him a few minutes.
So when a fighter gets an unintentional foul like this, you have up to 5 minutes to recover. I don't think it's going to take Bell that long, but Mustafa looks like he took one to the family jewels, which even though you have a cup on, it still really rocks your world. Mustafa now ready to get back to work.
But good moment for Taylor. Mike talking to him goes, "It was an accident." All right, last time.
Yeah, which is the right way to handle that. It was an accident. Things happen. Hey, be careful. Yes.
Oh, nice by Taylor. Now he's doing what Blake asked for in the beginning. Make it dirty. Make it a street fight. Trying to throw him down, but here comes the size difference and the weight difference, which has really controlled this fight for Mustafa.
Whoa, and it looks like there may have been an unintentional headbutt that occurred in there that has Devon Taylor bleeding a little bit by his right.
Oh,
Gets
Taylor with a nice little spin.
Oh,
and Taylor's on top.
Mount. This could be a very interesting predicament if he is able to really do some damage here.
Look at Taylor. All hard bouncing back.
It looks like he's under the chin, but he needs to secure the body position. You aren't going to be able to finish the choke
he's
without
got both
wrapping.
legs in.
But now the arm's not under the neck. But he has a minute to work from here.
Oh, but it's a nasty cut over the eye, too. Oh, I feel bad for Taylor because it looked like an accidental headbutt.
You know, things like that happen. What it makes me wonder is how are judges going to potentially look at that if this fight goes all the way to the judges' card? If he spends the next 30 seconds on his opponent's back threatening a choke, this could potentially be a 10-8 round, leading to a draw maybe. It's beautiful job by Mustafa Bell trying to escape this dominant position before the final bell rings, but Taylor does not want that to happen and is continuing to do damage from the top and chase this choke. What a turn of events we saw here in the third round, Pablo.
Was that like a DDT?
You know, beautiful job there on Mustafa Bell trying to finish this on top. I think this made sure that this was not going to be a 10-8 round for Devon Taylor, and I think he may have just secured himself a unanimous decision victory. But you never know with the judges, Pablo.
You never know, but Bell ends up on top of Taylor again and landing punches. I'm gonna clap for both of them because I liked what Bell did, and I like the heart that Devon Taylor showed. A quick break, and we'll be back with more. This is Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15 with the perfect combo. Pablo Alcina and Blake Bulletproof Troop, baby. Are we back?
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 exciting rounds, the judges scored the bout 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28 for your winner. By unanimous decision, out of the red corner, Mustafa Bell.
Bell with the win. Fights are gonna keep rolling.
Yeah, great job there. These two dudes came out and scrapped. Devon Taylor in his debut here, Lights Out Xtreme Fighting, didn't get the W, but came out and scrapped. Mustafa Bell, very happy with his performance, and if you look at his face, very, very little damage.
Let's go to the highlights of this fight, which looked one-sided early, but Devon Taylor did Got my microphone all tangled here, but yeah, talk to us about this fight, Blake.
That first kick where they exchanged, this was one of the big turning points of the fight, in my opinion, was when Mustafa Bell was able to secure top position in round 1. It really started looking like he was running away with the fight, particularly through round 2, where we saw him land another takedown against the cage. I believe this is it right here. He would secure double underhooks and then drag his opponent down. Then round 3, Devon Taylor comes out knowing that he needs to be urgent about trying to finish his opponent because he's probably down 2 rounds. Ends up catching this headlock takedown against the cage and secures full mount. Throws some chops from the top, but it does not do enough to take home the W in his debut. But fantastic fight nonetheless.
Again, Street Beef won the tournament. That's why he got to fight in here, Devon Taylor. But Mustafa Bell got the win. But I think that combo with Street Beefs is going to be nice with Lights Out.
I can't wait to see more of that because the Street Beefs, if you've never seen it on Instagram or anything, these dudes scrap. And like Pablo said earlier, it's not just like backyard fighting. This is very organized. But at the same time, it's some lower level talent that comes out and really scraps.
Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15. Quick break. We'll be back with more. This card is stacked. The energy is amazing. And 2 fights in, both were bangers. Quick break and we'll be back with more.
Twice, you know, that means he's coming out and kind of ready to scrap. Sometimes it takes us punching ourselves a little bit, or like the Badger boys where they smack each other around before they get in the ring, to kind of wake up and prepare yourself for battle. I like to see how calm he is, and I like to see him touching himself just a little bit before he gets...
What did you mean, Blake? Touching himself?
Touching himself as in punching himself in the face, Pablo. You better calm down over here.
No,
this is a PG-13
I thought
broadcast.
you were talking about a 1990 song, you know, that was a hit back then, if we can age ourselves. But yeah, hitting him. Did you hit yourself in the face that hard before a show? I like to dance before a show because it pumps me up. I don't know about punching myself in the face.
You know, I didn't punch myself in the face, but I've definitely punched a wall or two when I was younger, but I've gotten that under control.
Blake Bulletproof Troop, not only is he MMA fighter, Jiu-Jitsu, you got a brown belt. Is it black yet?
I'll be getting that black belt very soon. I'm not too worried about it, though, because, Pablo, the only colored belts that really matter in combat sports are gold or silver, depending on who you work for.
Like that. There's Mike Beltran checking everybody again. What a fun night. If you are watching us at Pablo Alcina, follow me, follow Bulletproof Troop. Let's go to Tyson Johnson.
And now, making his way to the lights out cage, please welcome Sam Fournier.
Sam Fournier entering. Oh, he looks like an actor. He's got all the style. He looks like a classy actor back in the day.
Yeah, big smile on his face, light shadow boxing, fighting in his hometown of Long Beach. Got to be feeling good about himself.
Fighting at home. We are at Thunder Studios. This place is rocking. We have more events confirmed, right, Blake? We're back in May, back in June.
I'm not sure if they've 100% confirmed, but I've heard rumors of May 18th. Don't quote me, but that's what I heard.
All right, that's why you have to follow at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. Follow Shawne Merriman and my partner at Bulletproof Troop. I'm Pablo Alcina at Pablo Alcina. Follow us, ask us questions. If you're fighters, Blake can give you advice, I can give you advice as far as anything you want as well. So reach out to us. We're here to keep building this beautiful sport of mixed martial arts, building this beautiful world as well. Do good, people, do good. I only promote fights that are sanctioned with referees and in proper establishments.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to seeing the tail of the tape because it looks like Fournier has very long arms and potentially a little bit of height. Yeah, let's take a look at these numbers. 6'6". I thought that dude looked tall from outside, especially next to Mike Beltran, who is a big dude. Very little experience in both.
There's tail of the tape, 26 years old, 6'6". This fight is sponsored by Insurance Elevated, a new era of life insurance.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next bout will be three-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 6 feet 1 inch tall. He weighed in at 203.9 pounds. He represents Victory MMA with a mixed martial arts record of 1 win and 0 defeats. He hails from San Diego, California. Please welcome Marco Giambruno. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner stands 6 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in at 204.5 pounds. He represents the OCRTC fight team. Ladies and gentlemen, making his fight debut out of Long Beach, California, please welcome Sam Fournier.
6'6".
Your referee for this bout will be Carlos Eduardo.
Fight number 3 of the night. This one, the biggest difference in height. I mean, my man Marco Giambruno, he's 6'1". He's as tall as me. He looks like a little kid next to the standing tall 6'6". Sam Fournier, but height isn't everything, Blake. Let's see how this fight gets underway.
I'm actually surprised somebody who's 6'6" is able to make 205 pounds.
Yeah, especially because he looks a solid 6'6". Not like skinny legs. And let's go. This fight is underway. Fournier attacking first.
Whoa!
Movie star. Well, he just looks like the Sylvester Stallone right there. What a punch. Yeah. What a debut. Wow. Lights out.
Way to make your debut. You throw one punch and you leave your opponent sleeping on the floor, and his corner is going absolutely wild, and we still see no life out of his opponent, Marco Giambruno.
Now first, Hopefully he's okay. Luckily the medical staff is here. 6'6". That reach makes a big difference. Marco Giambruno, I hope he's all right. They're calling medical personnel. I'm going to take this moment to pray for him. Marco Giambruno,
Wow.
all the blessings your way.
What
Hopefully it's just that he got caught. Oh, now we see movement by Giambruno. Great to see that. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, they're bringing the stretcher over, but now that we're seeing a little bit of life out of Marco Giambruno, I'm not sure he's going to need it to get taken out of the facility. But wow,
I just read his lips. He said, I'm all right, I'm all right. But Blake, you know, it's one of those when you come in cold. I've never fought before. Explain that, because we've seen it in boxing. We've seen it lots of times where it maybe looks worse than it was because it was just so cold at the moment.
You know, I've never been knocked out like that in a fight, so I can't necessarily tell you. But he did look really bad, particularly seeing his eyes still open while unconscious on the ground. I've seen several knockouts that looked really bad with guys twitching on the floor, including my close friend, Tommy Aeria, who fought for champ at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 14. Within minutes, Tommy was back on his feet, completely coherent, and so it's hard to really tell. That's one of the things about damaging the brain. We don't know a ton about it. We're learning more and more. Let's take a look at this replay.
Watch it again. 6'6", and it's going to be a clean right.
Right,
oh.
Whoa.
Right.
Yeah, just pump that straight left,
oh, no,
down.
No. Ooh, and great
wow.
job by the referee to stop that second shot. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, pumped out a few fake jabs.
Oh, yeah.
And followed that
clean.
up right on the button. Was ready to throw. Look at this straight left down the pipe. It's so clean, you almost don't even see it. And beautiful job there by Fournier, trying to step in and being ready to do more damage. Wasn't necessary, and beautiful job by the official, jumping in there and preventing any unnecessary damage for Mike Giambruno.
The medical staff is there. He said he's all right. They're still putting him on the stretcher because they need to make sure that he's okay. But we can report that at least he was saying he's okay. Both his arms are moving. He's talking. He's like, look, man, I'm fine. I don't need it. I don't need the stretcher. But they're taking him anyway.
You know, I'm not mad at that, because I believe fighter safety first.
Of course.
And something else, as somebody who's taken a ton of damage inside the ring and left the venue on a stretcher before, I almost fell coming out of the ring at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 13 because of the amount of damage that I took. I was pretty beat up. So seeing him taken out carefully and under supervision, rolled to the back where they can get a better look at him, I'm totally a fan of that, and I think it is the right thing to do.
I'm a fan of this kid, Sam Fournier. The looks, the height, if he can keep cutting weight, this guy could be a super force. Let's go to Tyson Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a record-breaking 6 seconds in the first round, your winner by way of knockout, Sam Fournier.
I mean, along with being a play-by-play announcer, Blake, I'm also an actor, and I can tell when somebody has acting chops. This kid has it. I'm telling you, Sam Fournier, if you hear this, become an actor, because he's got that smile, he's got that swag, and now he's got a new record, 6 seconds, a lights out record for a knockout. That's what Tyson Johnson just reported. And, 6 seconds. You know how long that is? It's not even this long. And it was over, baby. 6 seconds.
One punch, flawless victory like they say in Mortal Kombat, and almost fatality as well. What a beautiful debut for Sam Fournier here at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. What better way than turning somebody's lights out?
Did we not tell you you're going to see amazing fights, talented fighters, and Fournier, good looking, but that right was beautiful, baby. It was a 5-5 baby in one punch. Hopefully he'll be back with us in future Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. He's Blake Bulletproof Truth. I am Pablo Alcina. Quick break, and we'll be back with Cervantes taking on Martinez.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Lance Martinez.
Lance Martinez, the last time we saw him fight, I believe, was LXF 14 against Michael Burke for the Lights Out Xtreme Fighting amateur bantamweight title in a very closely contested bout. When I watched it, I actually thought Lance won. When I rewatched it, I think that Michael Burke won. But it was an incredibly close fight, and he said he's coming out here again to make a statement because he wants that belt.
Lance Martinez, he's also a fun fighter, Blake. He also comes in there, goes forward, takes hits, gives hits, brings fans. I like Martinez entering the cage first.
Yeah, me too. And one of the things, he's such a, you wouldn't see that this kid is such an incredible fighter and scrappy guy if you just looked at him. He doesn't have that, like, I don't want to call it tough guy energy, but like he doesn't put himself off as like this total badass, but he is 100% as bad as they come, and I am excited to see him get back in the Lights Out Xtreme Fighting cage and get another W on his record.
I'm gonna make a prediction, Blake. I'm gonna predict that this fight will last longer than the last fight. That's my prediction, because the last fight lasted just 6 seconds.
I think statistically speaking, that is a very good bet, Pablo.
I don't bet unless I am 100% right, and this one will last more than 6 seconds. I'm not kidding, but that's, you don't see that every day, Blake. A 6-second KO like we saw in the last one.
Yeah.
Here comes Martinez.
What an incredible knockout that was in the last bit.
Let's go to Tyson Johnson.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Josh Cervantes.
Cervantes taking his time to make the walk. Enjoy your moment. Cervantes from Riverside, California.
Definitely enjoy the moment, because this is such a massive experience to be able to come here and not only just fighting is a massive experience, but to come here and do it under lights as bright as the lights are at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. And to be able to come in, enjoy the moment, and be in the moment, because that's what you need to do to be able to perform inside of the cage. If you're thinking about anything other than the moment right now, at that point in time, then your head is not in the right place for a fight. And he is definitely coming out here and enjoying his moment.
Cervantes going for his 5th win. In his corner, he's got Malik Abdumum, Anthony Da Silva, and Jake Hasselgrave.
Yeah, so calm and collect. That's one of the things I love about the amateur fighters here at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. Shawne finds the cream of the crop at the amateur level and gives them almost a professional level experience here at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. And another awesome thing about it, it brings the best out of the amateur fighters who come in here and perform. In fact, every fight we've had thus far has been an amateur fight, and how much excitement have we seen, Pablo?
Yeah, but that's why when we say amateur fights, it's different than other people. Lights Out amateur fights are always fire. They fight for belts. They come in, and here we have the numbers. 27 years old for Cervantes, 24 for Lance Martinez, just a 1-inch difference. The record slightly better for Lance Martinez. This fight is sponsored by iHeartRadio, connecting you with the artists that play the songs you love. iHeartRadio.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this Lights Out bout will be 3 3-minute rounds in the catchweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in at 139.8 pounds. He represents Suckson's MMA with a mixed martial arts record of 6 wins and 7 defeats. He hails from Anchorage, Alaska. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lance Martinez. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in at 139.8 pounds. He represents the MMA personal training fight team with a mixed martial arts record of 4 wins and 7 defeats. He hails from Riverside, California. Please welcome Josh Infamous Cervantes. And your referee for this bout will be Carlos Eduardo.
Cervantes taking on Martinez. Martinez from Arkansas. Not many MMA fighters inside the cage are from Arkansas. Here, Lights Out. Martinez is one of them. Let's get this fight underway. Fight number 4. In case you missed it, the last fight lasted just 6 seconds. Touching gloves, Martinez with the white trunks. Cervantes in the tight yellow.
Lance Martinez doing a good job of pumping his jab out and kind of fighting at long range. I think this is going to allow him to start finding openings of Cervantes' defenses.
We always like about Martinez, he's got a nice, sharp, quick jab. Nice overhand rights as well.
And he comes to fight, man. Him and Michael Burke had such a scrap in his last outing.
Yeah, Michael Burke fights later on. Martinez thought he won that fight. I think that those two might face off again real soon. Nice kicks by Martinez.
Who knows? Maybe at the pro level, because both these guys are killers.
Oh, Cervantes. Sounding kick. Ooh. Let's fight a catch weight at 140.
Lance Martinez getting a little bit more comfortable and starting to come in with more than single strike offense, where he's not just feeling things out, now he's really starting to throw attacks. Second time he's came with that looping hook and then followed up with an overhand. Beautiful job of changing levels with his strikes. We saw him jab to the body and then again jab to the body, overhand right. Doing a fantastic job of not just headhunting, but picking different targets on his opponent to strike. When you do that, it makes it much harder to predict where things are going to come, and then you become reactionary to things, and you can set up your opponent if they start reacting to those punches with feints.
Cervantes, good work the last 30 seconds as well. Even though Martinez standing firm, I like what Cervantes has done. Backpedaling, he's landing some shots. Not many, but some. Here he comes responding. Little kicks back and forth.
Yeah, beautiful returning fire of the kicks there by Lance Martinez, who is now starting to be much more of the aggressor, staying in Cervantes' face and keeping his back against the wall again with that overhand right. And now it is Cervantes who has Lance Martinez's back against the cage. Martinez continues to push forward, though. Definitely being the aggressor and the one pushing the action, in my opinion, thus far in the first round.
That's why you have 3 judges. Each one sees it a different way. You never know. Some judges, they say if you go for it, but you're not landing, they're not going to give you points. So it's kind of a way.
Yeah. That's one of the interesting.
Knock them out and don't go to the judges.
One of the interesting things about judging here in mixed martial arts and choosing a winner is it's not like other sports where there's a scoreboard to look at. In my opinion, the aggressor and the person doing the most damage is the person winning the fight. And thus far, Lance Martinez has been the aggressor for the majority of this opening round. Again, you see him following up and
Martinez throwing haymakers, not many connected. Cervantes ducked beautifully. Final 7 seconds of this round, number 1, between Martinez and Cervantes. High kick by Cervantes.
And you gotta wonder how much that hurt Martinez because he immediately dropped for the shot.
I think it might have hurt him more in the judges' minds. I think that kick might have stolen the round for Cervantes. How did you see it?
You know, I'm not sure if it was enough, in my opinion, to steal the round, but it absolutely could have. You make a great point, Pablo, because we saw Lance Martinez go to a decision, I want to say, in his last 2 fights. So if you lost the round at the very end, and this is what I was talking about during the round, this is the closing exchanges here. If Martinez is able to keep pressuring Cervantes, I think he will find an opening once he gets Cervantes against the cage like that. I think this is the head kick right here. And boom, Lance Martinez's hand is up, but you don't really block a head kick. You just absorb it on a better part of your body.
And it went through, and then he landed a nice knee as well. I don't know.
And a nod and kind of a chuckle there by Lance Martinez. Like, yeah, that was a good kick, brother.
All right, you're a judge. You need to write it in right now. Who'd you give that round one to?
I would give it 10-9 to Lance Martinez.
Me too, but let's keep track. It's Lance Martinez. Sometimes the judges see it a different way. Let's see what Cervantes does here.
Yeah, if I'm Cervantes, I'm going to start having a much heavier emphasis on my kicks.
The kick definitely showed he's got thick legs, and that landed even when it was blocked, like you mentioned. I can see more kicks from Cervantes as well. Martinez.
Yeah, Martinez again with the pressure and punches and bunches. Cervantes does not want to be pressured, though. We saw him try and throw a teep attack, which is a straight. Oh! Now these big looping punches, Lance Martinez is looking to turn his opponent's lights out with that either left hook or left hook overhand.
Cervantes now moving more side to side instead of backing up to Martinez, but Martinez, like the whole first round, standing in the center of the ring.
Yeah, pressuring forward where you can see Cervantes trying to circle out, but
ooh! Martinez again, not missing by much.
Yeah, it's just going to be eventually one of those may land. That's why Cervantes needs to stop being pressured like this and start counter-pressuring it like he's doing there. And once he gets backpedaling, this is where I think we start seeing Lance Martinez with a much higher output on offense.
Nice combos by Martinez, now going forward. Again, those straight punches to the chest, trying to open up space, but he eats a left and a right from Cervantes.
Yeah, Cervantes then finally throws a head kick about halfway through the second round. I'd like to see him go back to that. That lead switch head kick that he threw at the end of the first round did a ton of damage. I would like to see him go back to utilizing those kicks.
How many more amateur fights do you think Lance Martinez will have? This is a lot. This is his 14th.
You know, it's hard to say. I wish I had some amateur fights because you learn lessons at the amateur level that don't impact your professional career. My record's 8-6, and I believe a lot of that's because I learned lessons on my professional record that I could have and should have learned at the amateur level.
But 14 amateur fights, and these aren't like easy fights. I mean, he's eating punches. You don't think 14's a lot?
And there we saw Cervantes throw that head kick again. Didn't get as much damage on it, but he's able to land a takedown. Lance Martinez does not settle and is fighting back to his feet, but Cervantes is on his back.
Now Cervantes again, the final minute, he steps on the gas. Same thing he did in round one. Now trying to steal round two. Martinez up against the cage. A little knee here would be good, and there it is. Another one.
So this is the amateur level, so you're allowed to knee the body, but not the head. Lance Martinez needs to get his back off the cage. We see nice tie clinch. Lands a beautiful knee that gets Cervantes to step back and allow Lance Martinez to get back to the center of the cage.
Important for Lance because he was in a bad position, but he's the one who landed the two blows with two good knees. I like this round again for Lance Martinez. Punches and punches for Lance. Final 10 of round number 2.
Yeah, you know, I have this round much closer, even potentially for Cervantes because of some of those strikes. But Lance Martinez is doing the right things here at the closing of the round if he wants to take it. Staying in his opponent's face until the closing bell.
So do you have a 1-1 then?
I would give that second round to Lance Martinez again by a slight edge. Let's take a look at some of these replays.
But again, we're both saying the same thing, slight edge. I wouldn't be complaining if it went the other way. Replays.
Yeah, so I thought that Cervantes had a much better first half of the round. Or maybe it was like minute 1 to minute 2. Got this takedown, wasn't able to do a ton with it, but landed some strikes before it. Had top position, didn't do anything necessarily with it, but had control time on Lance Martinez. I think Lance came out better, and I think he finished better, which is why I would give the round to him.
Breathing hard, Cervantes. 1 round more to go. This is an amateur fight. We have a stacked card. We are live on Fubo. Now let's see who's the aggressor in round number 3. Martinez, knowing his last fight, he lost by decision. Be interesting to see if he steps it up and looks to finish this fight. Or at least to make sure to win it in the judge's eyes.
Yeah, Martinez was just staring at his opponent across the cage, and in my opinion, looked a little bit more fresh between rounds. But I'm not sure if any guy is more fresh than the other right now, because both of these dudes are moving around very lightly and looking like they still want to take home a W.
So far, Cervantes the only one who landed a punch in this round. Martinez moving around, chasing him down, but not landing. Oh, nice other, whoop. Looking for a takedown, good knee by Martinez.
Whoa, and Cervantes turns it around, has Martinez's back against the cage. Let's see if he's trying to go for a guillotine choke here. I cannot see how deep it is, but it's fairly hard to finish a guillotine with your opponent back now that he's switched positions. Oh, and drops for the takedown. Beautiful job of mixing it up by Lance Martinez. Does not get the takedown, but shows a very high level of fight IQ.
And landed some good knees. Martinez controlling the first minute of round 3. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, continuing to be the aggressor. Cervantes has now 2 times in a row faked that kick. I want to see him throw. Oh, nice left hook. Lance Martinez is not really respecting Cervantes' hands so much. I would like to see Cervantes put more emphasis and power in his hands and try to put his hands in Lance Martinez' mouth. That will set up potentially kicks for later.
You keep asking for kicks by Cervantes. He hasn't thrown one yet in this round.
Oh, drops down. He may be able to secure the double leg here. Has a single leg against the cage, but this can be a difficult spot to finish and loses it. Whoa!
Good job by Cervantes landing a couple punches. Martinez trying to respond. A minute 20 to go in this fight. Another thriller on Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. Good front kick by Cervantes.
These kids are scrappy. Oh, beautiful job again. Mixing it up by Lance Martinez. Has his hands locked underneath his opponent's butt, but you can see Cervantes has the left underhook and he's trying to dig his opponent out with it. When you're against the cage like this, having the underhook, meaning the left arm under your opponent's armpit, makes it much easier to fight their opponent because you can kind of lift them up and dig them up.
Good knees by Martinez to the knee, to the thigh, to the side.
Oh, in reversal, now Cervantes has Martinez's back against the cage.
But he keeps eating those knees. I think Cervantes needs to try to add some offense. No, Blake?
Yeah, so there's 30 seconds left on this bout, and in my opinion, Cervantes is down 2-0 right now. I would like to see him separate and start blasting his opponent and trying to turn his lights out, because I believe he needs a finish here.
He's looking for the takedown, but all he's doing is eating Martinez's knees. And the corner yelling, knees, knees, knees for Lance Martinez.
Oh, and let's see if he gets, even if he gets the takedown though, I'm not sure it's going to be enough to secure the entire fight. I believe he's winning this round, but I'm not sure he won enough of the fight, but it's hard to say.
Oh, good finish again by Cervantes. Oh, I do not like being a judge. That's why I like being play-by-play, because this one was a tough one to see one way or the other. Quick break, and we'll let you know what the judges saw. This is Lights Out Xtreme Fighting with your boy Pablo and Blake. We are live. This is a fun night, like always. Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. Blake Bulletproof Troop. I am Pablo Alcina. Blake, this was a tough fight to judge. Who would you give it to?
You know, I would give it 29-28 for Lance Martinez. But one of the things about judges is you never really know. It's extremely difficult to judge fighting because unlike a lot of other sports, you don't have a quantifiable metric like a score to go off of. It's based upon a subjective opinion of the person watching the fight, based on effective striking, grappling, ring control. I'm not sure the last one is. I think it should be damage, though.
I think Lance Martinez won also, but let's go to Tyson Johnson with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 exciting rounds, let's give a big round of applause for both of these warriors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 exciting rounds, the judges have scored the bout 29-28, 30-27, and 29-28 for your winner. By unanimous decision, out of the blue corner, Lance Martinez.
Martinez this time gets the decision. Decision victory for Lance Martinez. I think the judges got it right, at least from our point of view. That's how I saw it, but I didn't dislike the fight by Josh Cervantes. He did what he had to do. Let's recap the highlights.
Yeah, what a fun fight to watch. Let's take a look at these highlights here. Lance Martinez coming out, feeling good. Cervantes also looking ready. Round 1, these boys were throwing back and forth, exchanging both ways, landing, in my opinion, Lance Martinez landing a little bit more, but throwing some heavy leather. Big moment from round 1. The closing moments, Cervantes lands that head kick that definitely rocked Lance Martinez a little bit. Round 2, they both come out throwing back and forth, and this time we see Cervantes get a takedown and spend some time on top. But Lance Martinez landed some great knees during some of the grappling exchanges. Here in round 3, he was throwing some hands at Cervantes.
Cervantes had very few moments. He had that good kick to the head in round 1. There we see another kick to the head, but too little by Cervantes, and the judges, they gave it to Lance Martinez. Lance Martinez wins again in the Lights Out cage. We hope to see him again. He nearly got that amateur title. We're going to see Mike Burke, who has that belt, fighting a little bit later on.
Yeah, I would love to watch that fighting, and maybe even potentially at the professional level where they don't have shin pads, knees and elbows to the head are allowed. That would be a fantastic fight to run back. What do you think, Pablo?
It's going to be awesome at amateur or pro level. Also awesome, the fights that are coming up. Chris Sherwood versus Troy Rallings. That's next.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Troy Rawlings.
Entering first, Troy Rawlings from Oceanside, California. This fight at 185 pounds, some big boys coming in here looking for his third win. Rawlings, 6'2". Do we have any notes on the spiritual grappler?
You know, I don't, but a big thing that I like to look at is a fighter's eyes. I think it says a lot about the person, and especially in that particular moment. And this dude has killer written all over his eyes. Coming out with Joey Beltran, the Mexicutioner, former Bellator light heavyweight champion and former Bare Knuckle FC heavyweight champion. So you know he's been getting in a ton of work with very high-level people.
Serious look. Blue eyes shining. Looking more like a surfer in Oceanside, but this guy wants to throw some fists inside the Lights Out cage. In his corner, he's got Todd Medina and Joey Beltran. Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. We are live on Fubo Sports. Also, shout out to Shawne, Merriman, and Lights Out Sports as well. Energy is buzzing. Everybody that comes to these events, like they're always saying how much fun it is because the energy is just vibrant in here inside Thunder Studios. Tyson Johnson.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Chris Sherwood.
Yeah, like you were saying, Pablo, watching it at home is awesome, but it is different when you are in the room actually experiencing the energy. Just like live music, you can listen to a CD and it sounds great, maybe even better than the concert, but it's different being in a room full of people enjoying the moment. Yeah. So if you're sitting on your couch at home, you need to come on out here for Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 16.
And if you ever come out here and you see Blake or you see me, we will always take a photo with you. We will always say hello. We will never be bothered by our fans of Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. And also, you said nothing like live music. Yeah, you can't use AI to get inside the cage. These are real humans, real heart, real blood getting in there, and that's what we got to support. Real event, real scripts, real movies. Not, let's say no to AI, everybody. Let's support live. Let's support these fighters. Let's support actors. Let's support everybody performing live. Let's say no to the machines, baby. I just had to lay that on the line for everybody.
I agree 100%, Pablo. And another thing about being live in the room, it's different when you hear the strikes land, a shin cracking across the head, or something similar. You can just feel it, or even seeing the sweat fly off a guy's head. It's different when you're right here to feel it. So if you, especially if you've never seen any fights, go watch boxing, go watch some type of combat sports in person. And the closer you can get to the fights, the better the experience. Get yourself some cage side tickets. I know that Lights Out Xtreme Fighting does a handful of giveaway contest type things leading up to each event. So make sure you are plugged into all of Lights Out Xtreme Fighting's social media so you don't miss a chance to win some tickets.
Let's go to the tail of the tape for this fight. 5-year difference, height advantage also for Troy Rawlings, but 25 years younger is the guy with the Superman across his chest, both looking for their third win. This fight is sponsored by Family First Life. Protect what matters most. Family First Life.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout will be 3 2-minute rounds in the middleweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in at 183.9 pounds. He represents the compound with a mixed martial arts record of 2 wins and 2 defeats. He hails from Oceanside, California. Please welcome Troy Rawlings. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed at 195.8 pounds. He represents the Universal Grappling Academy with a mixed martial arts record of 2 wins and 1 defeat. He hails from Victorville, California. Please welcome Chris Superman Sherwood. Your referee for this bout will be Carlos Eduardo.
Eduardo, the referee again. This one's going to be a good one. We had one end in 6 seconds. Let's see this one goes the distance. My guess, Blake, is that it won't. Alongside Blake, Bulletproof Troop, I am Pablo Alcina. Troy Rallings taking on Chris Sherwood. Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15 live on Fubo, and the fight is underway.
Whoa,
Rallings
he gets right out in his face.
Yeah, he walked in slow, but he's gone to fury, but Superman responding.
Yeah, he was throwing some heat.
Oh, I'm liking the beginning of this one. It looked like there's some bad blood. A hard knee right there. Shawne Merriman was talking about the beef at weigh-in, and we're seeing it in Superman trying to throw down Rallings. Great takedown.
And gets a takedown, but the thing is, when you have a headlock takedown like that, your opponent has the underhook, which makes it easy for him to sneak out that back door and get on his opponent's back. One of the things that's preventing him from doing that is they were so close to the cage, but now is the time for Troy Rallings to sneak out.
Nearly landed a clean punch. Good job by Rallings. Eats another left.
Yeah, Rallings did a great job of getting himself back on his feet there.
I like the speed of this first round, Blake. They're going all out.
Yeah, especially for big boys. I think it's smart for him to try and grind his opponent down just a little bit here.
I think a knee from Rallings right here would come in nice. He's got that hole open, even though Superman can surely absorb it. But good work by Rallings early.
Yeah, Rallings doing a great job of utilizing head position here. You can see almost like if you had a unicorn horn where he's digging it into the neck and throat of Chris Sherwood. This traps a guy against the wall, and if you can control the way his head moves, you can control the rest of his body's motion. Chris Sherwood doing a good job now of getting that unicorn horn out of his throat, but again, Rallings relentless with the head pressure against the cage.
Yeah, Rallings 3 inches taller, also much longer reach, but there's Superman Sherwood landing a good knee.
Yeah, I think that was a great knee for him to land there. Now I'd like to see Rallings. You can see he has the underhook, a deep underhook. Like, whoa! And he times the knee that time. Let's see if he gets a takedown. No, Sherwood doing a fantastic job now of turning the tides, putting his opponent against the cage, and throwing some big knees up.
And Superman, when he has that advantage, he throws with anger his punches. I'm liking Chris Sherwood.
Oh, we see Rallings now, double underhooks, very close to his corner, gets the takedown. Let's see if he's able to entirely secure it against Chris Sherwood, who's fighting for a guillotine choke that he's not going to be able to finish that close to the cage.
49 seconds to this one. Another one tough to judge because I like the work by Rallings. Sherwood turned it over as well. Now Rallings is on top, but in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, but he's got 40 seconds to work now on a top position where if Rallings is patient and smart, he may be able to grind out, even, who knows, finish the fight in the next 40 seconds. I believe this is going to be Troy Rallings' fight for the rest of this first round. I want to see him posture up and start throwing strikes. So Sherwood is holding his neck down and preventing that as best as he can.
Hard punches for Rallings. He's on top. Veteran of the two, 5 years older. But looking plenty fit and energy.
Rallings has 15 more seconds. He needs to fight with urgency to get posture up so he can do damage. He is in a very dominant position, and he's not necessarily taking full advantage of being in that position.
Covering his mouth as well in that top position. Good first round, action and fun. Woo, and Rallings staring at him. Oh!
Yeah, you see that?
Oh!
Staring at his opponent, and Sherwood gets up like, what do you want to do? Like, calm down, boys. Hey, you're already fighting.
You're going to fight.
Just
You're going to fight after the break. I like it, though. Ooh, Superman. What would you tell me if you're in the corner and you just saw your fighter get that heated right there? What advice would you give him?
I would say don't get too emotional. I still want you to fight smart and cerebral because given there's a certain amount of cavemanness to fighting, but this is a chess game. And here we see some of those knees that Chris Sherwood landed against the cage. Got this front headlock, reverse positions, put Troy Rallings against the cage then, and Rallings was in a bad spot for a second. None of these landed, and he came charging out and ended up getting full mount with about 30 seconds left in the first round. Didn't do as much damage from the top position as I would have liked, but oh, I thought they were going to show the replay of that stare off at the end.
I wanted to see that, but you know, all that's going to matter is the final stare. So if you stare in the middle and you lose the fight, that's not going to be good. So let's see what happens. Round number 2 about to get underway. I'm going to let you guess which one is nicknamed Superman. Yeah, it's the one with the Superman across his chest. Chris Sherwood. Round number 2 underway.
Well, I'm ready to watch these kids get back. Referee's like, hey, come on, guys. But at the same time, it is a fight. Let them fight a little bit. If they're keeping it between the bells and respecting the rules, let them have that intensity. I'm a big fan of that.
Here we go, round 2, and there you see Superman. Every time he throws a punch, it's like with anger and fury, he wants to end it. Rowling's wrapping up.
Yeah, Rowling's did a great job there of immediately bringing Chris Sherwood back to the cage, utilizing great head position, and I believe we're going to see him drop down for another takedown. I think if he gets on top of Chris Sherwood here again, he may spend the rest of the time of the fight on top of Sherwood, meaning he may be able to finish it here. He has 2.5 minutes, given he's not fully secured. Okay, full mount now secured. But he needs to get his head up. He needs to posture up. Chris Sherwood does not want to let him do. You can see him wrapping both hands around Troy Rawlings' head, keeping him down. You just can't land power from that position, though, Pablo.
Yeah, but Sherwood doesn't want to be hugging for dear life for another 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Help him out. What can Sherwood do to get to his feet?
So what he needs to do is he needs to start, we call it a bridge escape. Start bucking his hips up and down and pushing on his opponent's hips. As long as he holds the head down, he can reduce the amount of damage he takes, but he's stuck here. If he starts bridging and tripping and like flopping around almost like a fish out of water, he can break that position and maybe create enough space to create a scramble to get back to his feet.
Yeah, there you saw a little tilt of the hip, but not much more. Sherwood just kind of laying flat on his back, and it's playing into the game of Troy Rawlings, who wants to end it right here. Just fury of punches. The referee looking up closely.
So now Sherwood uses wall walks and is able to fight up to, almost gets back up to his feet or top position. But here's a big difference. Rawlings is now in side control, not full mount, which is a much easier position. Whoa, slides.
Ooh, a knee to the stomach. That's got all the wind coming out of Chris Sherwood. And Rawlings now has the back. Can he finish it here, Blake?
He definitely can. I think it was very smart of him to go to knee on belly there, because it does kind of crush your opponent and start taking some of their life bar down. We saw Chris Sherwood go to turtle because he didn't want to get stuck on his back again. And now Rawlings flattens him out, and I believe if he lands a barrage of strikes, you can see him trying to dig his right leg in to get that other hook in. He needs that to secure this position or flatten Sherwood out again. Sherwood's doing the right things by trapping that far side arm on the side of his head. I'd like to see him fight to get to his feet here.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to hold on for dear life, trying to hold on for round number 3.
Almost looking at the referee like you're going to stand us up, but you are in a bad position, my man. You got to fight out here.
Ooh.
Here, if Rawlings can extend both his legs and get his opponent's hips to the floor and basically lock him down, he can do some damage. He has another 20 seconds to work, and if he unloads a barrage, he may be able to finish this fight.
Yeah, he went for the rear naked choke earlier. Let's see if he goes for it again. 15 seconds to go. Chris Sherwood using that Superman power, but it's Rawlings with the kryptonite so far in this round, just easily controlling the round, but he was not able to finish it. Nope. And Sherwood survives.
You know, but he's definitely being very smart about it and definitely taking away the life bar of Chris Sherwood. I think that's smart fighting. He didn't go for broke, and he didn't expend a ton of energy or waste anything. He still has a ton in the tank, and you can tell Sherwood is a little bit tired as he walks back to his corner. He's got a nice little mouse under his eye. Take a look at some of these replays.
Yeah, without a doubt, Rawlings dominated this round. A barrage of punches.
Yeah, spent probably about 2.5 minutes on top of his opponent. Didn't do a ton of damage, but was beating him up and chipping away. We saw Chris Sherwood almost get top position, but Rawlings turned it around with the underhook, went to knee on belly, landed a few strikes from here, and we saw Chris Sherwood turtle down, and immediately Rawlings on top, getting his hooks in and landing more strikes from the top position.
I think what Sherwood needs to do, try to keep it a stand-up fist fight, swing punches, because if he gets on top of you again, it's going to be all she wrote. So Superman, baby, come out flying with those guns blazing would be my advice for Sherwood. What would you tell Rawlings to finish it?
Oh, and they waved it off. Understandable. I think that Sherwood would have gotten put in the same position and took more damage than necessary. I think he learned his lessons for this fight, and I am not mad at his coaches for making the decision to stop the fight between rounds 1 and 2.
Good win for Troy Rawlings. The emotion comes over him. The spiritual grappler. Love it. Fighting for a greater cause, and he won today. And I love seeing that emotion. Get that camera on those baby blue eyes. Look how happy he is. What a moment, Blake.
Yeah, kid is on top of the world right now. Came very close to finishing the fight there in the second round, but he didn't have to. Definitely learned a few things in there, but he has got to be happy with his performance.
Had to give him a little clap for Troy Rawlings right there. Third win. Oceanside is proud with that performance. And Superman, he was a gamer. Just sometimes the gas tank runs out.
Yeah, you know, that is a second win for the compound in Oceanside. You know, Shawne Loeffler, head coach and owner, has got to be happy sitting at home. Sent up Joey Beltran, the Mexicutioner, to corner the guys tonight, but you know he's watching, and you know he has a big smile on his face right now. Troy Rawlings taking home the win. Fighter could not make the bell going into the third round.
Let's go to the official decision. Our cage announcer, Tyson Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 rounds of action, the fighter out of the red corner could not answer the bell for your winner by quarter stoppage. Out of the blue corner, Troy Rawlings.
Rawlings with the win. He was looking at the camera. He was saying, thank you, Jesus. Troy Rawlings, a spiritual grappler with that victory. Giving thanks to the man above, like I always do. Thank you, Jesus. What Rawlings said is what Alcina says all the time. Superman, he'll bounce back, he'll bounce back. Something so special about when you see these fighters win and they get so emotional. That was Troy's third win, but you saw it in his eyes. I don't know what he's been through, but he enjoyed that moment. He loved that moment, and he gave thanks to Jesus Christ.
You know, I like to put people away, but there's a certain satisfaction to breaking somebody and making them quit on their own. I don't know which is more satisfying. I think I like to turn people's lights out, but breaking someone and making them quit it's a great feeling as well, Pablo.
Oh, because you know the fight's over. You already can win. Anything can happen. But yeah, knocking somebody out, I think, would be my vote. But let's go to the highlights of this one. This good fight between Rawlings and Sherwood. But it was all that, man. Movie star looks. Superman put up a fight. Break it down, Blake Bulletproof Troop.
Yes, they came out swinging at each other. And Sherwood had a big hands, got the takedown early, but was not able to do a whole lot with top position. Then we saw Rawlings get it grinding a little bit against the cage, but Sherwood answered with some great knees and overpowering his opponent. But at the end of the first round, Rawlings got on top and ended the round strong on top of his opponent.
And when he put his knee on his stomach and his chest, that takes out all the wind from you. And then we saw this. That kind of played against Sherwood as well. The little gas tank he had, I think he might have wasted a bit there.
You know, you absolutely lose some gas with the motion. Second round, we saw Rawlings get on top with about 2.5 minutes on the clock and stayed on top and just punished his opponent from the top, whether it was mount, knee on belly, or back hooks. Eventually getting enough for the corner to step in and throw in the towel, essentially, between rounds. What a fantastic win for Rawlings. He has got to be happy with himself.
We've seen some great fights. We saw one fight that only lasted 6 seconds. We've had a couple go to decisions. We saw a knockout. Now we saw a fighter stop in the corner and said, I can't come out, or Buron style, no mas, no mas. We're seeing it all, Blake.
You know, that's one of the things at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. We have an incredible matchmaker who puts together incredible fights.
And we'll be back with more incredible fights. You're watching Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. Up next, Michael Burke, who also puts on a show, taking on Jordan Asuncia. Lights out.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Jordan Aeria.
Jordan Aeria, 6'1" and 1.
Oh, I like this. I like this. Let's enjoy his dancing. I'm feeling him. Getting the crowd hyped.
Coming out with a swagger.
And let's hear Blake Bulletproof Troops. Bullets. Points for victory.
So the challenger, Jordan Aeria, is fighting a much longer opponent in Burke. It will benefit Aeria greatly to utilize his fast and chopping leg kicks on the taller opponent. However, he must hide these kicks behind his hands so that Burke does not see them coming. As these kicks add up, Burke's movement will slow, allowing Aeria to mix in more styles of offense, particularly his wrestling. Once Burke respects Aeria's striking and grappling offense, Aeria should use feints and level changes to create more openings to build his offense.
Speaking about changes, he's changing right there, but he came in dancing, came in with swag. I love it. But Michael Burke, he's got it also. This fight's going to be awesome, and this fight is going to be for the bantamweight title. Michael Burke, the amateur bantamweight title of Lights Out. Michael Burke is a champ. Jordan wants to take it from him. And again, shout out to Shawne Merriman, because what he does, people wondering, why does an amateur fighter have a belt? Well, why not? Because here they come in, they put in the work, they fight. They don't get a title shot right away. Michael Burke was inside this cage for a long time before he got his title shot. Now he's defending his belt, looking to defend it yet again. Shout out Lights Out and their matchmakers, and I love what they do with this amateur title belt.
Yeah, these amateurs here could potentially beat a lot of pro champions at other promotions. Lights Out Xtreme Fighting has some of the best amateurs in the world, and this is an amateur title fight. Both of these guys are killers, and this guy, Jordan Aeria, he's never been finished. His one loss is a decision. In 8 career fights, never been put away.
This fight's gonna be a good one. Oh, look at that, the John Jones style. Give him his moment. Oh, I told you Lights Out brings the fire. Tyson Johnson, take it away.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome your champion, Michael Burke.
Michael Burke, 5-1, another fighter that has never been finished. He has 6 career fights, and nobody has been able to stop him yet.
Shout Michael Burke coming in with that smooth walk, that style, that's there. Michael Burke says, this is my belt. Let's go to Blake. Troops, bullet points.
In this appearance, I'd like to see Burke use his footwork to keep the range at a longer distance. From there, Burke can use his long arms to stick his opponent with straight punches, particularly the jab. Controlling the range will also allow Burke to choose when to engage his opponent for exchanges, putting him in control of the pace of the fight.
Michael Burke brings lots of fans, brings lots of heart, brings that title belt, but Jordan Aeria wants to take it from him. Burke.
You know, I think this might be the first time one of these fighters gets put away, because I don't think this is going to the judges, Pablo.
Woo! Strong words there. This is gonna be a good one. Well, we definitely know that both of them came here to throw down. Burke and Aeria. This Michael Burke is not his first rodeo. He already defended that belt against Lance Martinez. I mean, we won the belt against Lance Martinez. Now looking to defend it. Check out the atmosphere around Lights Out. Always packed house. Let's go to the tail of the tape.
Man, very even. The one big difference is an 8-year age differential, with Jordan Aeria being slightly older, but everything else extremely close. Both weighed in 135.7. Both have 5 or 6 wins with 1 decision loss. Pablo, this is gonna be a scrap.
And this fight is sponsored by Lights Out Sports, a free ad-supported multi-sports platform, just sports. Lights Out Sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next bout will be 3 3-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. This bout is for the Lights Out Amateur Bantamweight Championship of the World. Introducing first the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in at 135.7 pounds. He represents Seekson's Muay Thai with a mixed martial arts record of 6 wins and 1 defeat. He hails from San Fernando Valley, California. Please welcome your challenger, Jordan Osuna. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 135.7 pounds. He represents Swanson's MMA with a mixed martial arts record of 5 wins and only 1 defeat. He hails from Coachella Valley, California. He is the Lights Out Bantamweight Champion of the World. Please welcome Michael Burke. Your referee for this championship bout is Mike Beltran.
Mike Beltran.
All right, gentlemen, been over the rules already. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves now if you want. At the sound of the bell, come on out and handle your business. Let's go.
Ooh, the intensity of that stare down.
Amateur bantamweight title on the line. Lance. Michael Burke is a champion. Jordan Osuna wants the belt. Belt is on the line. Lights out. Amateur bantamweight title. Listen to Beltran.
All right, gentlemen, first round.
Fight's underway.
And here we go, Pablo.
Let's see how long till this gets nasty. Michael Burke measuring him. Osuna saying, I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here for you. I want that belt.
Yeah, Michael Burke is so long. Look at how long his legs are. That's why I want to see him fight long instead of moving forward. Make his opponent come to him and land straight. Whoa!
Oh, Osuna landing that first one.
And immediately dropping for the takedown. He has fantastic wrestling and striking fluidity. The more fluid he's able to transition between each of these, the more success he's going to see.
And we know he's fluid because we saw him dancing when he came in. Osuna has the champ down. And Osuna, but nice little control by Michael Burke there. Help out both fighters here.
You know, so I think that Aeria is doing the right thing to stay pressure on him. Michael Burke needs to get that left arm from around the head and start posturing up here. He needs to be careful of this choke, though. One thing worth noting is this is multiple times Saxon fighters have fought Michael Burke. You see Julio Tron in his corner, so you know they've studied him extensively. I don't see him finishing this choke here, though.
Good work by Michael Burke. You know, he was always going to bring that heart. It's going to be not easy to finish him. Jordan Osuna, though, 4 inches shorter, which in a stand-up fight is not good, but for this position, kind of his height is perfect.
100%. So if you're able to get inside of a longer guy's limbs, you can definitely, it helps to be shorter. I don't think he's going to be able to finish this guillotine choke here, and I want to make sure if he slides that arm through, now this may be a finishable choke here.
Michael Burke wants to make it a fist fight, but now he's got to get out of that hold.
Yeah, Burke should try and turn him and put his opponent's back against the cage. When his back's against the cage, he's in a significantly more dangerous position. If Burke can get Aeria's back against the cage, gets the takedown, but ends up on bottom.
Great job by Osuna. He knew he was going to give up the takedown, but he spun his body to finish up on top.
It still looks like he's fighting with his guillotine. I can't tell how deep it is from here, but a concern of mine now is if Aeria is going to start burning out his arms, chasing the choke for too long. Michael Burke has got to get his back from being flat on the ground here. He needs to come up to a side, ideally scoot his hips out a little bit so he can come up on the right side where Aeria is not directly on top of him. Once he gets there, he can start sneaking out a little bit more, but Aeria is not letting him get his back off of the mat.
Great first round for Osuna, Jordan Osuna.
Yeah, very, very good round for him. He's gotten inside, gotten top position, and has been controlling just about every second of this fight. You can now see him covering the mouth of Michael Burke, which we call smothering, and it totally sucks when a guy does it, covers your nose and mouth.
Nice elbow that landed for Aeria. First round without a doubt for Aeria, but Michael Burke, even in that position, swinging and throwing punches. And that's the end of round 1. 2 more to go for the bantamweight title, and I love that. Different than we saw the last one where the fighters got up and stared at each other. Here they got up, a little hug, a little respect, because that's what this is, baby. It's all sport.
I was just going to say the same thing, Pablo. It's interesting to see that change in the sportsmanship. Let's take a look at some of these replays. We saw Jordan Aeria come in, touch Michael Burke, close the distance, and once he wrapped Burke up, got the takedown, single leg against the cage, and then stayed on top of Burke for the rest of the round. Didn't do a ton of damage, but he has got to be very confident in his grappling prowess against Burke. He went for this guillotine several times. In my opinion, chased it a little bit longer than he should have, but it's hard to say. I don't know how much pressure he's putting into that choke, because burning your arms out is extremely detrimental to your performance, because you got to use those things to punch and you got to use those things to block.
I think he's got all the energy all day, but yes, when you look for those clinches, it's a different way of losing that energy quickly and that strength. Now round 2, let's see if Michael Burke can make this a street fight, throwing punches instead of a grappling fight. Round 2 underway for the Lights Out bantamweight amateur title.
Yeah, Burke has got to see the danger in it becoming a grappling match again. That's why you see him moving forward here. I think that could put him in a precarious position, making it easier for Aeria to drop down and get control of Michael Burke's hips. I'd prefer to see Burke hold his ground or slightly back up. Great jab.
Great jab by Aeria. Now a kick to the head, controlling this fight. Problem is, Burke can't stay too far back because he can't lose another round to the judge's eyes. So Burke needs to do more, but Aeria, 4 inches shorter, he's really controlling that distance nicely.
And he's throwing combinations, multiple attacks at a time, where Burke seems to be throwing single strikes. But then again, Burke seems like the better fighter when he starts getting beat up a little bit, as we saw in his last fight against Lance Martinez and LXF 14. Man, the amount of times this kid fought, he fought LXF 10, 11, 12, 14, and now 15. Michael Burke is as active as they get. And this is what I meant by moving forward and putting yourself in a dangerous position to get taken down. No hands in the cage.
Jordan looking for the takedown, now looking for the back again. He went for the choke all of round 1. Now he's got the back, looking for that rear naked choke. He's got that backpack on Michael Burke.
Yeah, he just climbed up him like a little monkey or a chimpanzee and is now on the taller fighter's back with 1:40 to work. The thing about being on a guy's back when they're standing up is it takes a lot to retain that position, and it can exhaust your legs.
Yeah, Burke in not a good position right here.
Whoa,
his gas is running out, and now Jordan Aeria again going for that rear naked choke. Does he have it now, Blake?
It doesn't look like it, but he had back control, went for that half Nelson pressure. Burke did not like it and went backwards, and now you see Aeria behind Burke on the ground, fighting to try and get the choke in with 1:10 left on the clock.
Yeah, lots of times the height advantage plays against you. We saw it when the 6'6" guy knocked out the 5'10" guy in 6 seconds. But here, I think Jordan's height actually helps him for the fight that he wanted to do. This grappling fight is driving Michael Burke crazy. This little guy, like you said, climbing up his back, turning him around, locking his legs around him.
You're absolutely right that being shorter here. Because another thing you got to take into mind, not only is his arms longer, but his neck's longer too. And that is what Jordan Aeria is hunting for right now. If he can slide his hands, now he's trying to get top position where he can rain down a few strikes, but Michael Burke doing the right thing by using his feet to walk up the cage and potentially create a scramble. I'd like to see him explode off the cage right here.
I sure do hope Michael Burke survives to see another round, because Michael Burke is going to come out all flying in round 3. And there he flies off the cage, and he gets on top. There's that hard by Mikey Burke.
And immediately
he's got the back.
Sets in a hook. Tries to turn for a calf slicer, doesn't work, but it shows that there is not an ounce of quit in Michael Burke, who ends round 2 on top of his opponent.
What a flip of the body, or like they say in Spanish, dándole la vuelta a la tortilla. Michael Burke flipped it over. Now, I don't think he did enough to win that round, but at least he has that confidence entering round 3.
You're 100% right, Pablo. He has momentum going into round 3, though, which in my opinion is what he really needs. Let's take a look at some of those replays. And we saw Michael Burke starting to let his hands go, but moved forward. Aeria took advantage of that, shot for the takedown, then went to strikes and switched immediately back to the takedown. which is very high level fight IQ, got on Burke's back, and then really started fighting for this choke.
You know why I'm a fan of Michael Burke? He's always confident. Even when he's losing, he's still going forward. The last fight, people were saying he lost. He had a bunch of words for the audience. And that confidence, you don't teach that. And I think he has that entering round 3.
You know, Pablo, we call that the dog. And you got 100%. There is a dog inside of the champion, Michael Burke, who looks refreshed to come into this 3rd round and continue his onslaught that he ended round 2 with.
And what you said, how much energy did Asurdía waste looking for those chokes? How much does he have left in the tank for round 3? Round 3 for the Lights Out bantamweight title. Shawne Merriman's Lights Out. Burke touching gloves.
Another thing you got to question, Aeria spent maybe about 4 minutes on top of Michael Burke thus far and has not been able to put him away. What does his confidence look like in terms of trying to put Michael Burke away? Then again, Michael Burke's never been put away.
And he's got 2 minutes 40 if he wants to defend this belt, because I gave round 2 to Asurdía, although we could see a 10-8 round as well. Anything can change in this 2:30. Michael Burke, though, needs to keep it on the feet, and it's Asurdía who brings him down quickly.
Yeah, Burke needs to create a scramble here. You see him close his guard, which I think was a mistake, because if he closes his guard, you're accepting this bottom position. He should have kept his legs open, kicked Aeria off as much as he could, create space, and create a scramble to get back to his feet. The last thing he wants to do is spend another 2 minutes underneath Aeria.
Exactly. He definitely down in the judges' scorecards. Help him out. What can he do now with the legs wrapped, though, to get up on his feet?
Either climb his legs up his opponent's back. Right now, he's just keeping him hooked around the hips, which is maintaining the position. But he needs to climb his legs up the back like a ladder so he can start to threaten submission offense like an armbar or a triangle choke. Or open his legs up and just kick his opponent off. As you see him open there.
Yeah.
Open that guard. Oh, he's climbing for a triangle. He'll have better success with that if he's able to get the legs higher. Now you see how the legs are higher on the mid-back, maybe even upper back. This is putting him in a better position, but Aeria doing the right thing by elevating his hips and keeping his head down. Now that Burke's head is against the cage, it'll be significantly harder to land a submission.
Ooh, blood on the face of the champion, Michael Burke. A minute 20 to go for the Lights Out amateur bantamweight title, but Burke is in trouble. He is bloody, and he's got a Jordan Asurdía who came here to fight on top of him.
Yeah, you know, looked like Jordan Aeria had spent a lot of his gas tank at the beginning of round 3, but now that he's on top, he's landing a lot more stuff. Oh, armbar attempt here by Burke, which doesn't have enough in the tank. I'd like to see him keep his legs open and create a scramble. Stop playing this bottom guard game and try to get back to his feet.
Really like the pressure non-stop of Jordan Asurdía, not giving Michael Burke a second to think, and that's what you got to do if you want to take the belt from the champ. Asurdía on top, 40 seconds to go. Michael Burke, get to your feet, baby. Throw some punches.
Full mount here. He may have a head and arm choke, which is, so he needs to get that right leg free. Now he can potentially, the leg is still stuck. And Burke does the right thing by getting that arm out from between their heads.
Final 20 seconds in this one. What a fight by Jordan Asurdía. Michael Burke just can't get the little fella off of him.
Yeah, relentless pressure. And now again, Aeria going for the head and arm choke. Looks like the left leg may be free, so he's able to get inside. But we have 10 seconds left. I'm not sure. No, I did not think he'd be able to finish that. But Aeria closing with some strikes from the top position.
And the fight is over. These two again, neither one is finished. Again, what great heart by Michael Burke and by Asurdía. We might have to see them running back again if Asurdía takes the belt and Burke wants that rematch. What a fight by Asurdía. Came in dancing at the beginning. I'm going to tell my producer, hey, Papo, get that clip of Asurdía dancing, because I like that. And then inside the cage, he did the rest.
Yeah, what a perfect game plan Aeria had coming in here. They executed it to a T, and I think we have ourselves a new champion.
Quick break, and we'll be back with more. You're watching Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, let's give a big round of applause to both of these warriors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 exciting rounds, the judges have scored the bout 29-28, 30-29, and 30-27 for your winner. And new Lights Out Bantamweight Champion of the World, Jordan Uzuria.
Let's go with Bonnie Jill with the interview with the new champion, Jordan Uzuria.
Congratulations. How does it feel to dethrone the champion?
He was a great champion, but every dog has his day, and this dog had his day today.
Now, you took a year off, it looked like. Were you retooling, or what were you doing during that time off?
I had surgery, tore my labrum, came back, took a salty-ass L, went back in the room, and you see the results. Thank you to my team. Everybody in the room can take anybody any day. We're 3-0 today for a reason. Trey's coming up next, 4-0. Bika's coming up, 5-0. We running him up. We run this table.
Now you go to 7-1. When is it time for you to go pro?
I'm a student of the game. Whenever my coach says it's ready, I ask no questions. We run it whenever he wants me to do it. I want to thank all my sponsors, everybody that came to help me. So many of y'all that started listening, but sponsorship means everything. Those that have a business out there, shoot your boy a sponsor, shoot these fighters a sponsor. Amateurs make no money. We put on a show for you guys.
Congratulations, well deserved.
Thank you. Tomorrow we're going to Thailand. I had to win this fight, and we're out of here. Sawadee ka.
Hey, Bonnie. Bonnie, ask him about his dancing, Bonnie.
A little bit of dancing, too, for you, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
A little bit of dancing, too. You know, that settles you in.
I dance the nerves away, you know. You see me dancing, I might be a little bit nervous, but I like to groove. Can't dance much, but I'll groove a little bit.
Keeps you loose. Good. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Pablo.
Thank you, Bonnie. I had to ask that dancing question because I loved it. Because he came in dancing. That's what I do. It loosens me up. It loosens him up. Some fighters don't. Some come in serious. I love Jordan dancing.
You know, he came out dancing with a little bit of swagger, and now he's going to go home dancing with a little bit of Lights Out Extreme Fighting jewelry. He has got to be feeling good about life right now.
We're all feeling good about life. Let's see the highlights again of this fight. And Jordan Uzuria put on the pressure. Michael Burke will be back, though. Shout out Michael Burke. He was a great champ. Always gives his heart. I hope he gets a rematch one day or goes for another fight, because Burke will be back, but Uzuria stole the show today.
Yeah, you know, I think a big part of this was game plan. The reason this fight went the way it did consistently throughout the bout was fantastic game planning and then execution of that game plan by Uzuria. This is the 3rd time a Saxon Muay Thai fighter has fought Michael Burke, and this time they had the recipe down. You can see Jordan Uzuria just relentless with his pressure, throwing strikes, eventually grappling his opponent, wrapping him up, taking him down, and then controlling the fight from a top position. But Michael Burke never gave up. What a dog he is, continuing to bang and throw strikes until the very last bell. But wasn't enough.
Uzuria, the new champ. There's Shawne Merriman giving him the belt. I love everything about what I saw from Jordan Uzuria from he walked in. You didn't see it all on camera, but he was dancing back and forth on the Lights Out stage before walking down. He was pumping up the crowd. He's like, come on, come on. He talked about needing sponsors. Hey, sponsors, help out these amateur fighters. They're a great brand to support as well.
You know, it's almost hard to believe that a fighter that's able to follow a game plan so well is only an amateur level fighter. But that's the thing about our amateur guys here at Lights Out Extreme Fighting. They are killers and might be making their pro debut soon.
And I love what he said. I'll do whatever my coach tells me. I'll go pro when he tells me. I'm just a student of the game. Sometimes you need that. You need those people. Let them decide. He's Blake Bulletproof Troop. I'm Pablo Alcina. We'll be quick break and we'll be back with more. Up next, Psalm taking on Redmond. Oh, you're gonna love this fight. Lights Out Extreme Fighting 15.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again here to Thunder Studios. I'm your host, the Iron Man, Tyson Johnson, and this is Lights Out XF15. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are streaming live on Fubo Sports. Your promoter, Shawne, Lights Out Merriman. Your matchmakers, Antonio Jimenez. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission. The lead inspector, Jesus Villarreal. The commissioner, Peter Villegas. And of course, the executive officer, Andy Foster. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight your timekeeper will be Keenan Wright. And your doctors at ringside, Dr. Khan and Dr. Hicks. Judging tonight's event will be Jackie Dinkin, Chris Crail, and Felicia O. Your referees for this event will be Mike Beltran, Jonathan Romero, and Carlos Eduardo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 6 wonderful events coming your way. Welcome once again to Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15. And now, please welcome to the cage, Michael Redmond.
The action doesn't stop in Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. Michael Redmond entering first, and he's going to take on Cervantes. Neither of these fighters have a win, but that's because all their fights have been awesome, and they both lost barely. So this one should be a banger, as we're going to see Michael Redmond going for his first pro win, and Sam as well.
Yeah, Michael Royal Redmond has great striking. However, he is fighting a much more experienced striker in Cervantes. So I'd like to see Redmond rely on his hands to set up his grappling offense instead of going toe-to-toe with Sam. If Sam engages and tries to create exchanges, Redmond should counter by dropping for a takedown. If Redmond is unable to get Sam to the mat with traditional takedowns, then he needs to put Sam against the cage and grind on him until a takedown presents itself.
Those were Blake's bulletproof troops points for victory. We do that all the time in our fights. Always follow Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. Our next events are going to be hopefully in May. Then I heard something about maybe in June. We're down in San Diego, the hometown of Lights Out Shawne Merriman. This is Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. Alongside Blake Bulletproof Troop, I am Pablo Alcina at Bulletproof Troop on Instagram. At Pablo Alcina on Instagram. And finally, the shoes are off. Either that or it was a very well-timed commercial.
So one thing about this kid, Redmond, is he might only have 1 professional bout, but he had 15 amateur bouts. This is his 16th career fight, so this kid has more experience than you would think by just looking at his professional record.
Yeah, and same with Sam. He's 0-2 as a pro, but he's also fought as a pro in Muay Thai kickboxing and boxing as well, I believe. So now this is his 3rd pro fight in MMA.
Yeah, it helps to be able to look at the entire picture, which does not always present itself on the surface. Man, so Redmond's first amateur fight was in 2016. This kid has been fighting for nearly a decade, Pablo. And not just that, but training for about a decade.
26 years old. Entering first, Michael Redmond.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Cervantes Sam.
Yeah, all eyes on me. Sam walking in. The Prince of Cambodia, one of the best nicknames we see here in Lights Out. Our matchmaker said he expects this could be the fight of the night.
I definitely expect to see fireworks. Cervantes Sam is such a high-level kickboxer. So the Prince of Cambodia, Cervantes Sam needs to keep this fight on the feet and in his area of expertise. He does this by staying elusive. When Sam floats around the ring, he is able to avoid damage, shut down takedown attempts, and most importantly, land powerful strikes, especially his Muay Thai kicks. Shawne has the ability to place his shin anywhere on his opponent at any time. I'd like to see him put a heavy emphasis on kicking attacks to all parts of his opponent's body. Defensively, Shawne needs to keep his back off the cage. Both of Shawne's opponents here at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting in the past have had great success when Shawne's back was close or against the cage. So Shawne must stay on his bike to avoid finding himself stuck on the cage and out in the open where he can fight his fight.
Blake, Bulletproof Troops points for victory. A nice second that he needs to use those kicks. That's his weapon of choice. But in front of him, he's got a Michael Redmond who looks solid. He's dancing in there. He's looking at his opponent, the Prince of Cambodia, Cervantes entering the cage second. This is Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15. Let's go to the tail of the tape. 29 years for some, 26 for Michael. 1 inch height advantage by Redmond, barely. Nearly identical records, both wanting that first win. This fight is sponsored by Insurance Elevated, a new era of life insurance. Insurance Elevated. Let's go to Tyson Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next bout is 3 5-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in at 135.7 pounds. He represents Steel MMA with a mixed martial arts record of 0 wins and 1 defeat. He hails from Norwalk, California. Please welcome Michael Redmond. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in at 134.5 pounds. He represents the Body Shop with a mixed martial arts record of 0 wins and 2 defeats. He hails from the country of Cambodia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cervantes. Your referee for this bout is Mike Beltran.
Waiting to close the cage, get this fight underway. Fight number 10 of the night. We had several fights before going live on air. We still have 6 more after this one. Sam with a short Muay Thai style shorts. Redmond in the blue corner.
And a couple naked kicks by Redmond early, and you cannot do that against such a high-level kickboxer like Cervantes, who you can tell is sitting back and kind of reading his opponent.
Oh, good, strong, solid. That's what we were asking for, Sam. Use those kicks.
Yeah, so he's not scared right here. What he's doing is he's watching and learning about his opponent's offense and finding the holes and openings, and that's why he was able to chop such a big kick in there and another one. I believe a heavy emphasis on kicks will be Cervantes' friend in this matchup.
Also, using that jab, we saw him flicking it out there 3 times in a row. I like that. We didn't see many jabs from Sam in his other fights. What do we want to see from Redmond?
So Redmond, I think, needs to have a little bit more forward pressure and starting to try and put Cervantes' back against the cage. Right now he's standing directly in front of him, inviting exchanges. I don't think that's the smartest thing for him. I think he needs to be pressuring Cervantes and putting Cervantes' back against the cage and also threatening takedowns within his attacking arsenal.
This is a pro fight, so 5-minute rounds, 3 5-minute rounds. Oh, good strong kick by Sam to the back of the leg of Redmond.
You can see Sam's hands open where he's kind of trying to play this hand fighting game, where especially with Muay Thai kickboxers, if they can get top hand position, that they will start blasting elbows over the top. And there we saw Cervantes throw 2 kicks in combination. Sam is so fantastic at planting his shin on his opponents, and he can plant it anywhere, just about any time. And I want to see him continue to mix up the targets that he lands his kicks on.
Nice overhand right by Sam that didn't miss by much. Now Redmond, he has the height advantage and the length advantage, the reach advantage, but he's not using it so far. Good kick there, I like that.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he's keeping this as entirely a kickboxing match. Even if he's down to just kickboxer, Cervantes, at least throw a takedown in there so that Cervantes has to respect it, particularly here when Som is so close to the wall. Pressure him. Get inside.
Ooh. Good shot to the body by Redmond that connected.
That was a crisp combination from the inside by Redmond. I was actually really impressed with that. But Cervantes again comes back and ends chops with it.
And this is where Som struggles. He wants to be on his feet. Redmond bringing him down.
You know, but there we saw him with those chopping elbows to the top of Redmond's head, which we saw in his last fight against Bob Carkiel, open up a massive cut on the top of his head. And again, we see Cervantes go for that when he is on his back. Redmond did not do enough to secure the top position and really even get much out of that takedown.
Ooh. Som walked right into that one.
Yeah, but he closed that combination out with a big leg kick. I think that we are going to see those leg kicks really start adding up in the movement. We're going to see a slowing down of Redmond's ability to move as his wheels get taken out from underneath him by those leg kicks.
Great overhand right again by Som. Kind of faked the kick and went up top. Michael ate that one.
Yeah, I'd like to see Som be a little bit more elusive with his footwork. He's standing right in front of his opponent because he's always like, oh, you want to exchange? Let's play. I still think he ought to fight a little bit more elusively, make it harder for him to be hit, and I think it will open up a lot of bigger strikes for Cervantes to land. Whoa, Redmond throws high, doesn't land. Whoa, and wobbled by Som and wobbled back. Whoa.
Redmond responding, and Som quickly bouncing back up.
Man, both of these guys standing right in front of each other and willing to sling guns.
Ooh, nice elbow. Redmond's got to lower that kick a little bit because he's going about 4 inches over his head.
Yeah, I mean, also, so many cases saw him ducked his head out of the way and probably leaned to a side, where had he not had any head movement, that might have caught him right across the forehead, which is one of the best places to throw your kick, because if a guy's hand's up, you still might land flush on the head, aiming for the forehead or the temple.
Redmond now pressuring, trying to get him up against the cage. Good work by Redmond there. Nice combination.
Yeah, and like a spot like that where he's got him against the cage, at least threaten the takedown a little bit, so Cervantes has to think about it.
Oh, but those kicks.
That's one of the things about throwing as many kicks as we've seen in this fight, is accidents happen. You know, sometimes things might get hit. Clearly not as forceful in the wrong locations to have, whoa, double jabs. But fortunately, none of these fouls have been bad enough that they've had to stop the action. And Cervantes engages in a standing clinch and gets his back put against the wall.
Oh, Redmond.
And this is what I would expect to see more out of Redmond. It's the end of the second round, so he may not do much with his top position, but threatening this to potentially happen will have Cervantes thinking about that instead of just Muay Thai.
Yeah, but he still, even though time ran out on him, he got a great takedown to close it out. Great way to finish the round. Put all that body weight on top of Som, who's the smaller of the two fighters. Nice round, especially the finish for Redmond. Some had moments also. Tough fight.
There were two kicks right there. Inside leg kick, overhand, followed with an outside leg kick. This has been a fantastic exchange of kickboxing by both of these fighters. I think Redmond may even be slightly getting the better of it in the second round. Round one was close. Round two, Redmond ended on top. This was great. Both guys wobbled each other. What a fantastic exchange, and neither guy backed down. They both were looking at each other, ready to get back to scrapping, and I love it, Pablo.
Good round. This is fun. This is Lights Out Extreme Fighting. 5 minutes in this round. Who wants it more time? We're down in Long Beach, inside Thunder Studios. Shout out to the great production crew that's putting all this together. Round two, I gave the first one to Redmond. I just liked what he did a little bit more. Who would you lean?
I agree, and he ended up on top.
Oh, another low kick.
And accidents happen. That's one of the things about kicks, especially in like Muay Thai or kickboxing style stuff, where you can accidentally catch a guy with a kick on the groin and getting hit in the cup. Yeah, we have a cup that protects you, but at the same time, it still really rocks your world. As you can see, Cervantes laying on his back right now. Didn't look like a crazy back foot kick, but it's not always, doesn't always have to be something massive.
Well, I was a kicker and punter when I played college, when I played high school football. We're going to see the replay. Let's see. Boom. Goal.
Yeah. And so he was going for the inside of the leg there, but Cervantes' case's movement, it just happened to land. But, oh, man.
Yeah, but since I was the kicker, I couldn't wear a cup because it would affect the way my leg would swing. I just wasn't comfortable, so I never wore it. But I have to take part in kickoffs also. And lots of people don't wear it, and I know, but, you know, I wasn't used to it because I'm just a kicker and punter. Never wore it. But one time I got hit, Blake, and boy. Woo.
So I have a similar problem. The thing is I can't find cups big enough for what I'm carrying around.
Blake, bulletproof troop. Here I am preaching Jesus, and Blake, you know, talking about, what are you having fun? That's why we're the perfect combo.
I was talking about protective equipment.
Yes. Having fun because we're filling time. Sam still, how many minutes more does he have?
So you have 5 minutes if a foul happens. If he's unable to continue, it would be a no contest. There was no intentional, and it's not like a lot of these have happened where there's been a bunch of warnings and so forth. It makes me wonder. Cervantes, I wish we had a timer going to potentially see how long. I would say we're about 2 minutes in. I think Cervantes will be able to continue. Looks like he's telling Mike Beltran he's good to go. And come out shaking the hands. Accidents happen. Nothing intentional about that.
That's why they call him the Prince of Cambodia. Shaking his hand. He understood it was an accident. Let's go back to the fight. Still 5 minutes to go in the second. Oh, good low kick to the back of the ankle of Redmond by Sam.
Yeah, so I'm being a little bit more aggressive here. We just saw him switch stands. I expect to see a left head kick very soon out of Sam. You can see him kind of fading to the right. And again, switches stances. Cervantes has fantastic kickboxing, and when he switches stances, it's typically because he is looking to set something up.
Redmond now controlling the center of the ring, going forward.
And Cervantes is being much more elusive this time, though, not just standing in front of his opponent. When his opponent comes forward, cutting an angle, and then he's thrown several combinations and closed those with kicks that have both landed. Here's where I'd like to see him a little more elusive. Don't stand in front of Redmond. Redmond's doing a fantastic job of owning the middle of the ring, like you said.
What was Sam saying wait for right there? I didn't say anything illegal.
I'm not entirely sure. Oh, and another chopping leg kick. People that have never been kicked in the leg don't realize how much that takes it out of you. And not only does it hurt, but it impedes your ability to move around. And you can start to see a whole bunch of red all over the legs of Redmond. And again, if Cervantes keeps chopping those leg kicks in, now they're starting to really see damage on that lead leg of Redmond.
He's a Muay Thai pro fighter as well. So those feet, those kicks are solid, and they are landing on Redmond. But Redmond seems to say that they're not hurting him at all.
Man, you can say that all day, but you can see it in his movement. Much heavier on his foot. A little bit better now, but Cervantes is absolutely doing damage to that lead leg. And again, you see him trying to close the combination there out with a low kick. I want to see him be more elusive. Again, make Redmond chase him around and then chop those kicks.
And it's still, you got Redmond a little bit off balance now because he's constantly trying to think about checking those kicks already. So what he's doing is definitely working. Sam needs to keep chopping that wood. And he's chucking those legs down.
Cervantes has now switched stances. So when he's here in orthodox with his left hand forward, he's chopping that right kick into the leg of, Redmond switched stances.
Yeah, nice left he landed after switching as well.
So typically we'll see a fighter switch stances after they can't take a whole lot more damage on that leg. Now we see Redmond take a leg kick and switch stances again.
Yeah, now he's got that left foot kind of hobbling it a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely starting to run on a flat tire back there, which will impede a lot of his movement. And not only that, but if you're switch stances, now you're fighting in a stance that you probably don't have as much experience in throwing attacks or being defensive. Cervantes, exactly. Now that we have seen Redmond switch stances, Cervantes ought to bring that back leg high, looking for a head kick or an inside kick on the right leg.
Oh, and he connects now with a punch to the face. Sam showing what kicks can do, especially low kicks to the ankle, to the leg, and he hurt Blake, and now he's going up top to the head.
And so we see Redmond switch stances for a second, Left leg's forward, now the right leg's forward. Left leg's forward. I expect Cervantes to chop that leg at the end of a combination. You saw him right there, want to go for it. Redmond definitely does not have a whole lot more room on that leg life to continue to take these brutal leg kicks by the professional Muay Thai kickboxer, Cervantes.
Shouldn't Redmond look for a takedown to get off his feet?
I think he should have been looking for takedowns throughout the fight.
I saw him unleashing the fury.
Making a ground and pound finish here.
Beltran, the referee, looking up close.
And relentless ground and pound by Cervantes, who now loses top position.
But expert work by the referee. Many might have stopped it right there. He's giving Redmond a chance. And look at Redmond now on top. Amazing, applauding the referee there.
Yeah, let's see what Redmond's able to do from this top position, because he's finally in a spot where he does not have to worry about his leg getting kicked. I want to see what he's able to do in this grappling exchange here against Cervantes, who has a very active bottom game.
What a fight. Our matchmaker was dead on. Chris, he said this might be the fight of the night, and Redmond now looking to end it. Redmond landing blows. Cervantes, the Prince of Cambodia, using that heart to stay alive.
Yeah, Redmond does have pretty good ground game, which is why I was so surprised early in the matchup that he did not utilize any of it.
Big blows from Redmond. Sam responding with elbows.
These elbows are brutal.
Great elbows by Sam.
And Redmond allows him back to his feet, which really surprises me and makes me think that he wants no more of being on the ground with Sam because of those elbows, which are absolutely devastating. And Cervantes surgically uses them from the bottom. What a great round.
What a fun round. Cervantes, Sam unleashing the fury. Redmond said, nope, I'm here to stay and keep fighting. But again, shout out to the referee, because when you see a flurry of punches, lots of them maybe stop it a bit too early. Beltran, the best in the business, gave Redmond a chance, flipped it over, and this fight's still going on.
Yes, so let's take a look at these replays, and I bet a lot of these are going to be Cervantes landing those chopping leg kicks. Oh, here's the flurry where Cervantes gone on top.
Boom, boom.
Landed some strikes and really looked for the finish. Redmond was able to survive and then come up, counter with a takedown, and get top position, and almost end the round in top position, but he did not want to be above Cervantes on the ground.
And then here we see Redmond unleashing those punches, and then Sam
here's these
with
elbows.
the elbows.
Oh, and these things are brutal. Like I said, in his last matchup against Babacar Teal, he opened up a massive cut on the top of Babacar's head that was bleeding everywhere.
This might be the fight of the night, but we still have many more to go. But something's telling me this third round is going to be oh so fun.
It makes me wonder how much more grappling we're going to see out of Redmond. He was on top for a second, did not get anything going, but even...
I want to see Sam just keep trying to chop that front leg, and there you see Redmond switched it quickly when he's like, nope, I can't keep my left leg in front of Sam.
Yeah, I saw the same thing. He's like, left leg, oh wait, no, I'm going to hide this thing back here.
Oh, but he put it in front again. Sam's got only, and he chops it down again. I want to see another kick to the ankle. Oh, mouthpiece going to fly, and he's down. Sam's going to look to finish it here. Redmond trying to find his mouthpiece. Oh, what happened there?
He looked to Mike, he's like, all right, can I get my mouthpiece? Like, look to Mike Beltran.
And
but Mike hadn't stopped the action yet.
Sam could have laid some punches right there. Classy sportsmanship by
Yeah, and you can see Cervantes kind of twitching his hip. That's him pretending to kick. He's seeing how Redmond reacts, or if he reacts. And if he does not react to the fake kick, you chop that kick in there with power. Redmond's left leg, which is his damaged leg, is now in front and in position for more of these leg kicks like Cervantes just landed right there.
Do you have it 1-1, Blake, or do you have it 2-0?
I would probably have it 1-1. I think the winner of this round wins the fight, or if Cervantes, I think if Cervantes lays heavy in on these leg kicks for the rest of this round, he could potentially end it. That leg is really damaged.
Oh, into the head.
And that's the great thing about once you've established a weapon like he has, I think we're going to see a big left head kick out of Cervantes soon. I think we'll see him switch stances and look for a knockout strike. But as long as Redmond has that left leg for it, I believe Cervantes is just going to float around and then chop that leg just like that. 3.5 minutes is a long time to keep working these kicks in. Cervantes is staying elusive and then chopping that leg when it presents itself.
Look how Redmond's just planting just the toes on that front leg when he's standing. He doesn't want to be there at all.
And not just because he doesn't want to be there, but the lighter you are on the foot, the easier it is to bring the leg up to check and quote-unquote block the kick. The heavier you are on the leg, the more... And that's what I mean, where he's able to pop it up that time and take it on the shin instead of the meat on his leg.
And the problem Redmond has, he's like, last time I had the takedown, I ate 4 elbows. So I don't know if I want to get the takedown. But I think that's his best route. I think he should take down Shawne and use your size, ground and pound, and try to finish it that way, because at this distance, those kicks, they're starting to
did you see that bruise on his leg? And that's the second time that we've seen Redmond's mouthpiece come out. And Michael Beltran, in my opinion, doing the right thing here by saying, hey, keep that in your mouth. Such a great referee, Michael Beltran.
Oh, another hard kick by Shawne.
And switching stances of Redmond. He does not want any more kicks on that leg. We see Cervantes switch stances as well. I expect to see Cervantes, if they're in stance like this with Cervantes' right leg forward, chop the leg. If it's left, they're open stance, like I bet he's going back to the leg kick again here.
Ooh, good kick by Redmond to the body. He hasn't been able to land much on Shawne's head. Great head movement for this fight for Shawne. The previous 2 that we saw, he got caught a lot. Not this time around.
Yeah, I think he's being much more strategic about his engagements. I'd like to see him just be a tad more elusive. And that's a kick to the liver, which is devastating. I would rather get kicked or punched in the head than in the liver. Cervantes doing a great job of landing kicks to a variety of targets on his opponent. He's really been chewing up that left leg of Redmond, but now he's starting to attack the body as well.
And Shawne hasn't eaten many punches at all. I have this round clearly for Shawne. Redmond needs to step on the gas to try to... Oh! And that's what I said! Bang! Baby! Redmond to the head, and it's all she wrote. This place is electric.
Holy cow. Redmond was getting his legs eaten out from underneath him, and then throws a big head kick that turned Shawne's lights out.
Oh, Shawne had this fight won, and he got caught. And our prayers his way, because he has no idea where he is. That was a clean kick. Redmond, hats off to you. What a finish. What a fight, Shawne. Blessings your way, brother. We want to see him bounce back. And that's why this sport is beautiful, Blake. You could be, like if you're playing baseball and you're losing 7-0, the game's pretty much over. But in the MMA, you could be dominating, and in 1 second, one kick, and it's over. What a fight, what a kick, what a finish. Lights out, baby.
Yeah, what a performance by Michael Royal Redmond. Came out and started kickboxing with the kickboxer. Let's take a look at this knockout, Pablo. And here we go, the left head kick. We saw Redmond switch stances, and there it was. Got him, and a walk-off knockout. Landed it, turned around, and put his hands in the air. Wow.
Redmond stepped in. Shawne was trying to step back and see if he steps on his foot and catches. No, he just dropped. Oh, man.
He just did a great job of closing the distance on Shawne, who utilized head movement to get out of the way of the kick. But that forward step that Redmond took changed the range, and so the lean back did not work for Cervantes, who is going home with another loss on his record after getting knocked out brutally by Michael Redmond with a nice walk-off head kick knockout here at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15.
Wow, what a kick. And Shawne is still down. Yes, let's see it again. Again, it's sport, people, and people do get hurt. We hope Shawne's okay, and now he's sitting up. He's okay. I know now he's hurting more because he had this fight won, but watch, one mistake.
You see how he shuffled in? He threw the jab and then shuffled in. He hadn't been doing that before, which is why Cervantes thought he was safe leading back.
Does he hit him with the shin or the foot?
No, it's the shin.
Right? Ooh, yeah. Oh.
Because he was able to dodge these kicks before because he didn't close the distance. But watch how much Redmond moves forward. That forward motion is what put him in position to not land that knockout, and the reason Cervantes' head movement was not enough to get him out of the way of that kick. And Cervantes now at least sitting up.
What a knockout. Cervantes' Shawne was delivering punishment to the legs of Redmond. We're like, oh, he's on a flat tire. Well, that flat tire, Blake, that you mentioned, rose up and finished the fight.
You know, one thing I like to say is when you hit things, you dull the person's sword. And I thought that that left leg was done. I didn't think he had a whole lot of movement left in it, but he was able to move that shin up to Cervantes' head and get a beautiful highlight reel knockout. Hats off to Michael Royal Redmond. And there's Cervantes, who looks like he is back composed, but with a ton of swelling around his right eye. You see that thing?
Put some ice on that right away. But Sam, he's talking. He's okay.
And what a warrior Cervantes is to come back to life after taking that brutal head kick. And I thought he was winning. He's got to be a little bummed.
Let's go with Tyson Johnson and the official decision.
Your winner by way of knockout, Michael Redmond.
Let's go to Bonnie Jill with our winner.
Michael, what a finish. Now, you were taking a little bit of a punishment there. Walk us through that last inning of that head kick knockout.
I don't know, I just felt like I wanted it more. I knew that I was finding my range, and I kept seeing it, I kept just missing it, and finally it landed. So.
It was getting pretty intense. At any point, did you feel a little gassed?
One more time?
At any point, did you feel tired? Because it was very intense throughout the entire fight.
Not really. I actually feel like I could go a few more rounds. I put in a lot of work for this, really worked my cardio. It's my biggest worry. He's a tough dude. I know it's going to be hard to finish him. And he proved it. He was fucking tough.
As an established kickboxer, I mean, you were taking a lot of strikes. How's your leg feeling, and how were you able to bounce back after all that?
Well, I'm an established boxer myself, so I knew my hands were touching him up, and he didn't like it when I hit him. I dropped him in that first round with that left hook, so I know I just needed to find the shots, and I was going to get him.
How much respect do you give to your opponent here?
Fuck, I give him a lot of respect. He took some mean shots, gave me some mean shots. It was a fun-ass fight. I'm just happy I got the W, to be honest.
How are you feeling now? What are you doing after this fight, besides celebrating?
Fuck, just going to go hang out with my friends, get high, and kick it with my cat.
All right, well, you deserve that. Congratulations, Michael. Back to you guys.
That might have been my favorite post-fight interview ever. Great work by Bonnie Jill there. Couple little F-bombs. We apologize for that. But
I mean, he was landing bombs with his hands and feet and throwing bombs into the microphone.
But we got to applaud that kick. It was a highlight knockout. We saw a great 6-second knockout with that right punch. Boom, beautiful. And now we have a kick knockout. Which one did you like more? The punch or the kick? It's kind of hard for me. They were both beautiful.
I'm going to go with the kick because he really earned that. He had taken a ton of damage, and it was against a very high-level professional kickboxer in Cervantes. Let's take a look at some more of those highlights, Pablo.
I love them both. The punch, 6-second knockout, and this kick knockout. But we were praising Sam. He had the fight under control in the judges' eyes, I think. Let's see all the highlights here. Sam with some nice attacks.
Round one, I thought Michael Redmond did a fantastic job of pressuring Sam and bringing it to Sam and fighting him in his world. But then Cervantes really started landing some brutal leg kicks. We saw Cervantes almost get a finish in the first round, but not quite. Michael Redmond here, a little bit of top game, but the majority of this fight was fought on the feet with Redmond standing right in front of Cervantes. Cervantes started fighting. And really, in my opinion, taking the fight, and you could see the damage that accumulated on the left leg of Redmond. Here it is, the knockout on the leg that Cervantes had been chewing up with leg kicks.
Redmond with the win, sticking the tongue out, flexing, and the But I also liked what he said after. He said, I'm going to go hang out with my dad. I'm going to go kick it with my boys. I love that. Always love your parents, people. I love that. Showing love for Pops. Go have fun, Redmond. You deserved it. What a knockout. What a kick.
Yeah, I am a Michael Royal Redmond fan after that fight, and especially after that interview, Pablo.
Oh, yeah, that was awesome. Bonnie Jill was laughing. Let's look at one more shot they have for us.
And the sportsmanship and the embracement of Michael Redmond and Cervantes after going to war. They fought for about 13 minutes, and to be able to embrace another warrior after you fought them is world class.
I like that. We like to show respect. The fighters show respect here on Lights Out. I know it's just a beautiful kick. Sam had a good fight. Again, he doesn't have a pro victory, but he's been in every single fight. He's had a chance in every single fight, and here, time was on his side. One mistake, and that's all she wrote, but that's why I love MMA.
And that's all that it takes sometimes is one mistake. What a fantastic adjustment there by Michael Redmond, who used his damaged leg to get that knockout. Wow.
Quick break, and we'll be back with more. You know you're having fun, baby. Quiros versus Mora is next. This is Lights Out Extreme Fighting with the perfect combo, Blake and Pablo.
Making his way to the Lights Out cage, Steve Mora.
Steve the Maniac Mora has 12 MMA fights, career fights. This is his 8th time making the professional walk. First time making the walk here at Lights Out Extreme Fighting. So Mora has very fast hands and great leg kicks. I'd like to see him hide those kicks behind punch combinations. Mora needs to throw a few strikes, then disengage. Quiros tends to return fire recklessly when he gets hit, so Mora needs to be gone after he lands his shots. As Mora chips away at Quiros with quick combinations and leg kicks, he will eventually hurt Quiros with something big. When he does this, Mora needs to look to get on his opponent's back and try to hit an rear naked choke to turn his opponent's lights out. And I say that because in his last outing, he choked his opponent unconscious with a rear naked choke, and he has several rear naked choke submission victories. It would not surprise me to see him get another one here tonight at Lights Out Extreme Fighting 15. And very calm. I am almost surprised coming out to music like this. Me personally, I couldn't do it. I need something that's going to give me a little more heart. Like, it's almost depressing. But if whatever it takes for him to put himself in the right state of mind to come out and go to war.
And now, walking to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Badai Quiros.
Badai Quiros walking in second. What's up, Blake?
Yeah,
oh, the energy here is good.
This guy fought on March 13th, lost a unanimous decision, so he fought like weeks ago, Pablo, which is absolutely bonkers. But Quiros needs to pull the trigger here in his LXF debut. He was a little bit gun-shy in his last fight, so he needs to get his offense going, particularly throwing multiple attacks in combination. Defensively, when Quiros is pressured by Mora, he needs to use lateral movement to get out of harm's way and then counter with offense of his own.
Quiros. Those were Blake Bulletproof Troops' keys to victory. Quiros is from Tijuana, Mexico. Viva Mexico! Quick shout out to all the beautiful people, all the beautiful faces, beautiful races from this entire nation and this entire world. And everybody, we are one. So we always show love to all cultures, all classes, all faces, all races. This fight is sponsored by
And putting the mouthpiece in, Badai Quiros is ready to go to battle.
Tail of the tape, 35 years for Quiros, 32 for Steve Mora. 3-inch height advantage for Mora, who came in first. 135 pounds, this fight. This fight is sponsored by iHeartRadio, connecting you with the artists that play the songs you love. iHeartRadio. Let's go to Tyson Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is 3 5-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in 136.9 pounds. He represents Rounders MMA with a mixed martial arts record of 3 wins and 4 defeats. He hails from Coachella Valley, California. Please welcome Steve Mora. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. He weighed in at 135.7 pounds. He represents the Home Dojo Jiu-Jitsu with a mixed martial arts record of 2 wins and 4 defeats. He hails from Tijuana, Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Badai Quiros. Your referee for this bout is Mr. Romero.
Oh, something tells me this fight's gonna get good. They're talking, they're chomping at the bit. And when two fighters come in, staring at each other, dancing, you know it's gonna be good. Oh, they're both looking ready. Quiros and Mora.
Yeah, and only a slight height differential between the two, but Mora looks significantly longer to me. Look at how long his legs are. Mora's got great hands. I'd like to see him pump those hands out and then chop behind those hands with big kicks.
Ooh, let's kick to the ankles.
Yeah, but Quiros doing a good job of getting out and shooting some shots. Quiros has got to be careful here, though, because Steve Mora has fantastic submissions, particularly catching rear naked chokes during scrambles, which he did in his last fight, and it would not surprise me if he's able to do again here at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15. Mora turns things around, now has Quiros against the cage with great head positioning here. He has double underhooks. I'd like to see him potentially drop down and try and go for the hips here. But Quiros is able to dig in an underhook of his own and turn Mora so his back's against the cage.
And Mora, the bigger of the two fighters, but here Quiros flipped it over. Mora trying to land those knees.
You know, that's one of the beautiful things about an underhook. The guy who kind of digs the side, has that arm under, you see his right arm. When you have an underhook and you're fighting with that side, you can kind of overpower a bigger person utilizing leverage and technique.
Oh, good knee by Mora.
That was. You see the way he kind of created that opening with his hand, locked it in there, and then blasted him with a knee. I'm surprised that we don't see Mora now trying to escape his hips to his right-hand side. But Quiros doing a good job of keeping Mora's back against the cage. I'd like to see him utilize better head position here, though.
Question, though, Blake, Quiros is wasting a lot of energy pressing him up against the cage, but he's not adding any shots, and he's eating knees.
You're 100% right, and he's utilizing arm strength and stuff to hold him against the cage instead of head position. Head position makes it so that you do not have to expend a ton of energy.
Oh, there we go. At least Quiroz got a couple of knees in. Go on, Blake.
I think we're going to see Mora potentially get a takedown right here. Double underhooks and lands on top of his opponent. Steve Mora has fantastic jiu-jitsu. I'd like to see him try and pass over one of these butterfly hooks, but Quiroz fights back to his feet quickly. Mora back on top, though. Quiroz never able to make his way fully back to his feet before Mora put him down. And Mora now, I would like to see him shift over those. You can see the right knee of Quiroz potentially going to get past him, but those feet between his legs are called butterfly hooks. And those will really disrupt your balance and base when you're on top of an opponent, making it hard to strike or hard to pass. Oh, and he snatches the neck. Unable to get the submission there and potentially putting himself at risk for what we call a Von Flue choke by holding onto it for too long. Quiroz sees this, and you can see him starting to climb. You see how he's locked his hands up? And now he's going to drop the shoulder, left shoulder pressure in. Mora's arm is trapped there. Quiroz does not finish the Von Flue choke, but he is now inside control with a far side underhook.
Good work by Quiroz there. He still has 2 minutes. He's got a good side position right here. Should he go for try to get the mount, or he might?
I believe that he should, but Mora's not settling. So, Quiroz was on his hip for a second, and that's because he really needed to hold Mora down. Unfortunately, in that position, you can't implement a whole lot of submission offense or striking offense. Now you see the left hand of Mora digging in for the underhook. This is what's going to allow him to get up and to counter with his own takedown, as he's doing here. Hits the switch, but stays on top of him.
And now they're back on their feet. Beautiful spin by Quiroz, who has Mora up against the cage. Another knee by Quiroz.
Yeah, that was a very smart back and forth exchange and grappling there by both competitors.
Max Mob, Rin on his trunks. He's from Tijuana. Is Bedoy Quiroz. My wife is from Mexico. I lived a year in Mexico. So always love to el gran país de Mexico. Viva Mexico.
So it looked to me like we saw a little bit less steam out of Quiroz on those last punches, and that's what I think is a residual of him holding more against the cage, utilizing more arm strength than head position.
Very little punching in boxing so far in this fight. No, Blake.
Man, I would not surprise me if we see Mora start bringing some kicks low and high. You can see Quiroz, there we go, keeping his hands relatively low, almost shoulder or nipple height, which puts your head in a very dangerous position, especially for a guy like Mora who has great kicks.
And Mora doing a great job also of using his height and length advantage to have Quiroz not even be able to throw a punch. He intended to throw a punch. There's another one, and he's missing by 2 feet.
Which is exactly what he should be doing as the longer fighter, and in my opinion, the better striker of the two.
Great work by Mora so far. First round, I'll give it to him. How did you see it, Blake?
You know, I would say thus far, man, it's really close because we saw Quiroz on top for a good amount of time. I'd probably give the round to Quiroz, but the thing is, the momentum is quickly moving into Mora's favor.
And right at the bell, a punch landed. Be interesting to see which way.
There's a little bit of blood now coming out of Mora's nose. There is. That last strike landed. It looked pretty good from here, but seeing blood trickle out.
Was the bell before the punch or right after?
You know, the thing about throwing landing a strike that late is it's when did you start to throw the strike? Did the strike hit after the bell, or did you start to throw the strike after the bell?
So if you throw it and the bell rings and you connect, it counts.
Even
it's sort of
like
in basketball, like you shoot
where if you're stepping in, swinging, you can kind of like. And I don't think there was anything cheap about that landed. But here we go with Quiroz being on top of Mora, digging out the underhook, and coming back up. Quiroz unable to do anything with top position on Steve Mora. And in my opinion, spent a lot of energy holding Steve Mora against the cage, which I think probably won him the round, but might have cost him the majority of his gassing. And there's that big left hand that left Quiroz leaking at the end of round one.
It definitely landed clean. Let's go to round number 2. We'd like to see what Quiroz can do. Quiroz needs to step it up, try to close that distance.
Yeah, and Steve Mora's hands look very fresh. He's moving around and looks like he's moving light on his feet. I want to see him continue to do this. Like I said in my bullet points, victory, touch, move. Get in, touch him a few times, and then disengage before we see a reckless counter.
Look at the breathing of Quiroz, Blake. You fought before. How tough is it when you have blood coming from your nose? Not that you got hit often, but I see him struggling with the breathing right now.
You know, I definitely got hit often. I didn't get the name bulletproof by not getting hit, I'll tell you what. But so something to keep in mind, not only does it make it harder to breathe, but now your jaw is open because he's breathing through his mouth, which puts you significantly more vulnerable to being knocked unconscious. Ideally, when you get hit,
oh! It's gonna finish right here. Mora landing, the nose bloodied. He can't breathe, and he's just eating punches. Good work by Quiroz, showing that Tijuana heart to stay in this fight.
Mexican fighters are as tough as they come. But this is
tap, and it's over.
You know, this is exactly how I thought this fight was going to end. That we're going to see Steve Mora hurt his opponent with strikes and then look for the submission once he hurt his opponent. And sure enough, he did.
What I think really changed his fight was that last second punch, because it hurt his nose, it bloodied his nose. Quiroz couldn't breathe. He was struggling. He had to open up his mouth. And now, like you said, your mouth is open. The jaw's a lot easier to hurt. Now he's worried, he can't breathe, got the choke, all she wrote.
Yeah, beautiful job there by Steve Mora, stunning his opponent with hands and then being able to switch gears into grappling and lock up a guillotine choke that he finished on the cage wall early in round 2. I think he lost the first round, but momentum was in his favor at the end of the round, and sure enough, Steve Mora is able to get the submission win in his Lights Out Extreme Fighting debut.
Mora likes it. Quiroz, he was a gamer, but I want to see this, see the end on how it finished real quick. Boom, a straight flush clean.
Hurt right there. Reflexively shoots him with a takedown because Mexican fighters never quit. Mora continued an onslaught of strikes, but Quiroz continued to fight through them. He's pressured up a little bit too much here and got his neck caught by the submission grappler, Steve Mora, who brought that arm high. A high arm guillotine is what that's called when you bring the elbow over the top, and got the submission win against a very tough opponent in David Quiroz.
And we're still not done. We have a lot more to go in this great night of Lights Out Extreme Fighting. So let's recap, Blake. We had a 6-second knockout. We had a couple of decisions. We had a fighter stop at the during the timeout between rounds.
Yeah, couldn't make the bell.
We had a head kick to the head knockout, and now a submission. We're just chalking them all off in the bingo board. We're doing it all on Lights Out.
Had somebody leave on a stretcher. Lights Out Extreme Fighting, the home of people going, oh, lights out.
Submissions, knockouts with punches, knockouts with kicks. A belt was taken. There's a new champ in the amateur division. We've seen it all, and we still have all the main fights coming up. We still have Gilbert Nakatani coming up. We still have an undefeated fighter in the co-main coming up. This is Lights Out Extreme Fighting. We got it all. I am Pablo Alcina, at Pablo Alcina. Follow me on Instagram and on Twitter, at Bulletproof Troop. Follow Blake Bulletproof Troop as well. Follow Lights Out. Follow Shawne Merriman. Let's keep building this baby. Let's go to the official decision with Tyson Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 55 seconds into round number 2, your winner by way of tap out, Steve Mora.
Bonnie Jill with the interview on our winner, Mora.
Steve, first of all, great sportsmanship right there. What did you say to your opponent?
First and foremost, gracias a Dios por todo. God willing, this happens because of him. All praise and glory to him as first and foremost. And I was just telling him, he just invited me to his gym if I ever go to Tijuana to come train. And I told him I would because I have family from TJ, so I'll see him. But he stepped on short notice, so I got to thank David a lot because if it wasn't for him stepping up, I wouldn't have a fight tonight. So I'm glad he came in and put on a show. Especially he had just lost a couple weeks ago. It takes a real man to come in and fight again.
I love that, class act. Now, in that first round, you connected right at the bell. Did you know that that was going to be a turning point in this fight?
I'm a slow starter, so yeah, I think at the end, since I landed something, I just wanted to keep patient and then slowly get that finish. I don't ever try to get a finish, but that's 4 wins, 4 finishes. It's just something that is the product of the work that we put in at the gym. So man, all honor and glory to God. That's all I can say.
How much confidence did your corner give you after that first round? Because I noticed you settled in and you were able to finish right away.
Yeah, well, my coach Val told me, just press him against the fence. He asked me how I felt. On the ground, I felt great, so the plan was gonna actually to press him against the cage if I needed and take him down. But yeah, that was it.
Congratulations. Well deserved. Pablo, back to you.
I love that. The fighter who lost told the fighter who won, hey, come train at my gym in Tijuana. And he said, I have family in Tijuana. They're both Mexican fighters. That is awesome, class act. And he also gave praise to Jesus Christ. And he put on an impressive showing right here.
You know, one of the things about fighting somebody is at the end of it, you either have a ton of respect for them or none. Typically, you have a ton because you've really seen what that man was made out of. And it's almost like a bonding experience. So when these two dudes get in here and fight the way they did, and then at the end of it, you're able to embrace and invite them to your home gym, class act.
Let's see the highlights again. I again say everything changed with that last second punch in the first round that affected the breathing of Quiroz. But let's watch it again and break it down.
Yes, so Quiroz was definitely the aggressor for the majority of round one. Had more pressed against the cage, more did get a quick takedown, but was not able to do anything with it. We saw almost relentless pressure by Badai Quiroz on Steve Mora. And at the end, we started seeing a little bit of momentum starting to go in Mora's favor, and at the closing seconds of that fight, landed that big left hand, which started out round two, momentum in his favor, and did not take Mora long to tag his opponent again and then lock up a high arm guillotine and get the submission win.
And the submission was quick also because the blood was gushing out. He couldn't breathe. Then they stop your breathing right here. It was a quick tap. Just beautiful work by Mora, Blake.
Yeah, I've never been in the position where I'm leaking a bunch out of my nose. Actually, I have. I went to sleep in the choke. I don't remember it. But to be choking on your own blood while being choked in the neck, it's got to be absolutely tough. I don't remember because I went to sleep when it happened to me.
I've never been choked out, only play acting. Sage Northcutt choked me out one time. Quick break and we'll be back with more. Hopefully Blake won't knock me out. We'll be back with more. This is Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. Batin Gonzalez is next, taking on Alvarado. Blake.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Trey Alvarado.
Trey Alvarado, another Saxon Muay Thai practitioner and former Special Forces in the military. This guy is a legit killer, and I'm not even speaking metaphorically.
You're talking about Special Forces. You know, I got to applaud that. Trey Alvarado walking in God bless the USA and everybody who has served this great country. Now, Blake, bulletproof troops, bullet points for victory.
Yeah, Trey Alvarado is great at pressuring his opponents with forward advancement. As he does this, I'd like to see Alvarado cut off the ring and herd his opponent towards the cage wall. Alvarado has a variety of tools in his arsenal, so I'd like to see him be diverse in the offense he implements. Once Alvarado finds himself on top of the Mexicano, he needs to be methodical with strikes and positional advancement until he finds himself in a dominant fight-ending position.
I'm liking the dancing. The last fighter who came in dancing with that much swag, he won the fight. So I always applaud when they come in with that dancing style, because if you ever see me at an event, you're going to see me dancing, and I do that to loosen up. These fighters do it the same way. Blake, what's your warm-up, True?
You know, I'm a little bit more intense with it, but tonight, I think just about every guy that we saw come out dancing, one of them left with some championship jewelry. So I think it is the right thing to be doing here tonight in Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15.
He's got the tattoos working. Trey Alvarado going for his third win. He is undefeated, 2-0 as a pro, 29 years of age. This one's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, and I want to say Saxon has gone 3-0 tonight, including one of the guys who took home the championship jewelry earlier tonight. So the team as a whole has fantastic momentum going into this matchup.
Looking to remain undefeated is Trey Alvarado. His team also looking to go undefeated here. Let's go to our cage announcer, Tyson Johnson.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Aeria Batin Gonzalez.
Aeria the Mexicano Baton Gonzalez.
Aeria Batin Gonzalez. Let's go to Blake, bulletproof troops.
Gonzalez has effective boxing, and he does a great job of closing his combinations with kicks. So it'll benefit him greatly to fight long, having strategic engagements where he throws a few strikes, lands a kick, then disengages. Trey Alvarado uses a ton of movement during the fights, so I believe a heavy emphasis on kick offense will pay off for Gonzalez during this bout.
Aeria Batin Gonzalez had the hair looking nice. I was never able to do braids. Even when I had hair, it was just never got long enough. But you know, got to shave it off. Looking good still. Aeria Batin Gonzalez going for his 4th ever win. 5'9" for him, 5'10" for Trey Alvarado. Very even, except in the age. Batin Gonzalez 10 years older than Trey Alvarado. Let's go to the numbers, tail of the tape. What else jumps out to you, Blake?
You know, there's not a whole lot of difference. We see 3 losses, though, on Aeria Batin Gonzalez's record, and a clean, undefeated professional record for Trey Alvarado, which also worth noting. He went 8-1 as an amateur with his 1 loss being a decision. Trey Alvarado has never been finished in 11 career fights, Pablo.
Woo! This fight is sponsored by Family First Life. Protect what matters most. Family First Life.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this bout will be 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 145.5 pounds. He represents the Dream Team with an undefeated record of 2 wins and 0 defeats. He hails from Ventura, California. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Trey Too Smooth Alvarado.
Like the nickname, Too Smooth.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in 144.4 pounds. He represents Team AKA with a mixed martial arts record of 3 wins and 3 defeats. He hails from Watsonville, California. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Mexicano, Aeria Batin Gonzalez. Your referee for this bout will be Mike Beltran.
Batin Gonzalez, Team AKA. Shout out to Cain Velasquez, who's with us at a Lights Out Xtreme Fighting event. Also Javier Mendez, the head of AKA, up in
Man, it just got loud in here. The people are ready to watch Trey Alvarado and Isaiah Gonzalez go to war right now.
This is going to be a good one. Beltran, kick us off.
Both fighters bouncing around, ready.
Fight underway. Alvarado and Gonzalez touching gloves. Measuring each other out early.
So Alvarado uses a ton of movement and switches stances a lot, which will help put him in advantageous striking positions.
Ooh, kick that didn't connect, and he nearly ate that punch from Trey Alvarado. The blonde hair flying, flopping, looking to remain undefeated. Low kick, not much power, but showing, hey,
you know, you don't have to throw kicks extremely hard, but I would like to see Isaiah start throwing those behind kicks, behind punches. You do not want to throw naked kicks, meaning a kick that does not have any setup, because it puts you in a vulnerable position.
The last fight finished with a kick to the head, and then the one right after that with a submission. Let's see how this one's going to finish. Ooh, Martin Gonzalez not missing by much. I love the movement by Alvarado. He's called too smooth, and we can see why. True.
I mean, you saw those dance moves when he came out. That was too smooth, baby.
Boom, and then a nice kick. Also, I like how he hops one way, the other. Boom, boom.
Yeah, Trey Alvarado is great. He has a variety of different tools in his toolbox, and he's great at mixing it up. I think the more he's able to mix up his punches, his kicks, and then start working in his takedowns, the more he will be able to start running away with the fight, even though he's up against a very tough Isaiah Gonzalez.
Ooh.
Isaiah's doing a great job of sticking and moving like I said he ought to do in my bullet points for victory. A little more forward motion than I would have expected out of him, because Trey typically is the guy moving forward, as you see here, continually moving forward towards his opponent.
Moving forward, but Martin Gonzalez did connect on 2 short jabs, and then a nice little right, and now a kick. So even though Alvarado's moving a lot, he's not landing a lot. And I like what Martin Gonzalez is doing.
Yeah, I think he stays behind straight punches like this and then chops in leg kicks to close out combinations and exchanges. That way he can start to reduce Trey Alvarado's ability to move, flatten those tires.
But Alvarado responding. Interesting, when you look at Martin Gonzalez's eyes, he's staring like at the chest of Trey Alvarado. He's not looking up to the head. Interesting.
So that's where you want to look, because you can tell the eyes are going to lie to you in a fight. If you look at someone's chest, you can tell exactly what they're doing, because your body's behind the motions. A person can look low and kick high. The eyes can easily be deceiving once you're inside of the fight itself.
You see Gonzalez looking straight, but Gonzalez looking down. And Alvarado looking straight a little bit higher up. 2:30 to go in this one. I'd like to see more kicks from Alvarado. Trey Alvarado smooth. He's got some nice kicks. Is there blood from his nose? Yes, there is.
It's hard to tell. I couldn't tell if he just got a shot on the nose, a little bit red, or what. You know, I said that Isaiah ought to be moving around, sticking and moving, but he's had his best moments moving forward. I'd like to see him maybe start trying to put the pressure on Trey Alvarado, because Trey is typically the guy putting pressure on his opponents.
Ooh, nice
maybe
jab.
He's a little uncomfortable having somebody put pressure on him.
Nice jabs by Martin Gonzalez. Nice kicks. Team AK. Oh, did he hurt his foot? When you see him hop like that, maybe.
You know, when you kick somebody, even if you land flush on the leg, it still is a tremendous...
And Alvarado knows it.
Man, both guys seem to be doing the best when they are pushing forward and being the aggressor.
This fight is going to get good. I'd like to see frontal kicks from Gonzalez to keep that distance, because Trey Alvarado is closing it down. Alongside Blake Bulletproof Troop, I am Pablo Alcina, live on Fubo Sports for Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. Nice combo. Those lefts are working for Martin Gonzalez. And there it is again.
Whoa,
I told you.
Wobbled a little with that jab.
I told you, the left is working all day long.
Yeah, you called that, Pablo. So one of the things about moving forward is just like a head-on car crash. A punch when you walk into it does a lot more damage than a punch where you're standing still or moving backwards. And Trey Alvarado has walked into several left hands, like you said, that have been doing work for Martin Gonzalez.
And now it's Alvarado responding with some head kicks, and that one did not miss by much. And now there's blood in Trey Alvarado, and this one's getting good. Losses on Martin Gonzalez, but when they tell you he's Team AKA, you got to be careful.
Yeah,
because they come here to fight. Oh, Trey Alvarado with the up and a nice takedown right there.
Yeah, beautiful job having a diversity in his offense. Caught Martin Gonzalez a little over pressuring and dropped for the takedown, secured top position, but only 30 seconds left on the clock to work.
What a fun first round, going back and forth. Batin Gonzalez had it in my book early. Trey Alvarado trying to close the gap for the judges here. What action?
You know, I think that it's still Gonzalez's first round. I would like to see Trey put a little bit more into that last barrage when he was on top, because I think it could have potentially won him this close round. But I think Gonzalez is taking this first round, in my opinion.
But Trey Alvarado caused damage also. What a fun fight. We had Psalm and that amazing fight with Redmond. This one, we had a 6-second knockout. I'm talking about boom, put him to sleep in 6 seconds in one fight. And now this one, Blake, we have it all. Blake Bulletproof, True Pablo Alcina.
Yeah, so Trey Alvarado, great job of coming in with pressure, but Gonzalez finding a home with that left hand. Both guys, in my opinion, having their best moments. Yeah, that jab. And just pick that shot. Like, left hand is there all day, like you were saying, Pablo.
Here goes again.
And here's the takedown. Too much forward pressure. Trey Alvarado reads it, changes levels, and easily gets the takedown. Not able to do a ton of damage from the top that time. But if I'm his corner, I'm saying, hey, we're going to throw some shots at this guy. When he comes back at us, we're dropping for that takedown. Diversity in offense right now is going to be Trey Alvarado's best friend.
I would tell Batin Gonzalez, use that distance, use that left jab, keep that movement close, and be careful with the takedown, because you don't want Trey Alvarado on top of you again. Let's go to round numero dos, round number 2. What a good one we have here. Batin Gonzalez and Trey Alvarado.
Second round. You're fight. Let's go.
Sportsmanship again.
Another touch the gloves. Big fan of that.
Now the head movement by both of them. It's like shadow boxing, except here comes that left jab again, and it gets through every single time.
Yeah, and you see Trey really respecting the hands of his opponent. That's why he was kind of faking his way in for so long, because that left hand has been going to work for Gonzalez.
And now it's Alvarado responding with the right. And a nice combo. That's what Alvarado's got to do. Just close down the distance. You don't want distance because you're eating jabs, my man.
You know, unless you want him to come chasing in. Like you see, Gonzalez, a little bit of forward motion there. So that's one of the things with Trey Alvarado. Pressure in and then draw your opponent back so he comes to you. And then you can change levels and get a much easier takedown.
So 4 minutes to go in the second one. I see a little bit more energy on Trey Alvarado's side. Looking a little bit winded is Isaiah Batin Gonzalez, but, you know, looks can lie sometimes. But I think Alvarado's going to put on the pressure here.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Pablo. I think Alvarado's taking a little bit more damage, but he's the guy who's the aggressor, coming in and bringing the fight to his opponent.
And luckily took that hit to the nose, but it doesn't seem to be affecting his breathing like we saw in the previous fight. Oh, strong kick to the body, chopping him down.
Did you hear that pop and crack as he landed that shin on Isaiah Gonzalez's rib? Ouch!
It sounded clean. Batin Gonzalez took it like a champ, though. He didn't budge. Here comes Alvarado.
Man, that left hand, like you said, Pablo, if I'm Isaiah Gonzalez, I'm going to try and keep pumping that thing out.
Ooh, Alvarado to the head.
And
now we're
looks
connected.
like he's slowing
Oh, flying knee. Nearly connected.
Trey Alvarado smelled blood for a second. I even thought that Gonzalez might have been a little bit hurt, but he seems totally composed now. But he's definitely fighting from his heels, which is not a great place to be fighting from.
What a good fight going both ways, back and forth. Alvarado winning this second round. I gave the first to Batin Gonzalez. We have a war, and we're not even halfway through round number 2.
Yeah, this pressure is starting to overwhelm Batin Gonzalez. Looks like he doesn't have as much in the tank right now as Trey Alvarado does, and he's not fighting being pressured here.
And now goes the left. Oh, you want me to throw some lefts? And it's Alvarado throwing lefts. The tongue came out for Batin Gonzalez. Now he's responding with that left jab again. What a fun fight. Now strong kick low.
Yeah, that was a good one. You can see how heavy Batin Gonzalez was on that leg. And you can see how tired he is when he tries to bring his hand back after throwing a punch.
Oh, good movement by Alvarado. He's enjoying it now.
You know, he's a soldier. He's at home on the battlefield. And he's in there having fun and going to work.
Uppercut would be open for Alvarado as well. He kind of threw one. I'd like to see him load up some power and unleash an uppercut. He could finish it. Now Batin Gonzalez Your gas is running out. Keep throwing that jab, baby. There it is again. Whoa, did you see the uppercut, Blake? I was calling it.
Yeah, you're right. I think that if Alvarado continues these blitzing pressure attacks on his own choice, then he's going to finish Gonzalez potentially in the next 90 seconds.
Great front kick. That's open as well.
You can see Julio Trana, head coach of Trey Alvarado, waving him in.
Oh, another flying knee. It was like I saw another one. It's a highlight reel show for Alvarado. He's not missing by much, but he wants to win this fight. He wants to finish it right here.
And he wants to win it in highlight reel fashion. 3 times now we've seen him throw that flying knee. I'd almost like to see him disengage right here and go for it again. Minute left on the clock though, securing a takedown.
Oh, and he got it. Legs wrapped around by Martin Gonzalez.
You know, that wasn't a takedown by Alvarado. We saw Gonzalez jump to guard, which is a very dangerous thing to do in mixed martial arts, and makes me wonder if he's exhausted and wants a way out of this fight. Alvarado raining down shots from the top.
Trying to grab an armbar. He's climbing those legs like he said. Is there anything there for Martin Gonzalez?
Yeah, but he's so exhausted it might be hard to finish anything. His legs may be burning from running around the ring so much. And being under his opponent, scrunched in half, makes it so hard to breathe. And he has 30 seconds left in this miserable spot under Trey Alvarado, who I think could stay on top the rest of this round, grind his opponent down, and potentially even get a finish here. You see Mike Beltran looking very closely.
Yeah, Beltran knows there's not much gas tank in Martin Gonzalez. Another nasty elbow could stop it, or he could be saved by the bell. And we're going to see round 3.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Gonzalez survive, but at the same time, frying pan into the fire. You might have survived here, but now you're back on the feet with a fresh Trey Alvarado.
Martin Gonzalez, we're clapping for him. He just gave the head nod, but it was that head nod of like, whoa, this is a lot tougher than I thought. Trey Alvarado came to fight, and Trey Alvarado is undefeated, 2-0. Highlight time. I hope we see some of those flying knees. They didn't connect, but they were beautiful, beautiful.
So a lot of pressure out of Trey Alvarado, who's coming in and landing shots almost at will. And there you see a little bit slow retraction of the strike by Gonzalez.
There it is.
Here's one of these flying knees that was inches from turning his opponent's lights out.
Even though it didn't connect with the head, it kind of connected on the chest. Great work by Alvarado.
And even if it didn't connect, his opponent's like, holy cow,
what is
this dude is throwing some knockout strikes at me. I gotta be careful.
We are live, Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15. He's Blake Bulletproof Troop. I'm Pablo Alcina. We are rocking it, not stopping it for Shawne Merriman because he's building a monster. This is awesome. We still have many more fights. I think this one does not go to a decision, Blake. I think this one's going to finish right here, one way or the other. Trey Alvarado wants to end it, but he has to be careful because one wrong move and Martin Gonzalez can flip it as well.
You know, just like we saw earlier, someone was winning, in my opinion, the fight, and then got knocked unconscious. So Trey Alvarado absolutely has to be cautious of the power in Isaiah Martin's hands and feet. And I love this.
Stepping it up.
Because you really, like I said, respect somebody or don't respect somebody after a fight. And what these two have been putting on the table, you know that they are both made of iron and steel, baby.
It's also some way a smart strategy by Martin Gonzalez. It's like, hey, I just wasted 10 seconds in this round, you know, with a little hug, and plus he can come out storms blazing, those flying knees, if I'm going to give him a hug. You know, this is a chess game too. First 30 seconds, but I love the sportsmanship. Trey Alvarado wants to end it. He wants a knockout in his perfect record.
See, I think Gonzalez is doing the right thing here. We're seeing much more emphasis on moving around and picking his engagements. I think that's a smart thing for him to do.
Oh. Nasty eye poke.
You know, that happens with open hand gloves, but I have a ton of respect for Trey Alvarado, who stepped back like, oh, I'm sorry, before the referee even had to step in.
Oh.
Oftentimes you have seen somebody follow up with strikes after landing a clear.
No, I don't want people to boo because he was legit poked in the eye. I hope we see it in the replay.
I think maybe people are booing because this has been such a fantastic fight, but there's nothing to boo about.
Yeah, there's nothing. Let's see if we have the eye poke. You be the judge. Troop, is it dirty or not?
That second one. It looks like he got poked in the eye to me.
Yeah.
And if there wasn't an eye poke, I think Trey Alvarado would have said something right there like, bro, come on. But immediately he's like, oh, my bad.
Whoa, careful throwing in the wood. Oh, no. All right, let's hope he can continue. What a fight. We do not want it to finish like this. Look at the face, and that's the face of the fighter who's winning the fight, Blake. That's...
You know, one of the things about mixed martial arts and having open-handed gloves is fingers can sometimes get in a person's eyes, and the eyes are extremely vulnerable to damage. All it takes is a little fingernail in the eye to potentially end a fight.
Well, that's what I think our viewers, you know, none of them have...
What a tragedy.
No.
This fight ends in a, I'm going to assume a no contest because it was an accidental illegal foul. But what a bummer. No shame to Isaiah Gonzalez. If he was unable to continue and the referee stopped that, anybody here who's booing because of that.
Yeah, don't boo.
Yeah, that's...
Don't boo.
And I get that people wanted to see this fight continue and potentially get finished.
Think about it this way. People at home who are not fighters have never been punched in the face, usually. But we've all got something stuck in our eye. You know, sometimes you have a little dust and you can't see anything from a dust. Imagine sweat and an eye and a fingernail going into your eye swinging. That's what he's going through. And what he's saying is he can't see. And if you can't see out of one eye, it makes it way too difficult to fight. Let's watch another angle here of the eye poke. Let's see.
And so it looks like Trey reached his left hand outright, or right hand, excuse me. Hard to see him in that angle. But again, Trey Alvarado, in my opinion, would have said something there or not been so quick to walk off like, my bad, had there not been an eye poke there. And nobody can be mad at Isaiah Gonzalez for not continuing that because that was the doctor's call to stop the fight.
Exactly.
What a fantastic fight that was, though, Pablo.
Let's run it back, man. What a good fight. Trey Alvarado showed the flying knees. He showed the swag. Batin Gonzalez demonstrated some beautiful boxing with the jabs, good movement. We saw kicks. We saw it all. Unfortunately, one eye poke, and that can end the fight.
You know what I'd be interested to see right now are the judges' scores for rounds 1 and 2. I could see that being...
Could it go to an official decision if it was stopped there?
I don't believe so. I think it's a no contest if it doesn't finish. But I would have it 19-19 on my card if I was probably a judge.
Yeah,
first round going to Isaiah Gonzalez, second round going to Trey Alvarado. Not by a ton, at least the first round by Isaiah. Yeah. Trey definitely won the second, but man, this was a very back and forth, close fight, and what a bummer that we don't get to see it conclude.
Yeah, I saw it 1-1 also because if you barely win a round or if you dominated a round but it's not a 10-8 round, it just counts as winning a round. So I agree with you, Troop. I had it 1-1.
I guess we are really seeing everything here tonight.
We are.
And a no contest.
Now we had an eye poke, no contest. Let's write it down. We got to remember these for the ending. Let's go to Tyson Johnson for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to an accidental eye poke, we have a unanimous decision. Ladies and gentlemen, judge number 1 scored the bout 30-27. Judge number 2 scored the bout 29-28, and judge number 3 scored the bout 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision out of the blue corner, Trey Alvarado.
Okay. They went to the cards. They had seen enough, I guess. Blake,
you know, I've been in this game a long time, and I'm not even necessarily sure what the rules are, but apparently, I guess maybe it goes past the halfway point. It goes to the judges. I don't know how far that was into round 3, but...
A victory for Trey Alvarado. I hope Bonnie asked him about those flying super knees, because we like that, Bonnie Jill. Ask him about those knees. Let's go to Bonnie Jill laughing.
Trey, now first of all, did you think the injury changed anything, or did you feel like you had this fight?
I felt like I was finding my timing. I was having a hard time in the first round, finding my pace, my tempo. But in the second round, it started to come together. I was beating him up on my feet, then I got the double leg, smashing him there. He was doing a good job defending, getting some good leg kicks, getting some good punches in there. But I was finding my pace. I think it would have gone that anyway. But it was unfortunate. My finger did go in there. It wasn't purposeful. I tried to post out, and it went in his eye. Props to Isaiah. I appreciate you, brother, taking the fight. It's been hard for me to get some. So I look forward to being back here at Lights Out again. So thank you.
Yeah, we love those flying knees. How much did you know that was working for you?
We didn't really practice flying knees that much. I mean, we didn't really talk about that in the background either. I just kind of went wild today, and I was getting excited. So flying knees sounded fun to me today. So after one hit, I was all about it. I probably should have gone back to wrestling or something. I don't know.
There was beautiful boxing from both of you, and that jab was really working for Isaiah, and he cut you. How did you stay focused and dialed in?
I just had to, you just gotta get comfortable, man. No, there's nothing normal about fighting somebody in a cage. It's not natural. I was nervous, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. And I just had to find my pace, man. He had a good, he was my longest opponent so far, so I had to deal with that. I'm used to having a longer reach. I have a 73-inch reach, which is like 6'1". I'm not that tall, so yeah, he's good. He's a game opponent. I appreciate the fight.
Isaiah seemed winded throughout the fight, and you still had a lot of energy. How much did your conditioning help you get through this fight?
My conditioning has been a factor since I was in wrestling as a young kid. It matters all. I'm not the most athletic motherfucker out there. I gotta have cardio, or else they're gonna beat my ass. They're gonna catch me. So yeah. The cardio plays a huge factor. It's 100% of the top tier of my game is making sure my cardio's there. So.
And lastly, you go to 3-0, undefeated. What's next for you, Trey?
4-0. We're going 4-0. That's it. Yeah, next fight. That's it. Try to make it to the top tier. Lights Out is a great place to start, and we got to make it to the UFC eventually. So.
Here we go. Well, we'll see you back.
We'll see you back.
All right.
Thank you.
Go enjoy. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Another great interview. Trey Alvarado rocking the microphone. Great voice, great energy. The smile when he talked about the flying knees, and he was honest. He's like, no, man, I just got a little excited. I went well with it. I love that about him.
And I like what's next. 4-0.
Yep.
I don't care about a name, this, that, or the other. I'm going 4-0, taking home another win. Let's take a look at some of these highlights, Pablo.
Look at this right here. Trey Alvarado right there with the blonde hair flying, and then the long dreads. But it was Trey Alvarado putting most of the pressure. But in round one, I like the work of Martin Gonzalez. There we saw the left jabs that were finding home.
Yeah,
and again,
that jab was doing fantastic for Isaiah Gonzalez in the first round, especially when he was kind of pressuring Trey. But then Trey really started bringing the pressure to Gonzalez in the second round and started doing some damage.
yeah, kick to the head. There went the flying knee. Didn't miss by much. And then another one. And then he admitted, though, his finger did go in the eye. Again, accidents happen. It wasn't dirty. Sometimes you see the guy purposely leaving it out there. I don't think that was the case there.
Any respect when it didn't land, he's like, oh, like right here, he stepped out before the referee had to step in. I've seen fighters try and go in and look for the finish when the aftercut is an eye poke. So a ton of respect for Trey Alvarado being the good sportsman and knowing that he did that and then addressing it and like, hey, I really got him in the eye, like, happens.
And I also loved what he said. He said, I'm going to stay here in Lights Out. I love what this organization is building. He wants to keep climbing. A title shot for Trey Alvarado here. Still a ways to go, but that's something, I think that's what a vision that he has for him.
You know, I want to say Saxon Muay Thai has gone 4-0 tonight, including taking home that amateur bantamweight belt.
You think that's why he was excited with the flying knees? When you see all your partners getting wins, you want to go out there and not only get a win, you want to put on a show, like we do.
It definitely encourages you to go out there and perform at as highest level as you can, and Trey Alvarado came out here and looked fantastic.
Blake Bulletproof Troop, I am Pablo Alcina. Marcelin taking on Kraken Bull is next. This is Lights Out Extreme Fighting.
And now, making his way to the lights out cage, Yannick Kronbull.
Yannick Kronbull, this guy got his black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at 21 years old, which is almost unheard of. This dude has fantastic grappling. His grappling skills are light years ahead of his opponent, so it would benefit him greatly to close the distance and take the fight to the ground. Marceline is a dangerous striker, so Kronbull needs to carefully work his way inside so that he can avoid taking damage on his way in. If he's able to wrap his opponent up and take the fight to the ground, he can utilize his high-level Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt skills to get a submission win here at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15. Man, this dude is extremely long. We watched him fight against Elvis Shakakian at, man, I want to say it was Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 10 maybe, and it was a great fight.
Yes,
incredibly.
I think it was in Burbank, right? Up in Burbank?
I believe it was, but incredibly aggressive jiu-jitsu. And I'm glad to see him back inside the Lights Out Xtreme Fighting cage. And it would not surprise me if he gets a submission win if he's able to fight smart.
Blake, let's recap for the people. So far, we have a 6-second knockout in a fight that started first with Tyson Johnson.
And now, walking to the lights out cage, please welcome Farron Marcelin.
Man, and this dude is a scrapper. He's only left round 2 twice in his entire career of 8 career fights. 4 pro fights, 4 amateur fights. Farron Marcelin is facing a very experienced grappler in Kronbull, so he needs to be cautious of forward advancements towards his opponent. 4 out of 5 of his career losses are by submission, so getting wrapped up will be very dangerous. So instead of pressuring Kronbull, I'd like to see Marcelin take the center of the ring and hold the center of the ring. Win in the center. He needs to establish his jab and use it as the foundation of his offense. As Marcelin's jab starts to find a home on Kronbull's face, Marcelin then needs to follow up with more punches and look for the knockout.
Marcelin taking on Yannick Kronbull. This is going to be another good one. After this, we have Gilbert Nakatani, who brings all the passion and fans and wants a title shot. Nakatani is next, but here we have Marcelin and Kronbull. Prediction, are we going to a decision? Are we going to get a doctor stoppage? Is there going to be a 6-second knockout? Because those are all things that have happened tonight, baby.
You know, it would not surprise me if we see a knockout or if we see a submission. I don't think we're going to see a judge's decision here in this matchup.
I don't either. Look at the numbers, 10 years difference. Farron Marcelin is 35, Kronbull just 25. 1 inch taller is Marcelin, but they're both super, super long. A lot longer reach for both of them than their height will say. This fight is sponsored by Lights Out Sports, a free ad-supported multi-sports platform. Just sports. Lights Out Sports. Let's go to Tyson Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. His fighter stands 5 feet, 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 145 pounds. He represents King's MMA with a mixed martial arts record of 2 wins and 2 defeats. He hails from Los Angeles, California. Please welcome Yannick Kronbull. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner stands 5 feet, 11 inches tall. He weighed in at 145 pounds. He has a mixed martial arts record of 3 wins and 3 defeats. He hails from Rialto, California. Please welcome Farron Marcelin. Your referee for this bout will be Jonathan Romero.
Something tells me we don't get out of the first round the way these two are bouncing around. Look at Kronbull. He's just staring him down. It's going to go down in about 2 seconds right here. Kraken Bull taking on Marceline. This is Lights Out Extreme Fighting 15 with Blake Bullroot Troop. I'm your boy, Pablo Alcina.
Yeah, Kraken looks like he is ready to get in his opponent's face, but he has got to be careful because Marceline has knockout power in his hands.
Fight's underway. Touch of the gloves. Kick to the leg quickly starting out is Marceline. Ooh, strong.
Marceline moving forward like this is potentially putting himself in a dangerous position for a take. Wow, shoots a shot on the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt in the opening seconds of the round. Gets a takedown, but maybe trapped in a triangle very early in the matchup.
Looking like Verdum versus Fedor Emelianenko, the most famous armbar ever in my book. Shout out Fabricio Verdum.
Yeah,
but
it would not surprise me if he
it.
finishes this.
Yeah, he does.
Early in the matchup, when a guy's not sweaty, it's so much harder to sneak out. Wow!
Oh,
Powerbomb a la Rampage Jackson. Ricardo.
It's over! It's over!
Wow!
What a fight!
What a
turn
fight of events!
Marceline said, you're gonna try to put me out, I'm gonna pick you up, and I'm gonna throw you down, brother.
Man, so that was a la Ricardo Arona and Rampage Jackson, old school Pride days. Ricardo Arona, world-class grappler, gets Rampage Jackson in a triangle. Rampage picks him up and power bombs him and lands several strikes and knocks him out. And we saw a near repeat of that tonight. Marceline with a beautiful knockout in the opening seconds of the round. I thought he made a mistake grappling with the black belt, but apparently not.
I want to see it again because we said, why is he going into a Brazilian black belt? But Marceline said, no, don't worry, kid, I got this. And he's going to go pick him up, I'll throw him down, down, down. Pick him up, throw him down, and the fight was over. Knocked him out.
And the thing was, Shawne Kraken was doing all the right things. He had the triangle secured. He should have bailed on it, though, when he got picked up. He got dropped, head was stuck in his position, and Marceline rained down shots until he turned Shawne's lights out.
Wow. Kraken Bull came in talking, dancing, showing all that faith that he was going to win this. Nearly had that submission finish, and then I never saw it flip like that. Blake and I are both.
Pablo, before this matchup, you asked me what my favorite was, the 6-second knockout, or what? This. Marceline, powerbomb, ground and pound. What an incredible knockout.
Totally agree. Hey, shout out. You want to sit here and talk with us? Come down. Come out. Come here. Hey, we're going to have Marceline come sit with us. Producer, watch it again.
And
I love
another
this right
embrace.
here.
This is what it's all about. You go to war with the dude and you respect him after.
Yeah, and Kraken Bull, I'm sure he's going to go, oh, man, I just made a small mistake. But still, what a mistake it was, because it was up, down, 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 over. And by the way, we saw a 6-second knockout. Boom. We saw a head kick knockout. Boom. And Blake said it perfectly. I like this one even more, and I agree with you. That was amazing.
Man, Shawne had to be feeling really good about things when he slapped that triangle on, but he got, wow.
Let's go to Tyson Johnson, but we will have Marceline sitting between us in a few seconds. Tyson Johnson with a
Ladies and gentlemen, after 43 seconds into round number 1, your winner by way of knockout, Farid Marceline.
Marceline with that impressive knockout. Bonnie, Jill, ask him about if he was in danger and how he turned it over with that power slam.
Farid, I don't even know what to say. It was so quick. How are you able to assess to know that you could conquer him so quickly?
Hey, honestly, sometimes you got to just take what they give you. He locked in that triangle. We were dry. It was pretty deep. Me and my coach talked about keeping things on the feet. So I did what I had to do to get out of that. And sometimes the opponent pays the price.
There's been some great sportsmanship tonight. You went right over and spoke to him. What did you say to him?
Oh, no, I just gave him some encouragement. I'm coming off of 1-3 myself. I know he just went to 1-3. This sport is fucking brutal. You know, he's a young guy. He's got a long career ahead of him if he keeps his eye on the ball. And I just want to let him know, you got to go back there, keep training. Sometimes you zig when you should have zagged. You're going to have people talking shit, but you got to keep focused and just keep progressing towards the next opportunity. And it's going to come for him.
I love that. I love that mentality. What is next for you? What is your next opportunity?
Honestly, I haven't really thought of that. Just the biggest fight I can get my hands on. And that's just really what I like to do. I look for the biggest challenges. I don't say no to fights. A lot of these guys are fucking picking and choosing. That's not my style. I'll fight the best guy that give me the opportunity to fight whenever the fuck they ask me to. Let's go.
All fighters should have this mentality. I love it. Congratulations. Enjoy tonight, okay?
Hey, I'm sorry, I just want to say one thing. I should have won my last fight and gave this dedication to him, but this one's for Douglas Watt. Douglas Watt, we miss you, we love you, and we hope you're looking over us watching this fight. Let's go.
Thank you. Pablo.
Thank you, Bonnie. Blake, break down these highlights and an amazing finish. Talk about what Kraken Bull did right and what he did wrong.
High-level black belt jiu-jitsu coming out against this striker, Marceline. Marceline goes for the takedown, gets on top, and gets locked in a triangle. I thought it was going to be the end for him, but no. Picked him up, power bombed him to the cage like a WWE star, and then rained down strikes until he turned Yannick's lights out. What a fantastic highlight reel finish here at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15, and by far my favorite finish of the evening. We got Marceline down here with us at the booth right now, and my man, that was an incredible finish, a la Ricardo Arona, Rampage Jackson.
That is awesome. We are here with Farid Marceline. What a fight. Were you in danger of an armbar there? And talk to us through how you finished it.
I did what I don't do with my training partners. A lot of my training partners will sink that in. You don't want to fucking put someone in a power bomb in training room. But that was the first thing I was...
Yeah, sorry about that. We're running one more time.
Okay.
Farid Marceline here. He's pumped. Your family hugging. Talk to us about it, the whole flip, the beautiful moment.
Okay, yeah. So, early on, I got the takedown, which is something we weren't trying to do. We were trying to keep the fight on the feet. But, yeah, I got the takedown, and immediately he locked in that triangle. I was trying to look out for it, but he locked it in. He was trying to move my head and my arm over, and I did to him what I don't do to my training partners. I picked his ass up and slammed him on his fucking head, which is something you don't do in the training room, but a lot of times guys will do that to me, and I think, man, if this is a real fight, that's exactly what I do. When I dropped him on the floor, I can see that kind of shook him a little bit. Immediately went in for the hammer fist, and that's good night, Irene.
Yeah, that's what I said. He put him up, down, and it was over. Marceline, what a show. What is next? What is next for you? We want to watch it again.
Sorry?
Talk us through it one more time.
Please, let's look at it. Okay, yeah, right here. See, as you can see, he's trying to lock in the triangle. He didn't tie the knot. He's trying to get his right foot. Yeah.
And it looked deep here. When he cinched that foot behind the other knee, it's basically closed and locked in. I thought it was the end for you.
No, and I was trying to drive him into the fence, so he didn't get the opportunity to tie that knot. But as you can see behind my head, I couldn't see what was going on, but I could feel it getting tighter. So at this point, I'm thinking I got to do something quick. And this is exactly what I thought to do. Slam him directly on his head, and I could see that shook him a little bit. And as soon as I felt his guard let go a little bit, I just came in with the hammer fist, and the rest is history.
Yeah, you rocked his world a little bit with the slam, and then followed up with incredible ground and pound to get the finish, brother.
Yes, sir.
You should be very proud of yourself. And like I said, my favorite finish here tonight, and maybe my favorite finish ever at Lights Out Xtreme Fighting.
Man. Like you said, I like the references to Rampage over there in Pride. Yeah. But I swear, that's one of the first fights I ever fucking watched, and I always imagine myself doing that to somebody. You don't want to put yourself in a position where it's a possibility you could be triangled, but yes, that was the first thing I thought when he locked it up. I'm like, I'm either going to slip out the side of this thing, or he's going for a fucking ride.
Marceline, shout out to your people right here. There's the camera.
Yes.
What do you want to say right here,
Hey guys, I appreciate all the love. I appreciate all the support. Everybody who didn't make it out to this fight, who's watching from home, I love you guys. I love my family. Shout out to my beautiful daughter, Maya Monique Marceline, my beautiful lady my baby's mother who's been looking out for her and supporting me all through this fight camp, Markeisha, and everybody at the Chili's over there in Fontana. Love you guys. Let's go, man. I appreciate you boys. Let's go.
Marceline is awesome.
Thank you, big
Blake Bulletproof True, Pablo Alcina, Marceline with a big win. Quick break, and we'll be back with more. This is Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. We do it different than everybody else. True, Pablo.
Sign him up. Sign him up.
Quick break, we'll be back.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Daniel Ayala.
Daniel Ayala entering first. Ayala de México. Y yo sigo siendo el rey. Daniel Ayala. Let's go to plate. Bulletproof troops. Bullet points for victory.
Daniel Ayala is a very high-level professional boxer. I'd like to see him come in and start fast. He needs to get in and get to work. We saw Ayala nearly knock his opponent out early in his LXF debut. I believe he needs to put Nakatani away early if he wants to win. But he can't rush in. He needs to start throwing his hands, but not be overzealous so that he can avoid getting taken down. And when he throws, he needs to throw with bad intentions, so if something lands, he turns Nakatani's lights out.
Daniel Ayala, Mexico City.
Yeah, Mexicans have they call it Mexican-style fighter, but it's Mexican fighters or Mexican people have fighting in their culture, and this dude embodies the Mexican fighting spirit, and I cannot wait for this scrap.
Oh man, this night, it just keeps getting better, Blake. I thought we weren't gonna top the 6-second knockout. We've seen so much, even better than that. It's incredible.
And now, walking to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Gilbert Nakatani.
Now, a name that every Lights Out fan knows, Gilbert Nakatani. Basically, half the fans here are for my man, Gilbert Nakatani.
Yeah, I've commentated just about all of his professional fights and watched his amateur career. Gilbert Nakatani is an absolute savage inside the cage. Listen to this place. So I'd like to see Gilbert Nakatani be patient but aggressive, constantly pressuring his opponent, using strikes and feints, but never overcommitting himself to his offense. Nakatani's opponent has extensive experience in boxing, so Nakatani should capitalize on his opponent's inexperience with kicks. After a few leg kicks land, I can see Nakatani looking low and then kicking high, using a hidden head kick to turn his opponent's lights out.
Pitbull Ayala is his opponent. They call him Pitbull. He's a gamer. Nakatani, he wants to be a champ. And he's been a champ before. He wants another title shot again. Says he deserved it after his last fight. Now he wants to take down Daniel Ayala and get that title shot. Gilbert Nakatani.
Yeah, and if he gets another highlight reel finish here, it's going to be hard to argue with him not getting a title shot sometime in the near future. Man, and Nakatani's also a state champion wrestler in high school. This dude has all of the tools and has them all at a very high level. I want to say he has 18 career fights. This is his 7th professional fight. In 18 fights, he's been finished once. Once, Pablo. 3 losses, 2 of those decisions, 1 submission. This dude is, like I said, an absolute savage.
Yeah, Nakatani, and he's always fun to watch because the fans always show up for Gilbert Nakatani, and he always delivers. Let's go to the tail of the tape. Any numbers jump out at you?
You know, very evenly matched, a slight age differential, 9 years old for Ayala, but both have 6 fights. However, Nakatani has found significantly more success in those 6 fights than his opponent, Daniel Ayala.
This fight is sponsored by Insurance Elevated, a new era of life insurance. Insurance Elevated. This place is rocking. There's a buzz in the air because every fight has been
Ladies and gentlemen, this
awesome.
bout is 3 5-minute rounds in the flyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. He weighed in at 130.8 pounds. He represents Team CFT with a mixed martial arts record of 3 wins and 3 defeats. He hails from Mexico City, Mexico. Please welcome Daniel the Pitbull Ayala.
The Pitbull Ayala.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner stands 5 feet, 5 inches tall. He weighed in at 130.8 pounds. He represents the Aragon Training Academy with a mixed martial arts record of 5 wins and 1 defeat. He hails from Covina, California. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gilbert Nakatani. Your referee for this bout is Mike Beltran.
All right, we're pretty close on all our predictions. Is this one getting to a decision or not?
Absolutely not. I believe that we're going to see a first-round finish. I'm not sure who it's going to be, but I'm going to lean towards Gilbert Nakatani, but you cannot count out Ayala's hands.
All right, gentlemen, let's go.
Fight underway. Gilbert Nakatani touching gloves with the Pitbull Ayala. Nakatani. Yet another return inside the lights out cage.
You can see Nakatani already switching stances a little and chops in his first leg kick of the match. And the boxer Ayala throws one back, but it did not have any of the power in the neighborhood that Nakatani's did.
Maybe just to say, hey, I throw kicks also because you know Ayala wants to throw punches instead, and there he eats a beautiful kick to the back of the leg. Uppercut that doesn't miss by much by El Pitbull, El Mexicano Ayala.
And exchanging with Ayala is a little bit dangerous because Ayala's hands are by far his best weapons.
Ooh, nice combinations by
Nakatani's hands have gotten so much better over the years.
Ayala looking
like
for the takedown.
State champion wrestler as well. Great job of turning around and facing his opponent after he got behind him.
Oh, nice uppercut by Ayala, connects with the left.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more low kicks out of Nakatani.
Oh, there it is.
Beautiful sweep.
He's hearing those bullet points and nearly flying super knee. I might have moved up to the #1 spot if that would have connected. Over our highlights of the night.
It's going to be hard for me to beat almost for a long. That might be my favorite finish I've ever commentated.
Look at the foot on Ayala already swelling up from that one low kick. And he keeps putting it forward. Let's see if Nakatani chops it down again.
And you can see a wide stance by Ayala, which is very common in boxing. But when you can kick a guy in the leg, you don't see that wide stance as often.
Nakatani, the feint of the takedown. Great low kick again. Oh, that leg's getting battered.
Yeah, I would like to see Nakatani bring that left kick high. It would not surprise me if he fades to his right-hand side and throws a big left head kick.
There
like
it is.
That, exactly like that.
People are not going to believe we're live, Blake, because you're calling it all. But that's why he's a pro, the best MMA analyst in the game. Blake, Bulletproof Troop. I am Pablo Alcina, always bringing you that fire on the microphone. Nakatani looking for the takedown.
And if I'm Nakatani, I'm going to ride my opponent a little bit right here and grind on him. But I want to see him either pick him up for a big slam, which it looks like he might be trying to do in a second, but trying to get a beautiful knockout finish against the boxer.
Oh, nice knee to the ribs. And again, those were two that landed flush. Takes the wind out of you. Could break a rib or two. Careful. Is there anything here, Blake?
So the knee line was past where Ayala needed to keep it in order to finish that rotational knee lock. But it shows that Ayala has been training in all of martial arts or mixed martial arts styles and not just boxing. But now he has state champion wrestler Gilbert Nakatani on top of him. With 2 minutes left in the round, I would almost like to see Nakatani back up and take it back to the feet and chop some more of those beautiful kicks in that we saw early in the round.
Now he's got the back, Nakatani does.
So we watched Nakatani fight a guy named Benji Gomez. Oh, this might be it. Rear naked choke.
He got it in.
He's going to get this tap.
And everybody on their feet.
No, and he's extending the body out.
Oh,
but
what
Ayala
hard by
is
Ayala.
so tough.
What hard by Ayala right there. His back bending, getting choked, and he was able to save. How many would have tapped right there, Blake?
Man, a lot, but no, now he might be. Oh, this one he might not be getting out of. Well, beautiful job by Gilbert Nakatani, staying relentless on that neck. And Ayala showing his development by fighting the hand down. Again, we might see Ayala go to sleep here before he taps out.
He's going purple so far. Ayala showing that heart of a Mexican.
Ayala's doing the right thing, though, by taking that top hand off.
I got to applaud that, though. You got to applaud that.
Nakatani does the right thing again by coming out on top. He's back on Ayala's back and probably going to try and sink that choke in again. If Ayala gets up, I expect to see Nakatani slam him to the ground. We saw him get a slam finish in his Lights Out Extreme Fighting debut against Benji Gomez.
50 seconds to go. Blake predicted a first round finish. Nakatani says, I got you, troop. That's what he's going for right here.
You know, an interesting thing is Nakatani, 3 of his 5 professional wins have come in the second round. So maybe he does take it to round 2, but he is grinding on top of Ayala, but very smartly, not being overzealous with his offense and putting himself potentially in danger.
Final 30 seconds here. Another choke attempt by Nakatani.
Up the alligator roll. This is a very tough choke to finish, though, particularly with MMA gloves on, and he bails on it. Thing is, right here he's riding Ayala, and every time Ayala wants to move, he's not only moving his own weight, he has to move Gilbert Nakatani's weight as well, which is absolutely exhausting. And Nakatani's kind of resting here.
And Ayala couldn't throw many punches. He just had to survive the round from 2 rear naked chokes.
And Ayala gets the sweep almost.
Oh! Hey, that was a couple.
I'm really impressed with Ayala's development. I said he was just a boxer, but he has been showing so much more than that here at Lights Out Extreme Fighting 15.
Nakatani and Ayala. Let's see the replays.
Man, a big kick to the body there, followed up immediately by a body lock that gets a takedown for Gilbert Nakatani, who ended up riding David Ayala throughout the round and coming very close with several rear naked choke attempts, including this one. Man, and I thought he was, this is I think the first one. I thought he was done with the second one. It was so deep, but Ayala doing the right thing and fighting the secure hand down so that Ayala was able to survive and fight his way out of these deep chokes.
Ooh, not 1, but 2. That was the first. Then he repeated it right here.
Here's the number 2, which
again.
I thought was it. If you look how deep he is under the neck.
Well, especially since you had to fight off so much energy to fight off the first one, and yet he did it again.
Mexican fighting spirit, Pablo. You know all about that as a Mexican.
No, I'm not Mexican, but that heart, those guerreros mexicanos, they definitely have.
I wonder how dangerous Ayala's hands are going to be here in the second round after fighting off all those choke attempts and being grinded on by Gilbert Nakatani, who still looks very, very fresh.
Ooh, Ayala finally getting to throw some of that leather. Didn't miss by much. He does not want to go to the ground again. Nakatani with an uppercut.
So Ayala still has a ton of power in his hands, but the thing is, he doesn't retract his hands as quickly, leaving big openings to be counterattacked by Nakatani.
It's sort of like he's watching his shot. After he throws it, he keeps looking at it.
So in fighting, we call that posing, like you're posing for the camera.
Yep. Oh, good kick to the body.
And you see Ayala starting to try and check those kicks. This is where I'd like to see Nakatani look low and then kick high.
Oh, nice solid straight by Nakatani that connected. Ayala can definitely take a punch.
Yeah, take a punch and a choke, apparently, as we found out
and
tonight.
2 chokes, apparently. Got out of 2 rear naked chokes. Nakatani now putting that pressure.
Yeah, great job of wading in, keeping his head off the center line, and landing shots without taking any damage. Nakatani's striking has continued to evolve in his professional career.
Oh, spinning elbow by Nakatani.
And you can see how comfortable and confident Nakatani's getting inside of this cage against the striker.
But there's a pit bull. Mouth open and that's there. Easy to see why they call him pit bull.
I'd like to see Nakatani go back to potentially that flying knee. Separate right here and jump up for a flying knee. I said Ayala is less experienced with kicks, and same with knees. Great head position here by Nakatani, keeping Ayala against the cage. Here, I'd like to see Nakatani separate and go back to that flying knee.
Ooh, he went for the spin. I heard the whoop from here.
You know, he landed that nicely earlier in the round, and a spinning back attack, whether it's an elbow or a fist, is devastating because it gets so much torque and power on it. Nakatani here grinding Ayala down against the cage.
Nakatani.
Oh, a beautiful elbow there from the inside.
That one connected. Nakatani, without a doubt, dominating the fight. Round one easy. He's on top here. He's got the full mount with halfway to go in round number 2.
Ayala's close enough to the cage so that he may be able to utilize the cage to kick off and create a scramble.
You're not allowed to grab the cage with your fingers. Are you allowed to grab the cage with your toes?
No, so your foot has to be against it like it's flat. We might see
Nakatani wants to finish here. Elbows, and it's over. Beltran jumps in, and Thunder Studios erupts. Nakatani with another, brutal elbow, busted that nose open. Great job by Beltran. Nakatani with another win in his, we can call it his home cage because he's fought here so many times.
Yeah, and he took home another win with virtually no damage. Came out, showed his continually evolving striking, landed shots, took no damage, and got a TKO finish in the second round.
Awesome fight, awesome work by Nakatani. Always delivers. The crowd is pumped. Another finish. It went one more round than you thought, just another half round more, but Nakatani, again, delivering the goods on Lights Out Xtreme Fighting.
You know, statistically speaking, I should have said round 2, because before this, 3 of his 5 pro wins were in round 2. Now 4 of his 6 pro wins are in round 2. And you can see him walking around the ring with a certain swagger. Let's take a look at the replay, Pablo. There was a lot of fun action in that fight. And here's the finish. Nakatani on top.
Watch the elbow coming in. Ooh, oh.
And that first one was sneaky, not a whole lot of cockback on it. Drop down, and you can see him really putting his body weight into these strikes, which adds tremendous damage. Instead of just being arm strength, you can see Nakatani's entire body weight being dropped in each of these strikes. This first one maybe traveled 2 or 3 inches. It didn't even go that far, but because the weight was behind it, it was extremely devastating.
Ooh. Oh man, yeah. And not only the weight, but it was the hard part of the elbow. It was like that bony part. Good work by the referee to jump in there, just push him off.
Man, Nakatani smelled blood and he went for the kill and got it in the second round. Pablo, I think it's about time that Nakatani gets a title shot.
I definitely do, and I know Gilbert thinks he deserves a title shot. Hey, Bonnie, ask Gilbert Nakatani if he thinks he deserves a title shot. But first, let's go to Tyson Johnson with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 minutes, 44 seconds into round number 2, your winner by way of TKO, Gilbert Nakatani.
I was talking to your trainers. Everything was working for you. How proud are you that you were able to execute like this?
A lot of hard work, dedication. You know, life's ups and downs. Happens every day to everybody in the world. Don't let it keep you down. Keep working hard and push yourself to the limits that you'll never know. Sky's the limit. Can't wait for what's next. I'm blessed to be in this position. I work hard, so I just put it all together tonight. Got my hand raised, and I'm ready for the next opponent, whoever it's gonna be, Roybert, whoever it is. I want that belt. Come on, all comers. Who wants a piece of this? My belt is mine. I'm uncrowned champ. I'm 5-0. Actually, I'm 5-0 through Lights Out, and it's well earned. Hopefully next time you guys see me, I'll be fighting for the title, get that belt wrapped around my waist. I deserve it. I thank the Lord for this opportunity. Thank the Lord for everything he's given me. And I'm excited, I can't wait. I'm blessed.
Shawne, you hear that? He's ready for a title fight.
Shawne said, I got you.
Real quick, I want to go through the beginning of the fight. It seemed like you were switching stances actually throughout the whole fight. Do you feel like that confused your opponent?
Yeah. Sometimes they don't know what angle I'm going and what's coming next. So I like to keep it moving, right, left, right, to the takedowns, to the elbows, to the knees. I mix it up. Nobody else like me. The only Gilbert Nakatani in the world. I'm gonna be a future champ for a long time coming. I'm ready for all oncomers. Bring it on.
Now, Gilbert, it seemed like when he tried to submit you, you went into second gear. What was going through your head?
Just continue to push. You know, this is a hard sport. It's not easy. Fatigue is real, but you just got to keep pushing. I believe in my training. Shout out to all my trainings, my training partners, my coaches, everybody that helps me get better every day at the gym. I couldn't do it without them. I'm so blessed. I can't wait. Can't wait to celebrate with my daughter.
Is this your daughter?
It's my daughter, Jay. It's the next one. The next one.
What do you think of Daddy's win tonight?
He did so good.
How proud of you are you? Really proud, huh?
She said
You're gonna go celebrate, right?
Yeah.
We're going to Disneyland.
Gilbert, it's fantastic. Everything was working. Tonight was your night, and hopefully we see you back for a title fight.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Pablo, Drew, back to you.
Let's go to the highlights. What a beautiful daughter. Great win for Nakatani. Little daughter said, no, I'll be more happy when you're a champ. They're tough to impress. Blake, talk to us about this fight. I was impressed by Nakatani.
I was very impressed by Nakatani. Showed an evolution in his striking and extremely aggressive grappling. Hurt his opponent, took him down, got on top, fought relentlessly for these chokes, and I was very impressed with Ayala's ability to survive them.
And then
we
saw that spinning
back elbow.
It was so beautiful. And look at this, just cutting him up with the elbows. And then we're going to see there, just
and
vicious,
just brutal
vicious
impacts. And the thing is, Nakatani's not cocking that arm way back. He was lifting it several inches up. Nakatani was just lifting it several inches up and dropping his body weight behind those strikes. And you could see him just come down with all his weight in that, crushing Ayala's face, getting Mike Beltran to step in and call it.
And I love what Nakatani said. He had a great message for people. He said, look, in life, you're going to have ups, you're going to have downs. You just have to keep fighting. And what I like to say, life is like a heartbeat, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. You never want to be flatline. When you're flatline, that means you're dead. So keep fighting, keep having faith like Nakatani does, like I say to always do, and enjoy the ups, enjoy the downs, because if you have faith, it can all turn around. God bless all of you. We have a lot more coming up. Lights Out Extreme Fighting. Blake Bulletproof Truth, Pablo Alcina, Valdez versus Verdon is next.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Arnold Burton.
Arnold Burton's amateur career started in 2006, Pablo. Been fighting for 18 years.
Woo! And he's coming in fully dressed, rocking that Hawaii
Yeah, Arnold Burden needs to keep his hands working. He has very fast hands, and these should be the foundation of his offense. Burden likes to blitz in with strikes. Knowing that Valdez has great takedown counters for blitzing opponents, it would be wise for Burden to utilize knees and uppercuts as part of his blitzing arsenal for this fight. Valdez also likes to stay just beyond striking range. I can see Burden finding success hiding head kicks behind fast, probing hands when at this range. And it can only take one of those head kicks to give Valdez his first loss.
Great matchup here. Verdon, 7 wins, just 2 losses out of Hawaii. Valdez, 7-0, undefeated. This was gonna be a good one.
I love watching Hawaiians fight because just like Mexicans, fighting is a part of Hawaiian culture, and these dudes come to fight, Pablo.
Once again, this is Lights Out Extreme Fighting. Woo! What a night. We've seen it all. We even saw Nakatani with a big smile. Shawne Merriman saying, I got you. Looks like a title shot's coming up. I like seeing that. We saw a 6-second knockout. We saw that power bomb knockout. We saw a head kick knockout. We saw a fighter stop after round 2, said couldn't go anymore. We saw a doctor stop a fight as well. Let's go to Tyson.
And now, making his way to the Lights Out cage, please welcome Lázaro Valdez.
Lázaro Valdez de La Habana, Cuba. Lázaro Valdez from Cuba. Saludos a todos los cubanos. I am from Argentina. You mentioned earlier Mexico, but no, I'm from Argentina, but I was born in Venezuela, but then I moved to Miami when I was 5. Miami's pretty much Cuba #2, so I love every single Cuban American and every Cuban as well. Viva Cuba!
Man, so Lázaro Dayron El Cazador Valdez, #1. Mix it up. El Cazador has all of the tools. The more fluidly he blends them together, the faster he will find success with his offense. Using his footwork, he can be strategic about engagements by controlling when they happen and for how long they happen. Once El Cazador finds himself on top of his opponent, overwhelming riding pressure as he stays on top of Burden and punishes him with ground and pound.
Oh, look at the corner for Valdez. He has AJ McKee and Antonio McKee. Where the McKee brothers at?
So he now trains out of the body shop here in Long Beach, but originally he trained at Gochin, which is an epic fight gym in Miami.
Shout out Miami, because I am just a guy from Miami. Look at the tail of the tape. 2 years younger for Valdez, but 4 inches taller for Arnold Verdon. Valdez is undefeated, 7-0. This fight is sponsored by iHeartRadio, connecting you with the artists that play the songs you love. iHeartRadio.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is 3 5-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in at 136 pounds. He represents the AB Army with a mixed martial arts record of 7 wins and 2 defeats. He hails from Waianae, Hawaii. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Arnold, the real deal, Buron. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. He weighed in at 135.5 pounds. He represents the Body Shop with an undefeated record of 7 wins and 0 defeats. He hails from Havana, Cuba. Ladies and gentlemen, Lorenzo, the Hunter Valdez. Your referee for this bout is Jonathan Romero.
Pump up the volume, the cage is
locked. Are you ready? Are you ready? Fight!
And the fight is underway. Valdez. Oh, interesting strategy. Valdez, the hunter, unleashes some punches, and this is fast and furious right here between Verdon and Valdez.
Arnold Verdon likes to blitz in. I would like to see him continue to do that. One of the things Valdez does very well is drops for takedowns when guys press in too hard on him.
Verdon 7-2 out of Hawaii. Valdez undefeated, 7-0.
Yeah, so not only is Valdez 7-0 as a pro, but I think he went 3-0. Whoa!
Oh,
you
Burden,
hear that?
Yeah, Burden missed the punch, and it still connected and still made noise.
And see what I meant by Valdez dropping for takedowns during exchanges or during pressure situations. He has fantastic wrestling, and I'd be surprised if he is not able to get to the fight to the ground here. But Arnold Burden is doing all the right things thus far to stay on his feet.
Good first minute for Burden.
And so Burden right here, you can see him digging the right arm down on the inside. He's utilizing that so he can kind of dig his opponent up and pull him up so he gets away from the hips. Takedowns are all about controlling your opponent's hips. And having that right arm on the inside, he can kind of create a little bit of space and upward force. Oh, grab the cage there.
Ooh!
And this is the relentless wrestling pressure that I talked about Valdez having. He has great wrestling, and once he attaches himself to someone, it's very difficult for them to get him off.
Yeah, the country of Cuba in the Olympics, always dominant in wrestling. That's a staple over there. And now training with the McKees, you know, he's going to have a full MMA training. Good in all facets. And there he gets the takedown. Now he's got the back.
Gets the takedown, but Arnold Burden, almost like he has springs attached to his knees and hips. As soon as they hit the ground, he bounced right back up, but he still has Valdez attached to his hips with a body lock.
3 minutes to go in this first round. I think Valdez didn't like the punching that he was seeing from Burden. He said, let's turn this more into a grappling wrestling match. But now space for Burden. Oh,
whoa,
nice punch by Valdez.
Catches him with that right hand. But Burden's got to be feeling good. Twice now, Valdez has attached himself and tried to get a takedown, but was unable to secure it. Burden's still on his feet. I'd like to see him blitz in a few more times and now start looking for uppercuts and knees when he does blitz in. Burden looks like he's starting to try and, whoa, nice kick.
Oh, left. Didn't miss by much. The front high kick. You see the speed and the kicks of Lázaro Valdez.
Lázaro being very smart and strategic about his engagements, utilizing his footwork so he controls when they happen.
You still have one more fight after this one. Ramirez taking on Palomino. This is the co-main.
I'd like to see Burden start chopping that lead leg. When Valdez wants to stand at this distance, either chopping that lead leg with low kicks or hiding, just like that, or hiding a head kick behind probing hands. When I say probing hands, I don't mean he's really trying to hit him. He's just kind of throwing his knee like this. Probe your hands out and then hide a kick behind. Whoa!
Did it connect or did he slip? I couldn't see it.
Probably a little bit of each, but he did not look severely damaged, got right back to his feet, so it's hard to say. But the thing is, that's where Burden's going to catch him, is in some fast hand exchanges like that.
Good kick by the Cuban.
Yeah, you heard that one over here. Chop right in, man.
Trains out of the body shot. At least his pants have that logo along with the Cuban flag. Oh, overhand right that connected by Lázaro Valdez. Arnold Burden from Hawaii rubbed it off, but that one definitely connected clean. Let's see who can steal this round. There's still 40 seconds, plenty of time to do some work in the judges' eyes. Who did you like better in this first round?
You know, let me watch this last 30 seconds. It's hard to say. I might give a slight edge to Arnold Burden thus far, but man, it could really go either way. And especially if someone does something here in the closing 20 seconds.
Ooh, good.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more blitzing attacks out of Burden, just like that one. Lázaro being smart about the engagements, like I said, though, controlling the distance so he controls when they happen, if they happen, and for how long they happen.
Ooh.
And swinging and missing is way more tiring than swinging and hitting something. How many strikes did Burden miss with in that first round? I do think he got the better of the damage, not by a lot, but by a little bit. Let's take a look at some of the replays, because that was a very close round, Pablo.
I would go Burden, but not by much.
A beautiful counter to the exchange there by Valdez, and I think that is one of his keys to victory. The more often we see him drop for takedowns during exchanges, the more likely, whoa, man, that could have been bad for Burden.
That could have been Anderson Silva all over again. Boom.
Yeah, Anderson Silva, Vitor Belfort was that front kick.
Beautiful. Didn't miss by much. Shout out to AJ McKee and Antonio McKee. And AJ, I mean, what he's been doing lately, impressive. One of the best in the world. Shout out to the McKees. There in the corner of Lázaro Valdez.
So I think the more Arnold Burden can turn this into a fight and not a competition, the more it'll favor him.
Round two. Touch of gloves. I thought they were going to come out swinging the way they were looking at each other, but still classy. We like that here. Lights out. Ooh, good kicks by El Cubano. Responding is Burden.
Both those kicks landed on the body, but you could see the sweat fly off. And it's not a super damaging spot, but you take a kick anywhere. And there's the takedown, and this time he gets Burden to accept the position and stay on his back. Let's see what Lazaro Valdez can do from the top.
Lázaro, he's on top. He's got the legs wrapped around, but the Cuban comfortable in that position. Now quickly trying to find full mount. Now he's got side control, now he's got the back.
Burden was doing the right thing there by trying to escape his hips and create a scramble. And this is the overwhelming riding pressure that I said Valdez needs to do. Just drag him down, make him carry all your weight and exhaust him. Then utilize strikes to get to a more dominant position and just punish Burden while he's underneath him.
That one landed. Now he's got the back, trying to soften him up, trying to get that rear naked choke.
Whoa.
Did he squeeze it in? I think he did. I think he did. Oh, this is going to be over.
That's going to be it.
It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. El Cubano. Lázaro Valdez con la victoria.
And he gets his first career submission win out of 10 fights. Beautiful, overwhelming pressure from the top by Valdez.
And now he is... Yeah, see. Oh, Blake, take...
Man, what a fun... No mileage on his face. Let's take it inside for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1 minute, 13 seconds into round number 2. Your winner, by way of tap out, Lázaro Valdez.
Ven aquí, maestro. Una buena victoria. Great victory by you. I'm going to translate here. Lázaro, háblanos de esta pelea y cuál era la estrategia y cómo la ganaste. Lázaro, talk to us about how you won this fight and what was the strategy to coming in.
So, yo sabía que él no peleaba así allá desde 2018, como 5 años, 6 años. So, yo sabía que mi condición física, mi tiempo de competición estaba por encima de él. Entonces, primer round no me desesperé, lo dejé que él trabajara también, lo hice trabajar hasta que logré someterlo en el segundo round.
He said, I've been watching this fighter. I knew my physical condition was a lot superior. In the first round, I just wanted to measure it out. And in the second round, I knew I was going to finish it. ¿Qué es próximo para ti? Estás invicto 8-0.
Hey. What's up, Long Beach? It's my first time in this organization, okay? And the new king is coming, believe me. So happy, I'm happy for this fight. So thank you, my team management, thank you, my family, thank you, my coach McKee and Angel, thank you, Cali Taco, thank you. Everybody support me for this fight, okay? Thank you so much.
Wait, apologies. They told me he couldn't speak English. He speaks perfect, beautiful English. Lázaro Valdez, awesome to be here. Maestro, what do the McKees mean to you? ¿Qué significan para ti los McKee?
¿Qué le puedo decir? Ellos tienen la energía que yo necesito para volverme un campeón del mundo.
He said the McKees bring them the energy to be the best in the world. Lázaro Valdez de Cuba. Bendiciones, maestro. Pablo Alcina, I'm going to throw it back down to Blake Troop. And yes, I speak English and Spanish. Learn language, people. Love everybody. We are one. Gracias, Jesús, por esta oportunidad de hablar el hermoso idioma de español. I just love when I can speak both languages. Back to Troop so I can go put my headsets back on.
Well, I'm not going to speak Spanish to y'all, but Lazaro said the new king is here. Let's take a couple looks at the highlights. Looking for a knockout kick, and this was one of the big determining factors of the fight. Lazaro's incredible wrestling and top game pressure. Once he was able to attach himself to Arnold Burden, we saw him get the takedown here, round two, stay on top, and just relentlessly ride Arnold Burden, who's struggling to get up and overexposes his neck to the choke. Lazaro Valdez snatches that neck, falls back, and gets the submission win, his first submission win of his entire career. Ain't no, the king is here.
And hopefully he will keep fighting in Lights Out. Wait a minute, what is he, a magic trick? How did I get there so fast? So yeah, I want to thank also my producer for letting me go on there. I love when I can speak both languages, people. Love everybody, and Valdez learning English as well, so applaud that. Never criticize anybody who attempts to talk another language if they have an accent. Applaud everybody who learns other languages, and I love hearing Lázaro Valdez talk in English, showing that heart. A Cuban who's now in the greatest country ever, the United States. But let's all be one, baby. All combined, all languages, all faces, all beautiful races together as one.
Well,
Lights
you want to
out.
know what a universal language is fighting.
Yeah.
And that's another one that Valdez speaks fluently. And he came in and had a beautiful conversation here that ended in a submission victory. Wow, what a matchup and what a bright future Valdez has. He said, the new king is here, Pablo.
And he has the McKees with him, and those are top-notch father and son. I once did a story. The father and son fought on the same card. They both won that night, so I'm a big fan of the McKees. And Valdez, Lázaro Valdez, arriba, maestro. I hope to see him here again. That was a fun fight. But we still have another fight. The main event is next. He's Blake Bulletproof Troop. Yo soy Pablo Alcina. I am Pablo Alcina. This is Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. The main event is next, baby. Danny Ramirez taking on Richie Palomino.
And now, making his way to the lights out cage, please welcome Richie Palomino.
All right, Blake, it's main event time. We've seen it all, so let's bust one rhyme. Palomino coming in. It's our last fight. What are we gonna see, my man?
Man, so Palomino is 6-5 and went 7-1 as an amateur. All of his losses except for one were decision, and that was as an amateur. So for Richie Palomino, I'd like to see a heavy emphasis on straight punches, particularly the jab, which is one of Palomino's best tools, utilizing his footwork and movement to stick and move, picking his shots and avoiding exchanges. Fighting like this will force Ramirez to blitz into attack, creating an ideal time for Palomino to take a shot. 4 out of 6 Palomino's wins are via submission. If Palomino spends more than a few minutes on top of Ramirez, then he may be able to give Ramirez his first submission loss.
Palomino, the bright yellow shorts.
And making his way to the lights out cage, please welcome Danny Ramirez.
Danny the realist Ramirez, 6-3 as a 8-6 as a pro with 4 knockouts. 3 of those knockouts have been in the first minute of the first round.
Give me those Blake bulletproof troops. Bullet points for victory.
So first off, Ramirez needs to have constant forward pressure, trying to get inside and stay inside, fighting aggressively and trying to create exchanges. Palomino's only been stopped once in 19 career fights, so Ramirez is going to need to let his hands go. The more leather that Ramirez throws at Palomino, the more likely he'll turn Palomino's lights out.
He's got tons of fans. Cell phones out. Everybody zooming in on this fight. Danny Ramirez entering second. They call him the realist. Let's see how real he can keep it tonight. Ramirez taking on Richie Palomino.
Man, and they call him the realist because he is one real dude.
Let's go to the tail of the tape. Blake, what jumps out at you? Because it's identical, almost 35-35, 5'10", 5'9", nearly the same records. What can we say?
You know, the only things I can say is what I watched in footage. On paper, this is a very evenly matched up fight. Stylistically, it's going to be a great fight, but these guys are very different.
This fight is sponsored by Family First Life. Protect what matters most. Family First Life.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the main event of the evening. This bout will be 3 5-minute rounds in a catchweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This fighter stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in at 163.1 pounds. He represents Team Oyama with a mixed martial arts record of 6 wins and 5 defeats. He hails from Santa Ana, California. Please welcome Richie Palomino. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 163.9 pounds. He represents Team Brito MMA with a mixed martial arts record of 7 wins and 6 defeats. He hails from North Hills, California. Please welcome Danny the Realist Ramirez. Your referee is Mike Beltran.
Time for the main event. Mike Beltran's gonna set it up nice like he always does.
All right, gentlemen, over the rules already. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves if you want. The sound of the bell, come on out and handle your business. Let's go.
Time for the main event. Alongside Blake, bulletproof, true professional wrestler, former MMA fighter. I am Pablo Alcina. I've called fights for the UFC. I've called Super Bowls and World Series in Spanish. But now it's time to call Lights Out main event. It's time for the main event. Ramirez and Palomino.
All right, gentlemen, first round. Ready, fight. Ready, fight. Hey, let's go.
And the fight is on the way. Touching of the gloves, the way this night has been going on. I expect this one to be awesome as well. And it's Ramirez landing early and often. But then he falls down. Rich Palomino doesn't react. Palomino with a nice strike. Blake, this started beautifully.
You know, I had no doubts that the realist was going to come out here and bring the fight to Palomino. It's a matter of whether Palomino stands there and plays this dangerous exchange game with the realist, who has an incredible set of hands on him with a ton of power in them.
Real power. Even if he punched him in the shoulder, and those still hurt. He's just throwing nasty punches nonstop. Palomino with a nice kick, but he eats a nice combo from the realist, Ramirez.
Yeah, realist throwing combinations, punches and bunches, not necessarily one at a time. And there we see Palomino dropping for the shot during an exchange. Let's see if he's able to secure it. Ramirez doing the right thing by keeping his back to the cage and digging that right arm on the inside. Palomino does his great thing, attacks the other leg, and then drops through the hips. Ramirez, whoa, great knee.
Perfectly legal. He was on his way up. He was not down.
I'd like to see Ramirez get himself back to the middle of the ring.
Oh, good start to this one. Nice low kick by Ramirez. Palomino responds.
And so Palomino survives the initial onslaught of Danny Ramirez, who has 3 knockouts in the first minute of the first round. Still continuing to stalk Palomino. Palomino can't just stand there with his back towards the cage. He needs to move and pick his shots on Ramirez.
Oh, nice strong punch and hammer fist raining down on Palomino. Danny Ramirez wants to end it right here. Beltran, the referee, looking up close.
Yeah, throwing some big shots, nothing landed. But the more often Ramirez is putting leather in Palomino's face, the more likely he will secure a knockout against Palomino, who has only been stopped once in 19 career fights. Palomino trying to keep the posture down of Ramirez. You can see the hands locked around the head. Once Ramirez postures up, you'll see him start raining down some big shots.
Palomino went for the arm bar, didn't get it, and he ate 2 shots.
It did look like a potentially grounded opponent. Looked like his hand might have been down on his way up. Didn't look like it was super vulgar of a foul. That kind of happened in the transition. I don't think that that was a dirty move. Definitely was a foul, though.
Luckily, it wasn't a hard kick, though. I mean,
and it goes to show some of the aggression that Danny Ramirez has. He's a former Marine, so he is in there fighting like his life depends on it. And man, it makes for fun fights to watch.
Once a Marine, always a Marine. Ramirez.
Yeah, they call Marines devil dogs, and that's for a reason, and he is showing the devil dog that he has in his heart tonight in the main event for Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15.
Oh, great.
Ooh, that second kick,
yeah.
The second one to the body probably did the most damage, though. Didn't look as pretty, but oh.
He came in flush. Good round by Ramirez, but I'm going to applaud Palomino because he's standing in there. He keeps going forward.
Yeah, and he's not scared to exchange with a very tough and dangerous Danny Ramirez.
Man, we have delivered Lights Out Xtreme Fighting. The finishes we've seen here today, I'll put up against any card. We've seen it all. Here comes Ramirez with a hard elbow trying to finish this.
And Ramirez being a little smarter about his energy expenditure here. Instead of just wild Donkey Kong ground and pound from the top, now starting to pick his shots a little bit. And with a guy who throws with the power that he has in his hands, you got to be careful with that output.
Oof. Still 90 seconds for Ramirez to work in this position. Palomino, second time.
Triangle potentially here, though. Palomino has been throwing up submission attempts from the bottom. Nothing's gotten extremely close yet, but he is being dangerous from the bottom position.
Dirty elbows right there by Ramirez.
I'd like to see Palomino start doing some chopping spike elbows to the top of Danny Ramirez's head here, like we saw so many cases earlier this evening.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful pass there. Palomino was able to get back to his knees and now fight to his feet. But he's stuck in a front headlock and eats a big knee to the body. But he stays in Ramirez's face, and I really respect how much of a dog Palomino has in him as well.
Yeah, and the more he survives, the more Danny Ramirez looks like he's getting frustrated. It's like, how come I'm not finishing this?
Did you see that body kick? I agree with you, though. because when he's been able to put so many guys away, run him over, and you can't run over Palomino like you can run over everybody else.
Look at the welt. Look at the welt on the other side. Look right here. Oof.
Wow, look at that lump on the right side of Palomino's forehead.
You're not seeing it right now, but when the camera, look at that. Oh,
wow. Ouch. And that shows you how hard Danny Ramirez hits people. That is a massive lump that his corner is going to need to get under control before going into the second round.
I think the doctor's going to be checking that out. No, Blake, when it puffs up that quick, that fast, or no?
I don't think it would be a bad idea to at least look at it early on, but it's not in a position where it's in a fight-ending thing yet. Look at that. And you can see his coach there taking the end swell, which is a frozen piece of metal, and trying to press out that swelling.
How much does that hurt, Blake, when they push that metal on your lump like that? Or you don't feel it because of the adrenaline?
It hurts, but the thing is it's frozen, so it's a little bit. Let's take a look at some of these replays and see if we can find where that happened at. Because what a massive strike that must have been to leave a lump like that on Palomino's head.
I think he had one elbow. I don't know if we'll see it. I think it was definitely from an elbow.
It also makes me wonder, was it potentially that kick that he landed? The foul when he was on his way up? I'm not sure.
Oh, no, he would have complained a lot more if the kick was that hard, no?
It's hard to say.
Did not see it there.
It wouldn't surprise me if we were able to find that highlight before the end of the night.
Oh, my God. That's a big bump.
Another thing, when you've got that big lump on your head, is your corner focused on fixing that or giving you instructions on what adjustments you need to make, which is a critical part of high-level fighting.
Does your strategy change when you have a lump that much on that side? Do you change how you stand? Oh, another hard kick by Ramirez.
I didn't
see a poke.
Sometimes it's hard to see things, and that's one of the things about having open-hand gloves. I didn't necessarily see a poke, but I'm not saying it didn't happen. Let's see if we are able to find it in the replay. The clock is still running, however. They need to stop the round clock. There we go.
Well, we have a few seconds here. Since it's been a long night, I want to shout out the entire production crew, the producer Chad, our director Pablo Urquiza,
man, our matchmaker Antonio Jimenez for
Antonio
putting this
Jimenez, the
banger
man.
Together.
I want to shout out also Tyson Johnson, great work as a ring announcer, Bonnie Joe Laughlin, always sensational inside the cage. No other better MMA analyst than Blake Bulletproof Troop right here. He breaks it down, but he really puts you inside the cage. So let's see, we can see the hit on the face here, our producer. Well, we have a few seconds here. I believe it was an elbow. It was a strong elbow coming straight down. Let's see if we see it.
So the thing is, when your head is trapped on the mat like this, your head absorbs all the impact. When you're standing, your head can bounce back.
Oh, right there. See? He pushed him to the side, and he came down, and the elbow caught him.
Oh, yeah, you can see it's a tiny lump right there that just started. It wouldn't surprise you if as he dropped down to pass guard, the elbow caught him on the forehead.
Yeah, great work by our production staff right there. You could see it exactly. I saw it live when the elbow came down, and then instantly I saw it well up.
And it makes sense that it was him dropping into half or trying to pass, because the amount of force that thing had to hit with had to be a tiny point with a lot of force behind it. Almost more than you could just throw with your body. It was his entire body weight coming down on a tiny little point. And you can see Palomino looking at his face. I'm not sure Palomino's going to continue.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I'm putting on my jacket, but he's saying he's good. He's saying he's good. There you see.
All right. And he shot Danny Ramirez over, shadow boxing against the cage. Danny Ramirez is ready to get in here and finish this fight, and we are seeing
they're taking a point
deduction. I'm not necessarily mad at that for having it be a second warning that he has gotten in this main event matchup.
Oh, for the eye poke, correct. Had been a few minutes
with the down kick. I'm not necessarily mad at it.
Down kick and eye poke.
The way Ramirez is moving right now, I'm not sure we're going to have to worry about a point deduction, because I don't think he's going to let this fight go to the judges.
Well, but I'm going to applaud Palomino. He could have maybe quit right there, said, hey, no, I can't see, stoppage. Instead, he said, let's fight on.
You are 1,000% right, because that was an easy time where he could have taken it out, and a lot of people might have chose to do that. He's able to continue, and he does.
All right, look at Palomino now, getting offensive. Nice knee by Palomino.
Yeah, it was a lot of Danny Ramirez after that foul, but now Palomino's starting to bring the fight back. Oh man, that side kick. That's the second time he's landed that side kick. And a kick like that to the body takes a ton out of your gas tank.
Palomino's got to keep those hands closed.
Palomino's doing a great job keeping his hands up and then finding openings to counter-strike.
Yep, and there he's getting back into this fight. Like I said, that frustration might settle in on Ramirez, and also Palomino caught a breather by those eye pokes.
And I agree with you, we were saying a little bit of frustration where Ramirez has thrown a lot of leather at Palomino's face. And Palomino's still there. Not only is he still there, but he's still coming at you. That's got to be frustrating and even demoralizing to your confidence a little bit.
Good head movement now by Ramirez, but as you can see, he's throwing less punches. Still 3 minutes 20 to go in just round 2. This is the last fight of the night. Opa! Palomino doing a much better job blocking punches as well.
And picking his shots, which I think is going to be very advantageous for him. If he's able to cover, absorb some of Ramirez's strikes on a much better part of his body, like his forearms, and then land back at a Danny Ramirez who has openings because of his offensive output.
Ooh.
Man, and we're only at the halfway point of this fight, Pablo. This has been an absolute scrap.
Love the heart shown by Palomino, and because of the point deduction, now you got to start thinking, hey, is this a 10-8 round for Palomino? Because for me,
that's a great. You make a great point.
He can still win this round. There's still 2:30 to go. So now the pressure's really on Ramirez because of that point deduction.
Yeah, you make a great point with that, Pablo. Again, I don't think Ramirez wants his to go to the judges, but he may not have a choice the way that Palomino is being so strategic with his defense and then counter-punching.
Yeah, Palomino's drawing. Ramirez still has that gas, but he's eating jabs. I'd like to see more of that snap jab, that left jab by Palomino, which was connected.
Palomino looks so calm right now. And he's not breathing heavy either, which makes me think that he has a lot of gas left in the tank.
He still does have that big welt, but it did not get any bigger. Good work by the corner. Nice check of that kick there.
Man, Ramirez is definitely slowing down a little bit, and Palomino still looks like he's coming at him. Whoa.
Yeah, and Palomino is adding points with few punches. A jab here, a punch there, boom.
But those little punches,
exactly.
Like that was not a big punch, but it looked like it hurt Ramirez a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe not hurt him, but took a little damage.
I have Palomino winning this round right now. You?
I do as well.
Oh, what happened now?
This could, but if... So here's an interesting thing. What happens on a second point deduction? And a third foul. Let's see, man, if one more happens, are we going to potentially see a disqualification?
Well,
we're barely past the halfway point, and we've had 3 fouls now, which would be a terrible way for this fight to potentially end because these dudes are banging.
Now we see the replay of the low kick. Dirty or accidental troop?
It looked like it came a little high. You can see it being on the belt line. Didn't look like it was an intentional dirty kick. I'm not sure he's going to take a point for this one, but he's getting a very stern warning, it looks like, from Mike Beltran. I agree with that. It didn't look like he kicked him in the groin intentionally, and it was kind of high where it's like he was looking for the body. I agree with him not taking a point right now. And Mike Beltran, one of the best referees in the business.
And he said, keep this stuff clean, except he didn't say stuff. Boom! Ramirez with a hard kick.
And so Ramirez now, in my opinion, realizes he needs to come out and start hitting the gas pedal. He just had a minute to rest, and he needs to come out and make some things happen if he wants to secure round 2, which, in my opinion, he has to.
And Beltran, he stops it.
Ramirez
That's the way this man had to end
the second round. I told you, Ramirez did not want it to go to the judges, and he gets the knockout. What a fantastic way to end the night here in Lights Out Xtreme Fighting 15.
Now, we've seen it all. Ramirez had a point deducted. He came back with that beautiful knockout. We saw a power slam. We saw a head kick knockout. We saw a 6-second knockout. Blake, I'm in shock.
And
I'm in
finished in the main event by this killer right here. Danny, the realist Ramirez, has got to be feeling good, sitting on top of the world.
And pointing to the sky, because you can still give thanks even when you knock a guy out, because this is a sport. This is a sport.
The only way to finish a card like tonight is to have a knockout in the main event.
And Palomino was sticking him with jabs. He was sticking him with a little left and a little right. But then Ramirez said, no. Boom! And it was over.
You know, I say this every time we have a Lights Out Xtreme Fighting card. This might be the best one we've had yet.
No, there's no might. There's no might. This was the best card we've ever had. Let's see these clips right here. I mean, 6-second knockout. A fight that lasted just 6 seconds, and then
the
boom!
left hook right on the chin, and that's all it takes from Danny Ramirez with dynamite in his hands.
And great work by Beltran. Palomino wanted to keep going, but he was definitely out cold right there. Right there, he's out. So Beltran definitely did the right thing.
Agreed.
What a card! What a fight! What a night!
Wow!
Yeah. You're still saying might? You still think there's a lights out card we've called better than this? I mean,
you know,
come on.
I had some doubts about this one because we didn't have as much talent I was familiar with. But wow.
But the 6-second fight from a 6'6" tall guy who had jet black hair. Then we had the blonde guy with the blue eyes, the spiritual grappler. That fight was awesome. We saw this, the power bomb, which is still tops, but this, the up and the back and forth was incredible. Tyson Johnson with official decision. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 minutes, 16 seconds into round number 2, your winner, by way of knockout, Danny Ramirez.
There was a lot of frustration going on during that fight. What was going on?
Oh, you know, it's a simple mistake that I made, not intentional at all. You know, my apologies to my opponent. It happened, you know what I mean? And it could have been the other way around, but, you know, no hard feelings.
After there were so many breaks and with the point deduction, did you feel like you had to take it out of the judge's hands?
I know I was down and I had to come back and do something. I know how to be a knockout either at the end of the second or in the third somehow, some way. I was going to get it.
Once you knew that you cut him and he had that hematoma on the side, did you feel like you had a little bit more control over the fight?
As far as what?
As far as his injury.
I really did. I looked at it, but I don't think it was affecting him much because he was connecting a lot of shots on me, and he was all there. I know he was, so I did good and I knocked him out.
Did you feel like you lost any momentum because of all the different breaks going on?
I think he gained momentum. I lost a little bit, but it's okay. We know how to come back from that. We recovered, and we did very well.
What's next for you, Richie?
I hope I get another opportunity here. Danny's back. I took a lot of time off, but I'm blessed to be here. And I want to thank all my supporters, my family, my close friends. Thank you very much for being here. I love you guys. Thank you, Lights Out. Thank you, Shawne, to everybody who gave me the opportunity to fight here.
Thank you so much. Way to end it. Way to finish. Congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys.
Pablo, Troop.
Awesome fight, awesome night. Let's recap. Thank you, Bonnie, Jen, for those interviews. Too many bad words, but those interviews were all awesome today also. We had it all. Recap this fight.
Man, so Danny the Realist Ramirez, I knew this kid had dynamite in his hands, and I said the more leather he throws at Palomino, the more likely he's going to turn his lights out. Palomino ended up showing that he's an absolute dog. Absorbing damage, having a massive hematoma on his forehead, even with going through a couple of unintentional fouls until Danny Ramirez is able to land that left hook and put Palomino down for the count, forcing Mike Beltran to step in. What a way to end the night here, Pablo.
We had it all. One fight lasted 6 seconds. We had the power bomb. We had a doctor stoppage. We had a fighter's corner say no more. We had this fight back and forth. Maybe a disqualification could be coming up. Instead, it was all over. And I got to speak Espanol. I got to be a ring reporter hablando en Español, which I love preaching, learn languages. Oh, what a night, Blake. What are your closing thoughts?
Man, like I say this every time, how do you top this card? every time Lights Out Extreme Fighting comes back, it's bigger, better, more exciting. How do you top 15 now, Pablo?
Oh, no, it's going to be awesome. Lights Out Extreme Fighting 16 is in May. He's Blake Bulletproof Troop at Bulletproof Troop. I'm Pablo Alcina at Pablo Alcina. If you stayed this late, add me. I promise to add you back. I'm sure Blake will do the same thing. I want to thank everybody. An amazing night. A bunch of fighters. They thank Jesus Christ. I'm going to do the same thing. People, have faith, believe, have visions, be good in the good and the bad, and you will rise, rise, rise in Jesus Christ's name. He's Blake. I'm Pablo. Bye, bye, baby.